These are a few of the ringleaders, but there are hundreds or thousands of others globally, who are all too willing to seize the power made available to them by the pandemic and its ringleaders. Together, these individuals recommended, implemented, and enforced societal lockdowns, school closures, mask mandates, deadly hospital protocols, emergency use authorizations, and vaccine mandates. They sabotaged early treatment, censored the truth, and destroyed the careers and reputations of those who questioned their narrative and had the courage and compassion to treat COVID patients with cheap and effective generic drugs. They devised and promoted multiple false media narratives. For example, safe and effective, a pandemic of the unvaccinated. No one is safe until everyone is safe. Vaccinated do not carry the virus, they don't get sick. If you're vaccinated, you're not going to be hospitalized, you're not going to die. The mRNA is likely going to stay in the right arm. Natural immunity won't protect you. And maybe the most grotesquely hypocritical of all, follow the science. I labeled the promoters of our miserably failed response to the coronavirus in the US, the COVID cartel, the Biden administration, federal health agencies, big pharma, the legacy corporate media, and social media. This is a powerful and corrupt group of institutions. Their evidence of their collusion and corruption continues to grow, but their enormous power allows them to effectively suppress and censor the truth. Unfortunately, the cartel exerted enormous influence around the world, with disastrous consequences for people whose elected officials followed their lead. The result of November's election here in the US offers hope the corruption of the COVID cartel can be exposed and individuals held accountable. The goal, and hopefully the result, of US Senate hearings and this parliamentary inquiry will be to expose the lies and the corruption by providing the truth with science backed up by real clinical experience and uncorrupted research. Unlike members of the COVID cartel who refuse to provide public with the data, studies, and analysis that supposedly guided their actions, our witnesses are willing to provide references to back up their conclusions. The public is free to disagree or agree, propose their own hypotheses, and test them in a process of authentic scientific discovery and debate. One interesting aspect of the second group, those of us whose eyes have been opened, is its political diversity. Regardless of past political affiliations, once you've been awakened to the corruption and you see the great harms done as a result, it is impossible to close your eyes. So, individuals who put their political differences aside because they are compelled to convey what they have discovered to others. I have been inspired by the dedication of those in the public eye who have been willing to risk their reputations by speaking the truth, including the distinguished members of this panel. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Can we go to Russell Broadbent first, please, for questions?
I can't hear Russell.
You on mute, Russell?
Senator Johnson, thank you for that presentation. In Australia, we have what's called Test cricket, and I call it the MCG crowd, the Melbourne Cricket Ground crowd. Do you think your messages are getting out to the football crowd in America, or in our case, the MCG crowd? And how can we get the message out as to what's happened?
Well, I think that crowd is definitely aware of what we are saying and the truth we are trying to expose, which is why they censored our truth. Why they use their political influence to get our social media companies to label truth misinformation, to deplatform. They went so far as to deplatform and remove Facebook groups of the vaccine injured, causing multiple suicides because those individuals no longer had a network to connect to. So no, they're fully aware of us, but again, they have enormous power. And when almost half America voted to continue the lies, to maintain those people like Kamala Harris and the Biden administration and their backers. and maintain them in power, you get some sense of the challenge that we all face.
Senator Johnson, yesterday on the farm here at Pakenham in Victoria, Australia, I had a workman come in who gives me a lot of help around the farm. His son has had 2 episodes, and it's very clear that they've been told he is vaccine injured. Yet I find that there's no anger from the parent or the general community about what's actually happening within families. And I find that a phenomenon. Why are people not angry?
Because they don't want to acknowledge reality. They don't want to admit that they were wrong, that they told their children to get vaccinated or they got vaccinated themselves. Now, that's why I say the largest group societally, globally, is the group that just wants to forget all of this, that just move on with their lives. That's our biggest challenge. But when you consider the body count, how high it is, I mean, we had Maddie DeGarry and her mother Stephanie at one of my panels in June of 2021, where I offered an opportunity to give these vaccine injured a platform and to listen to the agony of Maddie's mom, who put her child in a Pfizer trial for the vaccine or for the injection. I mean, just think how horribly she feels. I mean, she obviously acknowledges that vaccine was what injured her daughter. Her daughter didn't make that decision. She made that decision for her daughter. So again, you can understand the anguish and the agony that puts a parent through. But most individuals who got the shot, they also don't want to hear about DNA contamination, about the SV40 sequence in the contamination in the injection. They don't want to even believe or consider the fact that they might have a ticking time bomb that might explode in terms of one of these turbo cancers that we're seeing that are also not being acknowledged by the federal health authorities, who will never admit they were wrong. Again, the body count is way too high. They sabotage early treatment. That in America costs hundreds of thousands of lives. Their protocols, slapping people on ventilators where 90% died, pumping remdesivir into their veins and knocked out their kidneys. Again, this is what was forced on the public. This was their miserably failed response to COVID. They don't want to own up to it. So that's a real challenge, is like the vast majority of the world population just wants to move on, and they don't want to admit they were wrong, and they really aren't interested in holding other people accountable either.
Senator Johnson, I don't know what it's like in America, but here in Australia, a nurse communicated with me last week to say that they have never seen the amount or types of cancers before in their patients and at this time.
Right. I mean, this is obvious. In one of my events, we had testimony from a whistleblower in our Defense Department. And they have a database called the DMED system, which just tracks all the diagnoses within the Defense Department. Of course, we mandated vaccines for our soldiers. And so the leaked data, the whistleblowing data, showed tremendous increases in the rates of myocarditis and different types of cancers. And when we confronted with an oversight letter to the Department of Defense, magically, we just found a glitch in the data. Now, I've continued to write and harass the Defense Department and their contractor, and they just keep pointing fingers at each other, and they continue to stand behind the lame excuse that that was just a glitch in the data. This really isn't happening, when we know it is happening.
Now, President Trump has announced today on our news anyway that he will ask the Defence Force to reinstate every person that refused the vaccination and left and back pay them in full. Do you think that will happen? Yes,
I absolutely believe that'll happen. I met with his nominee for Secretary of Defense last night, asked him the same question, and he didn't want to get out in front of his boss. But this is news to me that President Trump has actually announced it. So I knew he was inclined to do so, and that's a good first step. But the Defense Department also has to open up their databases. They need to acknowledge the harms done. I mean, one of our whistleblowers was Lieutenant Colonel Teresa Long, and she has suffered a great deal before blowing the whistle. But again, these are realities that have to be exposed, and that is what I'm counting on the Trump administration, RFK Jr. to do in his role as the HHS Secretary.
Last question, Mr. Broadbent.
No, that I've done pretty well. Thank you, Malcolm.
Okay, thank you. I'll now hand over to Senator Pauline Hanson for the call.
Hey, thank you. Senator Johnson, can you actually tell me how many people, what percentage of the people in the United States are still having the vaccines, or if they're still having injections in America?
I think the percentage in America is about 70%, 70, 80% received at least one dose of the vaccine. About 20, 25% refused it. So we have a very high uptake, not as high as places like Israel, but still very high uptake. Now, it's declined dramatically. A very small percentage of people are getting additional doses. So even though they're not willing to admit it, they are listening to those of us who are trying to warn them, and I think they're taking those warnings seriously.
How many deaths occurred in the United States? In Australia, they've only sort of acknowledged about 14, approximately 14. How many deaths have been acknowledged because of the COVID vaccination in America?
Well, by our federal health agencies, they acknowledged 6 by the J&J vaccine because of clotting in birth women of childbearing years. That's it. I mean, when I confronted Francis Collins in April of 2021, because VAERS was at that point showing a few thousand deaths associated with COVID vaccine, he said, well, Senator, people die. That was his cavalier attitude. So far to date on VAERS, by the way, back then, 46% of those, I can't remember the exact numbers, around 3,000 deaths, were occurring on the day of vaccination or within 2 days. Certainly, VAERS doesn't prove causation, but man, that's correlation that would get my attention. He was just completely cavalier about it. Currently, this is worldwide figures. There are more than 37,000 deaths reported on our VAERS system worldwide, and about 24% of those deaths are occurring on the day of vaccination or within 1 or 2 days. And of course, the number of reported adverse events is well, I think, above 1.6 million. And one of the problems with VAERS is it dramatically underreports vaccine injuries because it's very difficult to report a vaccine injury. So no, this exploded. It was obvious within months, and it's been denied ever since. It's still not been acknowledged by our federal health officials. And quite honestly, the medical community, which is why the vaccine injured people like Breanne Dressen. And by the way, she just published a book, Worth a Shot. It's hard to read her experience. I know her quite well. I did not realize that she was basically planning her own suicide before her husband found her suicide notes, but she's connected to communities where they've had dozens of suicides. People simply can't bear the vaccine injuries, but these vaccine injuries are being completely ignored by the medical establishment and our federal health agencies. It is a horrible, horrific scandal.
Did the US government indemnify the pharmaceutical companies against vaccine injuries as they did in Australia?
Yeah, they've got complete liability protection. Unless they committed fraud, and I think Breanne Dressen's lawsuit is actually moving forward, which is a good sign. But right now, that's one of the fundamental problems. I would say there are 3 fundamental problems that Bobby Kennedy has to address. I know he mentioned his own 3, but first, we need to bring integrity back to scientific research. It's just critical. I mean, there is no integrity. People, you can't trust science anymore. Secondly, we have to do away with pharmaceutical advertising. We, I think, along with New Zealand, are the only countries that allow the pharmaceutical industry to buy the narrative. And then third, we need to absolutely bring liability back into the vaccine space so that people harmed by the vaccines have some avenue, some kind of adversarial avenue to make these manufacturers care about the harm their products cause.
In the opening statement by Robert Kennedy about vaccinations that are given to children, even today, I question it. I think there should be more investigations into it. My understanding, when my children were vaccinated, but there was only up to about 18 vaccinations. At the moment, it's around about 70, 72 vaccinations are given to children. And they're given to children more or less before they turn 3, up to 3 years of age, even up to 5 years of age. And I don't believe that we do enough investigation into it and the impact that these vaccinations are having on such a small person to be able to cope with it and immunising them. You spoke about where you think people just want to get over it and move on with their life, and they can't do anything about it. They feel guilty because they've had their children have it, they've had the vaccinations themselves. But I also feel that people have put too much trust and confidence into their politicians and into the health professionals, that they've trusted them to do it. And even today, and those parents, parents are starting to wake up, and they don't particularly want their children to have all those vaccinations, but they're being forced again to have it because you cannot get into childcare and you can't go to school or other things you're denied for your child because you're not vaccinated. I think this isn't very important. It needs to have a full investigation into it. It needs to be based on science. We need to have investigations into it, the number of children that have autism these days, the other health effects that they're having. So I don't think it's just COVID we need to deal with. I think there needs to be a complete investigation into the vaccinations that have been given to our children, the health effects that they're having, and it's about time we need to open it up and have a real good conversation about this. And that's just my opinion.
Well, if there's a silver lining to the miserably failed response to COVID, it's exactly this. People's eyes are open to the capture of these regulatory agencies, these health agencies by big pharma. They've had their eyes open to the corruption, and now the truth is coming out. When I first talked to RFK Jr. about vaccines, he said, when we're about the same age, when we were young, we got 3 doses. Now it's up over 80 in the US, and they're giving it multiple times. Bobby Kennedy has exposed the lie that Fauci said that these childhood vaccines have been tested against placebos. They never have. They've never been tested against a true placebo. So you haven't had the type of scientific research. Another good book is Vaxxed and Unvaxxed by Brian Hooker and Bobby Kennedy. This is just scientific study after scientific study that shows that the unvaxxed children are healthier than the vaxxed children. Again, when you vaccinate somebody, you are impacting their immune system. When you vaccinate young children with multiple doses of different pathogens or antigens, that's going to have an impact on the immune system. Nobody's added up the cumulative effect of whatever additives are in all those vaccines, over a lifetime of 80 doses. So no, we haven't even come close to doing the scientific research because the vaccine manufacturers have complete liability. They don't care. It's not in their business model. They don't suffer any economic consequences for harming their customers. So that has to change. That's why I say that's one of the fundamental things is we need to restore liability to those manufacturers, so they have to care and they have to do studies and they have to withdraw vaccines that simply aren't safe.
Could I just intercede there and then hand the call back to Senator Hanson? To the contrary, Senator Johnson, the harms from some of the vaccines, some of the treatments from Big Pharma actually help their business model because they then have other diseases to treat that were caused by their injections.
Well, I think that's the whole point of Keep America Healthy again, is we don't have a system that concentrates on keeping people healthy. We have a system that profits off of people being chronically ill. And so in the event I held in late September, I think one of the best pieces of testimony came from Dr. Chris Palmer, a psychiatrist who really specializes in nutrition's impact on mental health. And he stated that they, whoever they are, they don't want to discover the root cause of chronic illness, of autism. Because if they're afraid if they do, pharmaceutical companies, could it be the vaccines? It could completely blow up their business model of big agriculture or big food processing. They don't want to know that what they are doing is causing this, so they have to completely change the way they're doing things. They're making good money now. They don't want to, again, people are always resistant to change. So that's what has to stop is, no, we have to discover what has caused the explosion in autism. I mean, what a horrible thing to do to have any family have to experience is take care of an autistic child into adulthood and beyond. It's just heartbreaking. How can we so callously sit by and just ignore what to me seems pretty obvious, at least an obvious thing to investigate, is the connection between that and vaccines or other things, other toxins. And we have to investigate this. We just haven't been allowed to. We haven't been able to ask the questions. Those of us who do ask the questions are vilified. Our reputations are destroyed. That's what's happening right now. And trust me, they are going to come out big time. Whoever they are, all these organizations do everything they can to keep Bobby Kennedy from becoming Secretary of HHS.
Thank you so much. Your bluntness and directness and candor is so refreshing. Senator Andy, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Malcolm, and thanks, Senator Johnson. I've watched your work from afar with a great deal of admiration, so thank you for the work you've done in the United States. And one of the reasons for that, I suppose, is because we do take a lot of your country's the imprimatur from the United States, I suppose, and it does flow down through to us. We've seen that through the similar models of regulatory bodies. TGA have a lot of similar processes to the FDA in the United States and adopt a lot of the regulatory ticks. So I'm interested in Kennedy's hopeful ascension into that role. Let's assume that there is a bit of pushback, but that he gets there. What does his first 100 days look like? I mean, at best, he's probably got 4 years to pick out what is an enormous institutional problem. We've seen that. You're speaking to at least some of the Australian politicians here who have spent the better part of the last 4 years beating our heads against the brick wall, trying to pick through the regulatory and political framework. What does he do when he comes in, and how does that play out? I mean, like mechanically, what can you physically do when the problem is so deep?
Well, the first thing, he's going to have to extract information. I've actually proposed President Trump across the board should appoint a Secretary of Information Extraction. Now, I have no doubt that the shredders, the furnaces and disk drive magnets are probably working overtime to destroy evidence right now as we speak. But we need to get in these agencies. We need to expose the truth. We need to provide documentation of the wrongdoing, hold people accountable so it never happens again. That's job number one, is expose the truth, provide the documentation, hold people accountable.
And so once he's done that, once he's held people accountable, I mean, what does it look like in terms, and one of the things you've highlighted there is this immunity. I think that was brought in under the Reagan administration for vaccine makers. But I mean, the problem has got to be a whole lot broader than that, doesn't it? I mean, as you say, you've got the problem of people understanding the issues that are around. But I mean, the problem we've got with bureaucracy, I think, is just the numbers of bureaucrats and the entrenched power structures. I mean, is this a question of disbanding the FDA or rebuilding it, or what does that look like?
Well, again, you have to start at the top, because I think most of the corruption is at the top. There's no doubt about that. We've got Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and their Department of Government Efficiency, and I think they take a look at how you can pare down some of these agencies. But again, it has to start with the science. There was a study or a survey done by Nature magazine in 2016 that basically showed that 70% of scientific data could not be replicated. I mean, that's a huge problem. You had the head of the New England Journal of Medicine resigned in 2020, and then reluctantly, I mean, she talked about how reluctantly she came to the conclusion that you just couldn't trust the scientific research that was being published in your journal. You had Wiley Company basically shut down 19 different scientific publications. They had to retract over 11,000 scientific papers because they're just fraudulent. So I mean, that again, this has been happening for years. It just hasn't been acknowledged. You have to, peer review is a joke. Most peer reviewers never look at the data. Sometimes the data is not even made available to them. So again, you need to bring integrity back to scientific research. Here in America, I'd say globally, we were warned by President Eisenhower in his farewell address. He warned us about the military-industrial complex. His second warning was you've got to be very careful about having government fund research. It'll corrupt research. The researchers will provide the funder with the result they want. And of course, big pharma funds most of the research, so they get the result they want. So again, there are all kinds of problems, the pressure to publish, government funding, big pharma funding of research, big ag, big food processing. Research has been completely corrupted. We have to uncorrupt it.
And just one last thing from me, Senator Roberts, if that's all right. The other issue, thing that was so stark about this was the ability to get that information to the general public. We saw that all the way through COVID, lots of evidence of all sorts of things that never hit the light of day because the media were largely cheer squads for the agenda. Do you see that changing? I mean, the arrival of X as a free speech platform has been a huge shot in the arm, but even if it can be shown what went wrong and why and who was responsible, do you see any hope there that the general public, I mean, there's always people that are interested. We've got people that know more about this situation topic than I do out there on social media, but getting that to the masses is the next big hurdle as well. How does that play out?
Well, first of all, the Democrats were defeated in our November election, but I think the group that suffered the greatest defeat literally was the media. They were covering up for Joe Biden. They put Kamala Harris on a pedestal. They did everything they could to get her elected, and she lost. I mean, the fact that you had the Trusted News Initiative that sprang up just like that with COVID, worked overtime to label the truth misinformation. I mean, you saw how prepared they were, but they got defeated here, at least temporarily. Now they're relentless. I mean, this is going to be a long-term project here. We need to keep winning elections. We need to keep exposing the truth. But, we do have alternate media. We do have freedom of the media still, freedom of the press. I really do appreciate the fact of all these podcasts now, people like Joe Rogan here in the United States, others. People are getting their media outside the corporate legacy media, and that's a good thing. And particularly these podcasts, it's not in 3-minute segments anymore. It's now hour-long, 2-hour-long, 3-hour-long conversations where people actually learn things. So I'm actually quite hopeful from a standpoint that the back has been broken of the capture of the information by the corporate legacy media. You've got all these alternate sites now, and those alternate sites, in the end, they were victorious here, at least this November. We need to continue down that path and make sure the information remains free. And again, I couldn't give enough praise and thanks to Elon Musk for taking over X and allowing that platform to flourish and provide free speech.
Thank you, Senator Andick, and thank you, Senator Johnson. A couple of questions from me. In Australia, we've had tens of thousands of people who have been killed by the spike protein injections, from COVID injections. They have been gaslit. They've been told there's mental health problems that they need to consider rather than their bodily health. But sorry, the other, we have tens of thousands of people also injured severely, crippled for life, some of them, incapacitated. And they've been told there's nothing wrong with them, just gaslit. Is that happening in America?
Yeah, I mean, that is the main reason I ran for a third term. I wasn't going to do that, but nobody else was advocating for vaccine injury. I met Brianne Dressen and Manny DeGarry and other people that have, Ernest Ramirez, who lost his son. So no, the same thing's happening here in the U.S. Again, it's all part and parcel of they can't afford to admit they were wrong, so they double down. They're still pushing the vaccine, but there are fewer and fewer takers because people are noticing, and acknowledging the reality. But now that we've won the election, we'll be the majority of the party Republicans. I'll be chairman of the permanent subcommittee investigation. I'll have stronger subpoena power than I had as chairman of the full committee. And I fully intend to use that subpoena power. I've written more than 60 oversight letters, basically gotten the middle finger from the agencies. Now they'll be dealing with a subpoena, but we'll also have Robert Kennedy Jr. in charge of those agencies, doing everything he can to provide the information to the public as well. Now, again, do I think that they're destroying the information? I do. But it is hard to destroy electronic records. That's not the easiest thing to do. It's going to be difficult for them to engage in a complete cover-up. But again, that's where it starts with providing information, and I think there will be treasure troves of information that will expose this. And I think that is the best hope that the vaccine injured have, is that once it's gets exposed, the medical establishment can no longer continue to close its eyes, turn their back on the vaccine injured. The problem is going to be is they don't know how to treat it yet. They don't. They just don't know. But it starts with exposing exactly what this injection was, how it turned the body into a manufacturing site that was something toxic to the body, that the body attacked, caused inflammation of the heart is myocarditis. Inflammation of the spinal cord causes all these neurological industries in the brain, the testes, and the ovaries. I mean, again, this was obvious. I had the privilege of talking to Mike Yeadon early in 2020. This was obvious to him. He was beside himself. He could not believe what his colleagues in Pfizer were doing. Creating an injection that's going to cause the body to turn into a manufacturing site of something that was toxic to itself. He could not believe it, but it happened. It was all covered up, and we all got lied to. It was going to stay in our arms, that it wasn't going to biodistribute, that it was going to degrade within an hour or hours or days. It's been in the body nonstop ever since. So again, the lies told, that just needs to be exposed, and exposing those lies really is going to be the best possible relief for the vaccine injured. And then, once it's acknowledged, then hopefully research can carry forward and we can come up with help and treat these individuals. They've suffered far too long.
Thank you so much. Last question. We've heard a lot about the obesity epidemic, the chronic disease epidemic in America. Do you consider America is in a health crisis? If so, what's the cause? And what responsibility do the big food and big pharmaceutical companies have for that?
Yeah, again, I don't have the exact statistics. I think Bobby Kennedy relates to, in the 60s, we had 6% of Americans had chronic illness. Now it's 60%. Obviously, we have a problem. And you take a look at what has changed. Well, I mean, what has increased a lot? Well, use of seed oils. Other things are pretty well flat. Sugar, whatever it is, I'll go back to what Dr. Chris Palmer said. They don't want to discover the root cause. But Bobby Kennedy, President Trump, they are dedicated to determining the root cause. Again, that's restoring integrity to scientific research so we can actually understand what it is. But I don't have the exact, is it pesticides? Is it other toxins? Is it seed oil? Is it the vaccines? It could be a combination of all those things. That's what we have to discover. But the main thing is we have to open up our eyes and stop vilifying those that are just asking the question, take them seriously, and do very good scientific research to determine those causes, and not be afraid to understand what that is.
I'll just add one more quick question, Senator Johnson. I've traveled through all 50 states of America. I've studied there, I've worked there, I've worked and lived in 8 different states. I'm married to an American, she's got dual citizenship, our kids are both dual citizens. I've loved America. The last 30 years, it seems to have gone downhill since Reagan. I'm not blaming him. I think he was the last decent president apart from Donald Trump. Is there any hope for America?
There is, because truth has its own power. And take a look at November's election. That's a hopeful sign that enough Americans understood what had happened to them, that they are going to start jealously guarding their freedom, that they're going to embrace really what made this country great, which is those principles of liberty, that we all use to dream and aspire and build and create, not only our nation, but others who have followed our model as well. So again, the truth is a powerful, powerful force. It's been kept under wrap by the radical left in our media, but they just got defeated in November too. So hopefully we can lead the world in exposing these things, promoting the truth, and then hopefully truth will have its own power and it will take over, and we can salvage our nations.
Senator Johnson,
thank you so much, Senator.
Can I just have one tiny moment, if we can? One of those truth tellers is named Ed Dowd from Finance Technologies, which we follow very closely here, and I was lucky enough and blessed enough to be able to interview him about 6 months ago. He did speak, though, about around the world, perhaps there are 28 million deaths and many, many, many more damaged people. I believe Ed Dowd, and when you're next talking to him, tell him you spoke to his friends in Australia.
Okay, well, yeah, we've had Ed on a couple of our panels. He's done amazing work just using actuarial insurance data, which proves the point that our federal health agencies and other officials are simply denying. The vaccine caused great harm. It caused sudden death. It's caused permanent disability injury to millions and millions, probably tens of millions of people globally. Those people need to be acknowledged. They need to be heard. They need to be treated. And that's what I'm on. That's why I did this. That is my mission, to make sure the vaccine injured get seen, heard, and believed.
Amen.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Your clarity, your succinctness, and your directness is so much appreciated, and especially your value of truth. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for your courage, your advocacy. We're in this together, and I look forward to working with you in the future. Take care. God bless you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson.
Thank you.
Next up, we have New Zealand MP Ms. Tanya Unkovich from the New Zealand First Party, which is part of the coalition government in New Zealand. So we have actually part of the government with us from New Zealand. Tanya Unkovich is a first-term list member of Parliament with New Zealand First. The Right Honourable Winston Peters, and I'm sure we'll hear a lot more about him, founded New Zealand First in 1993. Mr. Peters is the party leader and the current Deputy Prime Minister of New Zealand in coalition government with the National Party and ACT. Tanya's background is finance and a member of the Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand for over 30 years. She's been self-employed as a contract accountant. Tanya ultimately specialised in the area of MyHub accounting software when first introduced to New Zealand. You'll see this woman has a remarkably diverse background. You'll then see it in her testimony. Having faced many personal life events, Tanya subsequently obtained her diploma in counselling and certifications in life and business coaching. She specialised in grief, addictions and small business mentorship, then became the first New Zealander selected as part of a small team of Tony Robbins international coaches. Tanya has had a lifelong personal passion for health and wellness on all levels, has authored 4 books in the areas of overcoming adversity and mental health, which led her into the speaking arena. Her journey into politics was a natural progression coming from a deep desire to serve mankind, although this time on a greater level. So that's where politics comes in. The New Zealand First Party aligned with her conservative values and beliefs on personal responsibility and personal autonomy, especially during these recent tumultuous years of lockdowns and mandates. New Zealand First campaigned on a new independent COVID inquiry with the aim of getting to the truth. New Zealand First is the only party personally meeting people with injuries from COVID injections. Tanya proudly says New Zealand First will continue to listen. So welcome, Ms. Unkovich, and over to you for a brief opening statement.
Well, thank you very much. Well, you've said most of it already. What I will do is I will just add on a little bit that one of the reasons I'm so passionate about this area in the recent years is because of my own desire to know more about the human condition, and especially health and wellness, So I've followed the likes of Brighthope for nearly 30 years now. And I'm just so curious in why we humans do the things we do. And it's one of the things that really alerted me over the last few years of the messaging that has been given to everyone and the fear that came out. So that is one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about getting to the truth now. And I found it with New Zealand First. I found myself to be a political orphan actually in around 2020, 2021. And I discovered that Winston Peters was going to come back. And, I've always prided myself with being an intelligent woman. But then when I went and read their website and saw how aligned I was with everything, I thought, goodness, it's amazing how we can vote one way all of our lives, but not really know what we are voting for. And that was a turning point for me in my life. And I immediately aligned with New Zealand First. And the big bonus for me was once I went to their convention, I realised their stance on the mandates and everything like that they were really pro-choice. So that was, it just all happened. The synchronicity was amazing actually on how I became a politician. It makes you see how it was all meant to be really. So one thing that New Zealand First are very strong on is freedom and democracy, and we saw that being eradicated in one way. Now, New Zealand First, they were in government between 2017 and 2020, and Winston Peters was the Deputy Prime Minister, and they were an effective handbrake, you might say, with the existing government then. And they were not for mandates. However, when the election happened in 2020, New Zealand First were out of government, and then the new government came in, the Labour Party, and they had a mandate. And that was when they made the decision, even though they said, no, we are not going to make sure that everyone gets this injection, we are not going to put mandates in any way, they went ahead and did it anyway. And it was then when it was around December 2021 that we actually had this traffic light system. And the leader at the time admitted that, yes, it is creating two classes of citizens. And that is what happened in New Zealand, which it was a very sad day, and it really did divide the country. So New Zealand first, we were out of government, but what we did was made the decision to get back in, and in 2023 really campaigned on restoring freedom and democracy and to turn the tide, because the mandates, everything that was imposed during those years was quite appalling and really affected the social cohesion of the country. So New Zealand first came back in again 12 months ago. Winston Peters is once again Deputy Prime Minister, and we campaigned on getting this new COVID inquiry. It was secured in the coalition agreement, and that is where we are at now. So yes, feel free to ask me any questions. I've got plenty to share, and I'm sure it'll come out in the questions.
So Senator Andy, would you like first to question? Okay. And while we're waiting for Senator Andy, I'll ask Senator Hanson if she'd like to ask a few questions.
Sure.
Hello, Ms. Unkovich.
Hello.
You've come into politics there, and you've joined Winston Peters, and I think we're very much in line with our policies when you talk about democracy and freedom of choice, and that was exactly what I stood for. And I was one of the first ones to actually come out against having the COVID injection. At the moment, is the COVID injection still given to people in New Zealand? And if it is, what is the uptake?
Yes, it is. I don't know the exact uptake at the moment. I know that when the mandates were in, it was very high. They wanted to get around a 90% range. Now, I do feel that it has dropped off, but I don't know the exact numbers, but it is still being offered.
What is the general feeling of the people in New Zealand now? Have they woken up to the damage that the COVID shot has done to them, the COVID jab has done to them?
Many have, but here's the thing, many are too scared to actually share their voice. And that is why I feel it's so important that we lead the way. There are quite a few pockets of people around New Zealand who are leading the way. They're being brave. And by doing that, others are coming forward and saying, actually, I am injured. Actually, I am really suffering. But, there's a lot of people, excuse me, who don't want to know. I know they're intelligent people, but they just don't want to know. So that is the power of fear, I feel. And that is why I feel it's so important that some of us just need to be brave and move forward and allow others to do the same.
What part does the media play in this as well? Are the media likely to put it out there, the damage done by vaccines or not? Or are they just going along with bureaucrats and the government?
Well, that has been the narrative. Interestingly, we have got some private media now that has popped up. We've got Reality Check Radio. They really share a lot where people can come on and share. But I have also noticed last week when phase 1 of the inquiry came out, there was a phase 1 that was instilled by the Labor government back in December 2022. And phase 1 findings were released last week. And I was very surprised that some media outlets have actually commented on those findings. And some reporters have actually said, we think the people need an apology. So I was very surprised that that was actually going to be disclosed in phase 1.
Since Winston Peters is now, he's in, controlling seat, and you and his party, are you leading the charge with this of more exposing the COVID and vaccination, what it's done to people, or is the government? Are they working with you, or is it basically your party that's driving this?
Well, our party from 2023, we started campaigning immediately for a full independent COVID inquiry because we knew that the first phase, which was just released, was going to be a whitewash. So we campaigned on it for a very, very long time. And then when the government was formed, we were the only party that put it in our coalition agreement. You must address the adverse events, the reporting, the safety of the vaccine, the procurement. So we are the only party that has really fought for it. Whilst I'm not sitting around the cabinet table and I'm not privy to some of those decisions, what I do know is that because we have led the way so much and we've been so open with people, they are coming to us now. And I'm regularly meeting with people who are vaccine injured. And they need to be heard, as I heard the Johnson prior to me saying they need to be heard and the gaslighting needs to stop. And that is what our party is doing. We are the only party that's doing it at the moment, yes.
In light of what the COVID jab and people are waking up to that, are people more reluctant now to have their children vaccinated for other vaccines and the uptake on the flu injection? Because it is starting to happen in Australia.
That's not something I'm personally privy to, truthfully. I deal more with the COVID injection. So I'm not privy to what's going on with children. And, you know, my friends they don't have little kids. So I don't seem to be in those conversations. And it's really outside of my portfolio. That's more of another area. So I personally don't have information on that to share with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. We'll now go to Mr. Broadbent.
Tanya, if I can call you Tanya, if you don't mind.
Of course you can.
Tanya, every week we meet with vaccine injured people we've been dealing with for a long time and new vaccine injured people that are coming to us in droves. My heart breaks each time, and I don't know how you cope with the stories you're being told, but why do you think that their story is being hidden across community?
Why is it being hidden?
Yes.
Why is it being hidden? If I was to look at the human condition, we all want to run away from pain. And I believe it's too painful for many people to open their eyes and to see what's really going on. And it's just like when someone you know who has lost someone and they're grieving, we often don't know what to say because it brings up our own grief and our own pain. And I think that that is innocently why some people just cannot deal with it. But they need to be heard. I deal with it because I've specialized in grief from my own journey. So I know how to sit with someone who was suffering. But saying that, I sat and wept with a mother and her daughter when they were sharing their stories with me, both injured. And my heart breaks when I sit and listen to them, but they must be heard. But I also understand why others just can't go there. They're not ready to. It's probably terrifying for them. You know, it's hard to conceive that maybe you weren't told the truth. It's hard to conceive that maybe you weren't protected like you thought you might be. So to allow that to come in is frightening. So I understand why people are not doing it. But, you know, when you're being deliberately gaslit, which I hear lots of stories of, that's just not okay.
Well, thank you for that. But that does explain the human condition. And I'm not suggesting doctors, specialists and nurses are not human or health providers are not human for a moment. Let me say this to you, though. They have a duty of care. And where would duty of care for consideration for their patients?
Yes, and I agree with you. And I do have many friends who were holistic doctors who are no longer that way. And they do tell me that they know of others who are in the profession and they say, I just can't say anything. I've got to feed my family, etc. So it is forced silence in some way. I believe we always have to do the right thing, but who am I to judge what others decide, you know? But we have to do the right thing ultimately in order for the truth to be told, right?
Well, yes, first do no harm.
Yes, I agree.
It's been their mantra all the way through. And I believe in the UK that people actually did stand, the doctors and health professionals did stand up and said, no, we're not doing the mandate straight away. And therefore, they didn't have the same strength over there as they did here and in New Zealand.
Yeah, we've got a lot of very brave doctors and individuals who are standing up. They no longer practice, but they continue to stand up. We've got a group called NZD SOS, New Zealand Doctors So we've got people standing up and stepping up, doing what others are not.
You and I share a beautiful friendship in Brighthope.
Yes.
Obviously, and he has been such a stalwart for health generally. Through, he broke down at the conference that Malcolm and I both spoke at in Perth a few days ago.
Yes, absolutely.
Around these issues, which is very, very, very unlike him, because he has a detachment. He has to have a detachment because of what he's done over many years. However, what's the next step forward in New Zealand? And can you tell me that the Royal Commission will have real teeth? The recommendations will have real teeth?
With New Zealand First as part of the coalition, yes. And me personally, one of my reasons why is for those who are suffering out there, who are injured. That is a real why for me. So our terms of reference are wider. This is something that Winston Peters really fought for in the coalition agreement and in the second phase. So as I've said before, it does include vaccine injuries, the reporting of it, and also the procurement of the vaccines, vaccine safety. So it is much wider, and we can get information from, it's not an adversarial inquiry, but we can obtain information that has already been released. So I see there's so much coming out from overseas, even overnight, that can be used. And we are very determined. It's already started, so the public can submit. And I am calling on everyone to be brave and give your personal stories, because everyone can now submit in this area, especially of injuries, which they weren't able to do in the previous phase one. So people just need to really do their best and be strong. And I know it's triggering, but do what you can to get everything down and make sure your voice is heard, because the quality of the information that we get is going to determine the quality of the outcome and to ensure that the truth does come out. So it really does. This is where everyone needs to rise up now and do this. So I have full faith that the second inquiry, which will be released in February next year, will come to the truth.
Thank you, Tanya. You're great.
Mr. Broadbent's latest comments, I'm assuming he's signing off. Senator Andy, do you have questions of Tanya?
No, I'm sort of interested in the global phenomenon of all of this, and we said Senator Johnson about what might happen in the US and how that can flow through to Australia. And I'm just wondering whether or not Tanya sees this as being, there's some hope over there amongst people that are doing the work in this front about what they're seeing coming out of the United States with the new administration and the appointment of Bobby Kennedy. I'm sorry if I missed anything that covered that just before, but I'm fascinated by the global pushback that I think is going to start to really manifest now.
Well, I believe so too, and that is information that we can use in our next inquiry. So I think it's great. Whatever is happening in America is going to filter down here. And the more people who are rising up and having the strength to speak out means that more will follow. I think that's a very vital thing. So I think it'll be good for us and for you.
Yeah, thanks, Tanya. Thanks, Malcolm.
Tanya, I've got a few questions as well. Winston Peters, now in our arranging of this for New Zealand First, when Winston Peters went out in front of a crowd and actually did something that politicians should do first up, listen. He used his ears to listen to the people, and he was shocked. Can you tell us about that, please?
Yes, well, look, he was he decided to go to the protest, which we had in February 2022, and people were saying, beg your pardon?
In Wellington, your capital?
In Wellington, in the capital, yes. So people started going there in early 2022, and it was a very peaceful protest. They just wanted to be heard. They were people who were mandated out of their jobs, like school teachers, health workers, people who were injured were going there. So it was very peaceful, and none of the parliamentarians wanted to go out and speak with them. Now, what I will say that came out in this phase one of the inquiry was that, in fact, in January 2022, the decision makers knew that transmission was not effective because Omicron was coming through. So they had that information, yet still no one went down and spoke to them. And some people who were part of the New Zealand First team were there in the crowd, and they said to Winston, you must come down because it's not what the mainstream media are reporting. They were reporting as if it was violent and this and that. And so he went down and he said, a part of him was going, felt a little bit, who am I going to see there? But he was pleasantly surprised. There were mums, business people, vaccinated, unvaccinated. It was very harmonious. And that was when he saw that the media weren't reporting the truth. And he was really attacked for going there. The Speaker of the House actually trespassed him for 2 years, and Winston fought that back very quickly and got that dropped. He was ridiculed for not wearing a mask. It was crazy. So good on him for being the only politician who actually went down there and saw what was really going on and listened. And he has not stopped listening. People then felt, this is a man we can trust. And he's built a team around him of people that can be trusted and are ready to listen. And that is where it all started. And once the election campaigning started in 2023, we were filling the halls around New Zealand everywhere. And this was one of the biggest issues. So, I'm really proud to be part of that team.
Thank you. Can we move on to your inquiry? Is it called a Royal Commission or is it just a Commission of Inquiry? Or
it is a Royal Commission. So the commissioners have been selected, and the submissions actually started last week, November the 29th. So the report was delivered on the 28th for phase 1, which was a surprise. We didn't think it was going to get delivered, but it was. And the 29th, the new submissions have started for the new inquiry, and it will go for a full year. That's what we campaigned on. We want a whole year for people to have the strength to submit, and the results will be delivered in February 2026.
Thank you. Can you go into the specific differences between the original first phase Royal Commission and your second phase Royal Commission that Winston Peters and your party got elevated into when they came into government? Can you tell us specifically the changes?
Sure. So, I'll tell you the big differences. The big difference was there was vaccine efficacy was actually excluded from the first one. And many people were very upset about that. They were also upset because they felt it was too narrow. And they felt, some of the media have in the last couple of weeks said, this was just something that Labor created to exonerate themselves with, and Winston said this is going to be a whitewash. So it was mild. But like I say, one surprising bit of information that came out was what I just mentioned to you about the fact that it was known in January 2022 about the lack of efficacy. So the new terms of inquiry are what we campaigned on, which was to include vaccines, to include the adverse reactions and the monitoring of it, the reporting, because we've got a system that was called the CALM system that changed in November 2022. So it's not as easy to get the data from it. So, and we know that it's really underreported as well. The vaccine safety, the procurement, and there was something else actually. Sorry, I may have said them all, but those are the big things. It's everything to do with the vaccine. And also another thing was the decisions around some of the testing, because there were private organisations that wanted to be able to bring in the RAT tests and things like that, but there were rules around that. So it's going to also look at the decisions around the procurement of those pieces of equipment, etc. It will also look at the lack of the social cohesion and how, it was divided. And, when you're told that you're another citizen, you can't go into this restaurant, you can't get a haircut, you can't do all that sort of thing. Families were split. It was around Christmas. My brothers couldn't say goodbye to their mother and father. My father died in August 2021, and my brothers were looking on Zoom as he lay there listless. He died with a stroke in my arms, and my mother died 8 months later. I could barely see her for that 8 months. And, I'm strong, but boy, that is something that I will never get over. And there are many people out there who are still suffering from grief. So I'm hoping that when they make their submissions, they will really tell their stories.
Thank you. Do you have the power under phase 2 to subpoena witnesses, subpoena documents?
Look, I can't answer that exactly, but I don't think so. I can get back to you on that. Yeah, I've got the documents here, but I don't believe so. I'll double check.
The first phase, we had 1 commissioner, is that correct?
No.
And the second phase has 3 commissioners?
We had 3. Many were not happy with the selection, though. They felt that they had too many conflicts of interest with the current government, with the existing government at the time. So that was one of during the submissions for the second phase, because we actually had public submissions for 6 weeks, that was one of the big issues that people said is we need more independent commissioners. So we now have 3, which I believe have 0 conflict of interest. I saw someone tweet that out the other day.
So they're different commissioners, the 3 commissioners have been changed?
I believe 1 is the same, but there are no conflict of interest. He's carried over on as the chairman of the second phase.
Okay, thank you. Is the topic of compensation public for public discussion at the moment? People who've been COVID injection injured, are they seeking compensation, and are you working towards getting them compensation? Because it's a very important thing for Senator Hanson and myself here in Australia, because these people some of them cannot work again, ever.
I know.
They've been crippled, physically crippled, mentally damaged. It's very, very harsh, and people pretend they don't exist. So we want compensation.
What we do have here in New Zealand is accident compensation, ACC, and they are paying out people who have been injured. I believe to date they've paid around 11.5 million. That is something I do know. They don't accept all, though. A lot of people haven't been accepted. So I get this information from someone who keeps up to date with this all the time. So that has been paid out in the last maybe 18 months to 2 years since the compensation began. But prior to that, payouts for vaccine injuries was only about 150 a year, 150,000 a year. So there has been a substantial increase in the amount that's being paid out. And this is all public knowledge.
Thank you. Could you tell us about the phase 1 findings which were recently released, and tell us again about, oh no, you've told us about that, that's fine. Could you tell us what the people are saying about it? And I understand that one of the primary findings was that lockdowns and mandates probably did go a bit too far and did affect social cohesion, divided the country.
Yes. And it's really good to see that has been released and that has been reported. And it's really good to see that some of the mainstream media are writing about it. There are a lot of articles and radio stations who have been saying that actually they went too far. And whilst it's probably a little bit of a whitewash in some of the language used in the report, I'm personally thrilled to hear that at least some of the people are now saying this was not okay. And some big media stations are saying that. So that is really, that I see as a plus. That may give others the strength to voice up what's going on for them.
Are you seeking an apology from the government on behalf of people who've been injured by the COVID injections? And can you tell us a bit more about the unresolved grief, I think was the word you used, people not able to say goodbye to loved ones? Because that is an absolute privilege and a right, and that's denied to people. There's, as you said, that grief just festers.
Yes, I will talk about that. Going back to the apology, that we'll see what comes out in phase 2. But meanwhile, when I meet with vaccine injured people, I myself say I'm really sorry. And I make sure that I give them the time for them to share their story with me, because I know that I'm a people's representative and it is my duty to serve all people, no matter who they are. And so if that's one thing I can do to help someone on their journey, then I will do that. With regards to the unresolved grief, I cannot tell you how many people I know who are struggling, and it may not manifest in obvious ways, but their addictions have gone over the roof. Overeating, over drinking, marriage problems, but a lot of that is just suppressed grief. You know, it may manifest in anger, but you know the saying, underneath all anger is sadness. And that is how a lot of people are expressing it, with just absolute rage. But if they were to stop and be silent for a while and go, what's really going on for me? It is that deep-rooted grief. And that is one emotion that we humans want to run from really quickly. But that is something that needs to be touched in order for to start dissipating. I took a lot of time off after my father died and after my mother died. I went quiet, and it was during that time I went, I'm definitely going to go into politics. I don't know how or when. At that time I wasn't even certain, but I went very into myself for a very long time to feel that grief, because you know, my brothers were never able to kiss their mother or father goodbye. There's thousands of people out there. They're never going to get that chance again. And they may live with that for the rest of their lives because they don't want to feel that pain. That alone is shameful. You know, being someone who sits with clients who are feeling grief, I know what needs to happen in order for someone to start living again after feeling extreme loss. So it has to happen.
One final little question from me. We moved a motion in the Senate that was adopted by the Senate to develop it, send to a committee to develop the terms of reference for a possible future Royal Commission. Those terms of reference were drafted, and they're very, very good. I understand that those terms of reference were presented possibly to you as to your party as part of developing your terms of reference. Could you just confirm that? Because we can't get a Royal Commission here. We've developed the terms of reference, but now you're using them. We're very happy if that's the case, but it's ironic.
Well, look, I'm not privy to whether those are the exact ones, but the Right Honourable Winston Peters and I did go on the steps of Parliament and accept something called the People's Petition, or the People's Terms, and it was put together by one of our wonderful radio stations here, Reality Check Radio. Had thousands of submissions, and it was put together by individuals, doctors, medical people, and it was their terms. So whether that was used in order to come to the final terms of reference, that I don't know, but what I do know is that it really made a big difference for them to be able to give it to us. I've got a copy of it myself. It's extraordinary, the work that they put in. It is what the people want, and ultimately that's what democracy is, right?
Thank you so much. Does any other Australian senator or member of parliament have a question for Tanya before she goes? We've got 2 minutes. Okay. Well, it
No, I
just
think
remains
it's
my
good to
pleasure
say
to
keep up the good work. That's what I would say, and it's great to have people on the other side of the ditch, as we say, doing some hard yards. So thank you, Tanya.
Oh, look, thank you as well. And it's good that we can unite in another way apart from a rugby field, right? So we're uniting in a big goal here.
Well, we're Anzacs, except when it comes to rugby, like you said, but watch out, the Wallabies are improving.
Oh, they are. Good for them.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tanya. Yeah. Yep. I now welcome Dr. Peter Parry. We are making this COVID under trial inquiry all about politics and the legalities and the court cases, but we need a quick summary and a reminder of what we know about COVID medically. We'll have other leading doctors talking about the politics and also the recent medical releases later on today. But for now, we want Dr. Peter Parry to give us a 15-minute summary of everything medical that we've learned in the last 4 years. Dr. Peter Parry graduated from medical school in 1983, served as a medical officer in the Royal Australian Navy, then worked as a GP before specialising in psychiatry. Maybe we could use him to understand what's going on in Parliament. He has a PhD and is an associate professor affiliated with the University of Queensland. His PhD research analysed internal pharmaceutical company documents and conflicts of interest between the pharmaceutical industry and medicine. Perfect. Peter is perfectly placed to analyse and assess responses to COVID from many aspects, medically, psychologically, as propaganda as well, and behaviourally. Since COVID's arrival, he has co-authored several peer-reviewed papers with specialists in virology, vaccinology, and other fields, including a literature review addressing iatrogenic aspects of the modified mRNA and viral vector DNA COVID-19 genetic vaccines. He'll speak about the medical literature, evidence that not all adverse event data was reported in the original Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca clinical trials, and pharmacovigilance, evidence of high rates of adverse events. He'll give us an informed overview of the COVID years, and always he'll rely on peer-reviewed scientific papers. A theme is already emerging: big pharma, fraud, and control killing of people. Over to you, Dr. Parry, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me, Senator Roberts and others. So my slides are now there, and I'm going to stick very much to my slides. I've got quite a few, and I will take 20 minutes. I apologise in advance, but I need to stick to the slides and the transcript. I'm going to speak about what's termed marketing-based medicine and its undermining effects upon evidence-based medicine and public health policy based on, for example, randomised control trials of novel modified messenger RNA gene code products. AHPRA issued a stern warning highlighted here in red at the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccines. But note the passage in green. What if one's, quote, best professional judgment and reading, quote, best available evidence indicated risks might outweigh benefits, at least for some patients? A year later, AHPRA clarified it was permissible to read the science and provide informed consent on adverse events and risk-benefit analyses. And quite rightly, statements need to be scientific and evidence-based. I'm a psychiatrist, so what gives me credence to speak on COVID vaccines? My doctoral research investigated a false diagnosis epidemic of bipolar disorder and iatrogenic harms in children. I found contributing factors were pharmaceutical company influence of academic centres, conferences, journals, US pediatrics child psychiatry organisations, along with media support and advertising to the public, groupthink, and narrow biomedical reductionism. My PhD involved large systematic literature reviews on a controversial topic. One reason I had to doubt a pharmaceutical company message of, quote, safe and effective is that during my PhD research, my co-author and I read over 400 documents from 6 pharmaceutical companies regarding psychiatric medications to arrive at the conclusion that marketing-based medicine dominates over evidence-based medicine. These documents were subpoenaed by courts during prosecutions of the companies and released in the public interest. I became especially concerned early in the vaccine rollout when 2 young work colleagues and a tradesman who was attending our property were all admitted to cardiac care following their AstraZeneca or Pfizer vaccines. And I've since come to know...
Dr. Parry?
Yeah.
Excuse me, could you adjust your mouthpiece? We're getting a fair bit of breath, yeah.
Okay, I hope, is that any better?
No, it's not.
What about that?
That seems to be better. No.
Okay. No? Do you want me to try?
Try that.
All right.
What we're getting is the breath out of your nose, so we're getting you loud and clear. Except
okay, I'll put it further down in that case, away from my nose.
Yeah.
Right. So what I just said was that, you know, there were 2 young work colleagues, and then there was this tradesman who was coming to our place, and all 3 were around the same time admitted to cardiac care after having the AstraZeneca or Pfizer vaccines. And I've since come to know of around 20 others with serious adverse events. The pharmaceutical industry has been fined $122 billion US dollars this century. J&J, 25 billion from 90 convictions, Pfizer, 11 billion from 105 convictions. Merck made the anti-inflammatory Vioxx that caused strokes and heart attacks at an estimated 16 per thousand, with 80 million prescribed it. But fines for felonies could be considered a cost of doing business, with industry revenues of over 20 trillion this century and Pfizer's record earnings of over 100 billion in 2022. This is an internal memo from Pfizer subpoenaed to one of the criminal trials. Pfizer-sponsored studies belong to Pfizer, not the researchers. Purpose of data is to support marketing of the product. The marketing profit motive won out in these documents, about 10,000 pages worth, wherever there was a conflict with medical or scientific ethics. And this was a big shock to me as I was reading through these 15 years ago. AstraZeneca email re a psychiatric drug. They had 4 trials with no good data, so to use their words, it was buried. All 4 trials were buried and they were considering burying a 5th. They, to use their words, cherry-picked data of less adverse effects compared to high doses of an old, cheaper, off-patent but actually more effective drug. The methodology was designed to make the old off-patent drug look bad. In the pandemic, there's been studies designed to fail for off-patent medications that could possibly have threatened the lucrative novel gene-based vaccines and new antivirals. The retraction of the hydroxychloroquine study in The Lancet occurred after 120 clinicians and researchers wrote The Lancet saying that most patients did not exist. Here is our literature review with 253 references from peer-reviewed papers and a few FOI-released Pfizer and regulatory agency documents. The SARS-CoV-2 spike protein is pathogenic, whether from virus or produced by vaccine-modified mRNA. And this is a critical point. After penning 3 densely referenced show cause letters to my employer why I should not be sacked for waiting for a non-mRNA COVID vaccine while I was on long service leave, I had an overview to work with my co-authors whose expertise covered virology, microbiology, molecular biology, vaccinology, cardiology, integrative medicine, and law. Currently, hundreds of medical clinicians and scientists are internationally networking on this topic. On the left, a graphic of the SARS-CoV-2 virus from our spikopathy paper. Red spikes are spike proteins. On the right, a graphic of virus vector DNA vaccines like AstraZeneca and modified mRNA vaccines like Pfizer and Moderna. Viruses infect our cells using the spike protein on ACE2 receptors to get inside where they replicate. These gene-based vaccines enter the cell via the adenovirus shell and deposit DNA, which makes mRNA, which makes spike proteins in the ribosomes, these blue things. And the modified mRNA is deposited into the cell via the lipid nanoparticle and then makes spike proteins in the ribosomes as well. And you can see the spike proteins coming out of the cell here where the white blood cells pick them up and create an immune response. Some key points we listed in our spikopathy literature review are that SARS-CoV-2 virus needs to be taken seriously. And so therefore highly safe and effective vaccines are central to combat infectious disease epidemics. SARS-CoV-2 spike protein is pathogenic, whether from the virus or from the gene codes in the vaccines. A biodistribution rodent study data showed that lipid nanoparticles carry the messenger RNA to all organs and cross the blood-brain and blood-placenta barriers. Lipid nanoparticles are inflammatory. The modification of mRNA with N1-methyl pseudouridine for increased stability leads to the production of spike proteins for months. It is uncertain how many cells and from which organs mRNA spike proteins are produced, and therefore the exact effective dose delivered per vaccine vial is unknown and varies from individual to individual. The long-term fate of the mRNA within the cells is currently unknown. The mRNA and adenovector DNA vaccines act, as we call them, synthetic viruses. And we basically finished our paper by saying and advocating a safer course is to use vaccines with well-tested recombinant protein, attenuated or inactivated virus technologies, of which there are now many for vaccinating against SARS-CoV-2. And some of these actually date from 2021. They have low numbers of pharmacovigilance adverse event reports compared to the novel gene therapy technologies. I personally waited for a protein-based spikogen vaccine by Adelaide-based Professor Nick Petrovsky's lab in a clinical trial. So this is not about anti-vax or pro-vax in terms of medical ethics. It is about benefits need to outweigh risks, and all medicinal products have to be evaluated by that same rubric for individual patients. So why gene therapy vaccine technology? Well, maybe marketing-based medicine might be the rationale. Bill Gates enthuses that, to quote him, making the mRNA marinade is really easy and really cheap. Dr. Robert Malone, who developed the original mRNA vaccine technology, says given the risks, it's only useful for attacking late-stage cancer. It is mystifying why this Australian vaccine of Professor Petrovsky's was not approved by our TGA, though it was by the Iranian FDA, where 8 million doses have been given because Synergen was an Iranian joint venture partner. The lipid nanoparticle capsule that carries the modified mRNA does not stay in the deltoid muscle as we were told. A Pfizer November 2020 rat biodistribution study ordered by the Japanese PMDA showed lipid nanoparticle travelling to all organs. And at 48 hours, it was still rising in some organs, such as the ovaries, as seen there in the far right column midway down. And a Freedom of Information request obtained this non-clinical evaluation report from the TGA that was dated January 2021, just at Australian launch of the Pfizer vaccine, suggesting the TGA, like the Japanese PMDA, were aware it did not stay in the arm. As described in our literature review, modification of the messenger RNA by replacing uracil with N1 methyl pseudouridine stopped the mRNA breaking down too quickly. But it works too well. Several studies found modified messenger RNA was still making spike proteins up to 60 days post-injection. A similar literature review to our sorry, I've skipped a slide there. I'll just go back. Yes, immunologists from the US and Costa Rica found persisting spike protein in white blood cells 15 months post-infection. The same group in a new preprint now find persisting modified RNA vaccine making spike proteins at 105 days. Both sets of patients had long COVID symptoms, or in the second group, what is sometimes called long vax. A similar literature review to our spikopathy paper has 448 references. The peer-reviewed literature is awash with scientific papers on spike protein harms, whether from virus or vaccine gene codes. Scholkman and May assert that if an official ICD diagnosis, and they suggest PCVS or post-COVID vaccination syndrome, is given, it will help doctors and medical researchers to recognise vaccine-induced pathology. This figure shows similarity between virus and genetic vaccine-induced pathological syndromes. This recent paper by two immunologists cites our spikopathy paper and makes many similar points. The immunologist authors noted evidence of tolerogenic responses from too many boosters. The immune system is being essentially overstimulated, especially with persistent spike protein production, leading to increased susceptibility to COVID, other infections, and cancers. This recent publication updates the knowledge about spikopathy. As she writes, the aim of this review is to provide explanations for many of the reported adverse reactions associated with spike-based COVID-19 vaccination. And the mechanism is spike protein receptor binding domain binding to ACE2 receptor dysregulates, sorry, that shouldn't have happened, dysregulates the renin-angiotensin aldosterone system with cardiovascular pathology, clots, inflammation of the blood vessel walls, hypertension, also pro-inflammatory and immunological adverse effects. We published another mechanism of action of spike proteins, which is they bind glycans on the surface of red blood cells, disrupting the negatively charged glycans that keep red blood cells apart and stop them clumping as they pass through small capillaries, etc. Interestingly, ivermectin and some other drugs bind spike protein to stop this. The paper on the left by two Italian pharmacologists was an early description of spikopathy, whether from virus or vaccine gene codes. On the right is a screenshot from a case series of autopsies showing mRNA-produced spike proteins accumulating in blood vessel walls. Dr. Peter Rhodes, a former hospital ICU director and small pharmaceutical company executive these days, and I have two peer-reviewed papers on pharmacovigilance aspects and the wider context of marketing-based medicine. We cite research that around 500 products have been recalled due to adverse events an average of 6 years after authorization, which shows regulators have let unsafe products onto the market and take a long time to withdraw them. That is simply a historical fact. Science journalist Marianne Damasi investigated funding sources and conflict of interest disclosures of drug regulators and published her findings in the British Medical Journal. People can look at that in more detail. Chief editors of major medical journals have openly described and lamented the corruption of academic research in medical journals, such as this by Richard Smith, 25 years editor at the BMJ. Medical journals are an extension of the marketing arm of pharmaceutical companies, which is a shocking title when you think about it. On the left, the Pfizer study in the New England Journal of Medicine, from whence the constantly repeated safe and 95% effective message. Based on the same study data on the official clinicaltrials.gov website, authors on the right came to an opposite conclusion. Excess risk of serious adverse events surpassed risk reduction for COVID-19 hospitalisation for both Pfizer and Moderna. One of the authors is Professor Peter Doshi, a senior editor at the BMJ. And Doshi, Fiona Godley, past chief editor, Cameron Abbasi, the current chief editor of the BMJ, have called for data transparency. They say we need the raw data on the COVID vaccine trials. This implies the New England Journal of Medicine papers cannot be taken at face value, and in their editorial they describe trust issues with the regulators. Internal Pfizer documents are coming to light. Public health and medical professionals for transparency obtained Pfizer vaccine trial documents from the FDA via a court-ordered FOI request. The FDA had asked for 75 years to release the hundreds of thousands of pages of data, despite analysing same pages within weeks to grant emergency use authorisation. The first major Pfizer document released was early post-authorisation adverse events data voluntarily notified to Pfizer from mid-December 2020 to the 28th of February 2021. There had been 1,223 reports of fatalities among 158,000 adverse events from 42,000 individuals. The public passive pharmacovigilance databases have been flashing red since early 2021 as well. This is CDC's VAERS data. The red bars are deaths reported per million doses. In other words, an apples with apples comparison of all these different vaccines with the COVID vaccines here on the far right. The blue bars are the total number of doses. The gene-based COVID vaccines have roughly 70 times the death reports as traditional antigen-based influenza vaccines there in the middle. The swine flu vaccine was market recalled after just 25 reported deaths, ending with 53 in total. Vioxx, the second from the bottom there, took 5 years to recall with 6,636 deaths reported to VAERS, which is an equivalent of VAERS. But there had been peer-reviewed research suggests 60,000 deaths in the US from Vioxx-induced heart attacks, and even more would have been from strokes. So these pharmacovigilance databases have an underreporting factor in the case of Vioxx for heart attacks of roughly 8-fold, but higher when you include strokes. And the COVID vaccines here have yet to be recalled. We have had over 1,000 deaths reported to the TGA's DAEN, 1,037 in fact. The TGA says only 14 can be attributed, 13 from AstraZeneca and 1 from Moderna, suggesting a nearly 99% over-reporting error. But this is the opposite of past pharmacovigilance historical research. Brianne Dressen suffered chronic inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy in the AstraZeneca clinical trial. She was excluded from the trial data despite AstraZeneca recognising the injury. And all 5 major Western COVID vaccines, including Pfizer, Moderna and AstraZeneca, were published in the New England Journal of Medicine. Here are 4 clinical trial subjects with severe permanent adverse events whose data is not in those papers, and it seems might have also been hidden from the FDA. Augusto Ru from the Pfizer trial site in Argentina, myocarditis and liver dysfunction, was excluded. A 12-year-old disabled by neurological damage for life, but described as psychosomatic abdominal pain in the New England Journal of Medicine. Catherine Olivia Tersenia suffered shoulder inflammation, multiple neurological problems, lymphadenopathy, and then terminal T-cell lymphoma after being in the Moderna clinical trial and was excluded from the data in the paper. From the FDA Pfizer documents, there is an inexplicable for randomized data, greater number of exclusions, 203, seen just down here, third from bottom, in the vaccine arm and 23 just across from it in the placebo arm at the time data was being collated for the New England Journal of Medicine paper. Augusto Roux claims he knows another Pfizer subject with cardiac symptoms was excluded, and Tessenina claims another Moderna subject with stroke was excluded. In light of the historical marketing-based medicine scandals, could other adverse events data be buried in these exclusions? The BMJ noted 3 staff whistleblowers on the Pfizer clinical trial reported irregularities, including unblinding of the study, so researchers knew who was getting vaccine versus placebo. Brianne Dressen started, along with severely vaccine-injured clinical academic Dr. Joel Walterskog, React19.org, which 2.5 years ago had collated 3,400 published medical journal studies and case reports of gene-based COVID vaccine adverse events. Dr. John B., an anonymous, highly published Californian physician who I've corresponded with, summarizes on his Twitter and Telegram hundreds of published papers and data of adverse events and the causative pathophysiology. Dr. Ronald Kostoff did a PubMed literature search and found over 12,000 published papers and case reports of COVID vaccine adverse events to January 2024. Analysing these papers, he found censorship and minimising bad news was common, presumably in order to get published. The harms were in the results, but the abstract and conclusions minimised these harms. And just yesterday, a library of key spikopathy papers has been published online. British cardiologist Dr. Aseem Malhotra notes research in the Journal of the American Heart Association predicted a 4-fold increase of cardiac death in the next 5 years in, and this is important, just very vulnerable heart patients based on inflammatory marker increase post the gene-based vaccines. He says cardiologist colleagues in the UK have similar data, but are terrified of reporting it because they would lose industry grants funding. Peer-reviewed Danish research might explain why many people, most people, had no reaction, while some got very sick or even died. The mRNA manufacturing process, the marinade, that is cheap and easy, might be why 4% of batches, the blue dots here, led to 70% of adverse event reports in Denmark, while 30% of batches, the yellow dots, had virtually 0 adverse event reports. And similar variability has now been published in peer-reviewed articles from Sweden, the Czech Republic, and the United States. The process to make modified mRNA in the Pfizer clinical trial was a PCR process that was more specific, and this was changed for mass production for billions of doses to use vats of E. coli with plasmid DNA coding for the modified messenger RNA. Now, 6 international labs report above safety standard DNA contamination of Pfizer and Moderna vials, which I believe the TGA is disputing. The study on the left of human tissue by molecular biology and genetics Professor Buchholz from the USA shows this plasmid DNA incorporating into human cells in Petri dishes, into the human cell DNA in the nucleus in a lab. The North Group is hundreds of concerned doctors, scientists and politicians, which is growing every day, lobbying for investigations into this contamination. Others speaking today will talk more about that. A large body of published research and medical opinion shows that marketing-based medicine produced past iatrogenic disasters, and it's not surprising that a rushed medicinal product mandated and urgently dispensed to billions of people is associated with large numbers of iatrogenic casualties. A 2014 Lancet review calculated the cost of marketing-based medicine is millions of lives lost and billions of healthcare funds wasted. Note Rifecoxib down here in the fourth from bottom. That is Vioxx, and they mention over here the 88,000 to 144,000 additional myocardial infarctions in the United States during the 5 years it was on the market. One FDA scientist, Dr. David Graham, blew the whistle on the Vioxx data the FDA had because he was in the FDA and could see the data. And this included 3 heart attacks that were not published in the New England Journal of Medicine Vioxx paper that claimed it was safe. He eventually published in the Lancet a paper that, along with his congressional testimony and the work of other doctors and researchers, prompted the FDA to withdraw Vioxx from the market. The FDA
Excuse me, Dr. Parry, we're at 24 minutes.
All right, I'm very sorry. But that's really almost the end. The bottom line is groupthink. There was the All Trials campaign, which was set up by the BMJ and others to fix this problem by getting to raw data, which we don't have as yet. And the pillars of medical ethics are eternal. And that's my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much for presenting that, Dr. Parry. That was meant to be a summary of what we know so far, and that was an excellent summary and lethal summary. What we're going to do now is I was going to dissolve the break and continue, but we need to do some adjustments technically, so we will have a break to keep people interested while the break's on in the live stream. We will be playing some videos, and then we'll be back as soon as possible with Dr. Ian Brighthope. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
Qantas CEO Vanessa Hudson recently declared no new airlines could survive in Australia. That was about Bonza. We've since seen Rex's demise, leaving two companies running three major airlines in a market worth $20 billion a year. One Nation believes free enterprise competition delivers the highest quality product for the lowest price to the most people. Competition best meets people's needs. In Australia, we do not have free enterprise competition. We have crony capitalism. These are not the same thing. They're enemies. Crony capitalism occurs when a cabal of companies acts together to capture production, manufacturing and delivery to provide the lowest quality product at the highest possible price. That arranged market domination inevitably lowers wages and transfers wealth from working Australians to crony capitalists. Anyone who shops in foreign-owned and controlled Coles or Woolies will have noticed everything is smaller, cheaper and doesn't work like it used to. That's crony capitalism at work. The world's largest wealth funds have bought out Australia and turned our once-loved companies into weapons of mass exploitation. Our corporate sector no longer serves us. Instead, we serve the corporate sector, including the forced purchase of fake medical products during COVID. One Nation believes government regulation, including airlines, banking and the medical field, does not protect the public against corporations. It protects the corporations against new competition and therefore against people, the people. High levels of regulation are barriers to entry to new players, allowing large corporations to thrive, while small local players like Rex are strangled and wiped out. Masses of regulations protect corporations with expensive lawyers against court cases. If you believe it's time to reduce regulation, reduce the presence of foreign corporations and governments in our economy, if you believe it's time to unleash real competition to solve the cost of living crisis and provide better choices, then welcome to the light. Welcome to One Nation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. One Nation strongly supports the COVID-19 Response Commission of Inquiry Bill 2024 that I've co-sponsored, proudly co-sponsored. To use the words of a former Prime Minister, it's time. It's time to accept our duties to the Australian people, not to ourselves and our colleagues. It's time for courage and for truth. My Senate office held the first inquiry into COVID and response measures, called COVID Under Question, on 23rd of March 2022. Another was held, our second, on the 17th of August of the same year. Witnesses included Australian and international experts on health and relatives of people that the COVID injections killed or maimed. All aspects of Australia's COVID response were questioned. Several political parties have participated, making it a true non-partisan, cross-party inquiry. Because of the 2 full days of testimony at these inquiries, my decision-making has been better informed ever since. And that's what a senator must do, inform ourselves. The increasing interest from mainstream media in reporting the harm our COVID measures have caused indicates time is running out for those engaging in a cover-up. The public remains deeply dissatisfied and concerned, gravely concerned about government's COVID response, state and federal. The people have many questions to be answered before trust can be restored in federal and state governments, politicians, health departments and agencies, medical professionals, medical professions, media and pharmaceutical company. I find it surprising our health bureaucrats and politicians oppose a judicial inquiry into COVID. To listen to their responses in Senate estimates hearings over the last 4 years, it's clear they do not want to admit to a single mistake. In fact, their answers suggest they consider their performance as being exemplary, worthy of medals and parades. The United Kingdom even called upon the whole country to stand every Thursday evening on their front doorsteps and applaud their health professionals. Can you believe that? The inventor of the Moderna vaccine was given a stage-managed standing ovation at Wimbledon. Certainly, Big Pharma thought so highly of the head of the TGA, our TGA, Therapeutic Goods Administration, that Professor Skerritt, they offered him a thank-you job on the board of Medicines Australia, which, despite the grandiose name, is the main pharmaceutical industry lobby group. Heady days indeed. Those days are over. That's it. To those in this place fighting a rearguard action against the tidal wave of knowledge and accountability, it must be now clear to you the battle is lost. Public anger is not going away. It's here to stay until you restore trust. Trust in the medical profession is lower than at any time I can recall, and I fear where that will lead if not corrected. Every new unexplained death, every new heartbreak increases public realisation of what was done to the people, our people in Australia. Despite statistical sleight of hand, excess deaths are not falling. The genetic time bomb of mRNA vaccines is still ticking. More people are dying and more will die. The failure of our regulatory authorities to protect us is a crime. Approving a novel vaccine that killed people is a crime, homicide. Banning existing products that had proven efficacy and safety in order to drive sales of the so-called vaccine is a crime. And finally, covering up this corrupt process is a crime. Those who approved the vaccine knew, or rightly should have known, it was a gene therapy of a type which has failed a generation of safety testing. Five United States, Texas, Utah, Kansas, Mississippi and Louisiana, are currently suing Pfizer for knowingly concealing vaccine-caused myocarditis, pericarditis, failed pregnancies and deaths. The complaints allege Pfizer falsely claimed that its vaccine retained high efficacy against variants, despite knowing the reverse to be true. Protection dropped quickly over time and did not protect against new variants. Marketing the vaccine as safe and effective despite its known risks is a violation of consumer law in these 5 states. The lawsuit alleges Pfizer engaged in censorship with social media companies to silence people criticising its safety and efficacy claims, proof of which has been public knowledge since Elon Musk released the Twitter files in December 2022. The lawsuit charges civil conspiracy between Pfizer, the US Department of Health and Human Services, and others, quote, this is the quote, to willfully conceal, suppress or omit facts, material facts relating to Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine. Under America's PrEP Act, Pfizer has indemnity for injuries. That indemnity is invalidated through making false and misleading claims. The reason this relates to Australia and to Australians is because our contract with Pfizer, which provided indemnity against injury, can be negated through Pfizer's misconduct. And misconduct there was, as I'm sure this Commission of Inquiry will discover. To taxpayers wondering why the expense of this inquiry is needed, here's a thought. If we have a chance to move the cost of vaccine harm from the taxpayer to the perpetrator, we must take that opportunity. The guilty should pay. Taxpayers should not pay. The grand jury evidence gathered to prepare the United States court case from 5 states that I mentioned earlier applies to Australia as well. It makes horrifying reading. 1. Pfizer's chairman and CEO, Dr. Buller, a veterinarian, not a doctor, declined government funding in order to prevent the government's ability to oversee the vaccine development, testing and manufacture. That's not something one does with a safe and properly made Testing 1, 2, 3. 2. Pfizer's independence from Operation Warp Speed allowed it to demand a tailor-made contract that did not include the normal clauses protecting taxpayers' interests. 3. The investigation found Pfizer willfully concealed, suppressed and omitted safety and efficacy data relating to its COVID-19 vaccine and kept hidden through confidentiality agreements. Fourth, Pfizer had a written agreement with the United States government that Pfizer had to approve any messaging around the vaccine. I suspect the inquiry will find the same arrangement applied in Australia. In effect, Pfizer told our regulators what to say about their product. 5. Pfizer used an extended study timeline to conceal critical data relating to the safety and effectiveness of its COVID-19 vaccine. The study timeline was repeatedly pushed out to avoid revealing the results of the clinical trials until after billions of doses had been given. I'll say that again. To avoid revealing the results of the clinical trials until after billions of doses had been given. Instead, Pfizer submitted a Hollywood version of the safety trials which showed efficacy and safety that their real trials did not, and their health authorities bought it. Our health authorities bought it, state and federal. Seventh, we're 3 years into COVID and scientists still can't review Pfizer's COVID-19 raw trial data. 8. So when Professor Skerritt said in Senate estimates hearings that the TGA, the Therapeutic Goods Administration, his Therapeutic Goods Administration, had analysed all of the trial data, that was a lie. They used Pfizer's special data. 9. Pfizer kept its COVID-19 vaccine's true effects hidden through destroying the trial control group, invalidating the whole study. This was not gold standard research. This was dangerous and fraudulent behaviour. 10. Pfizer rigged the trial through excluding individuals who had been diagnosed with COVID-19, who were immunocompromised, pregnant or breastfeeding, or who were simply unwell. Why did the TGA claim the vaccine was safe for these very people when the vaccine was not tested on these people? 11. The statement that the vaccine worked even if you already had COVID is therefore a lie. Yet that lie was used to expand the market and more money. 12. Pfizer maintained its own secret adverse events database, which was obtained in court process and showed in the first 3 months of the rollout 158,893 adverse events resulted, including 1,223 deaths. 13. Pfizer was receiving so many adverse event reports that it had to hire 600 additional full-time staff, 600 extra people to monitor the adverse event reports. 14. And finally, while Pfizer tested its COVID-19 vaccine on healthy individuals in 2020, Pfizer and its partner BioNTech quietly tested its COVID-19 vaccine on pregnant rats. Test rats produced fetuses with severe soft tissue and skeletal malformations, failed to become pregnant, and failed to implant embryos at more than double the control group rate. Amongst other side effects, some rats lost their entire litter. Pfizer did not issue a press release announcing the rat fertility study's findings, and when asked, lied about the outcome. And I can't help but think about women, humans, suffering as a result of this. We know that. The United States is achieving what Australia is not: rigorous inquiry and testing of the law. What are you afraid of? In Australia, this is behaviour which, under normal circumstances, would already have resulted in the commission of inquiry. Our delay in calling that inquiry damns us. Other nations are now ahead of us. South Korea has produced a study which analysed 4.3 million individuals, 4.3 million, comparing the rates of various new medical conditions in vaccinated versus unvaccinated groups over 3 months. The study revealed that the vaccinated experienced a 138% increase in mild cognitive impairment, a 93% increase in sleep disorders, a 23% rise in Alzheimer's disease, a 44% rise in anxiety and related disorders, a 68% rise in depression. In Australia, following my questions to the Institute of Health and Welfare, at the inquiry into excess mortality in Australia. Evidence was presented that the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare could have done this same research. It chose not to. Our health authorities are not conducting this research because they don't want to know the answer. They want to hide from the truth, hide from the homicide that's been caused in this country. I ask the Senate to pass this bill so we can get the answers ourselves, which is, as senators, our sworn duty.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Well, we're back. I hope you had a good break. We did some maintenance and changed a couple of adjustments, so that's fine now. Now we're going to go on to someone who's well known in Australia, Professor Ian Brighthope, sorry. He has an agricultural science degree, then he got his medical degree and a Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery. He has a holistic approach to medicines, nutrition, exercise, lifestyle, chemicals, how to treat chemicals. Many varied treatments, he's pioneered some of them. He tailors his prescriptions to people's actual needs. He founded the Australian College of Nutritional and Environmental Medicine. As president of the Australian College of Nutritional and Environmental Medicine, Professor Brighthope pioneered the first postgraduate medical course in nutrition in Australia and remained on the faculty as one of its principal lecturers from 1980 until 2007. In August 2007, he was awarded the inaugural Australian College of Nutritional and Environmental Medicine Award in recognition of more than 25 years of outstanding service in the field of nutritional and environmental medicine, including 25 years as founding president of the college. In December 2015, he appeared in a chapter of a groundbreaking book launched by the Australian Federal Treasurer titled 50 Unsung Business Heroes. My wife, Christine, describes Professor Brighthope as a Renaissance man. He covers just about everything. But the best summary of all is I'm going to invite you to guess his age. Professor Brighthope, welcome. Oh, you don't have Professor Brighthope? Break for 1 minute and we'll be back. Over to you, Professor Brighthope, and thank you for being here. I'd like to invite you to give a short 10-minute statement. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Ian? I don't think yeah, that's Russell Prof then. Back again. Am I on?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're back. This time, can you hear us, Professor Brighthope?
Yes, I can. Thanks, Malcolm.
Over to you.
Can you hear me?
You know yourself, so I'm not going to give the introduction again. Over to you for
Okay.
a 10-minute opening statement.
Start now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you, Senators, for inviting me to speak with you today. It's a great honour. I'd like to give everybody a little bit of my background. My name is Ian Brighthope. I have qualifications in agricultural science, medicine, surgery, nutritional medicine, environmental medicine, herbal medicine, and experience in all those areas. Some time ago, in 1978, 79, 4 years or 5 years after I graduated in medicine, and graduated in medicine not happy with the way I'd been trained, because I was trained to think and act in terms of disease only and not in terms of healthcare and making people healthy, as we do with animals and pastures and crops when we are looking at productive animals. So I was very disappointed in my training in medicine, and I decided to do something else, and that something else was nutrition. And nutritional medicine became my strength in clinical practice. We started an organisation called the Australasian College of Nutritional and Environmental Medicine back in 1982. It started in 1978, but it became an official college in 1982. And that college has been training doctors in nutritional and environmental medicine, including herbal medicine, for the last 42 years, and been awarding fellowships, postgraduate fellowships to doctors who are specialists and experts in these areas. And please let me tell you, everybody, that every doctor should graduate with an understanding and knowledge and some experience in the use of nutrients and nutrition and plant medicine, for that matter, so that they will give their patients the opportunity to get healthy before they start operating or giving chemotherapy or even prescribing things like antibiotics. So my thoughts back then are the same as my thoughts now. We should be doing something like that, because we have gone through nearly 5 years of hell with this so-called virus, SARS-CoV-2, and the so-called pandemic, which should never have been described as a pandemic. And of course, the damage being done by the lockdowns, stopping kids going to school, the masking, the social distancing, all the plastic around the place, and more importantly now, the adverse effects from the vaccines, the so-called gene therapy vaccine. But let me go back to some of the issues that I've faced since I graduated. Some of them have been the issues around trying to change the way doctors practice medicine. And I've gone and set up this College of Nutritional and Environmental Medicine. It's never been recognised by government. It's never been subsidised by government. And we do it all on our own. And in fact, the medical boards and AHPRA, the Health Regulatory Authority that regulates healthcare professionals, actually attack doctors who are doing this sort of work and discourage them from making people healthy and treating disease in a way that is not orthodox. And it goes all the way through to not only the government, but agencies as well. The agencies like AHPRA and medical boards, they attack and they attack and they attack unfairly because these doctors are doctors who are not constantly prescribing drugs. And of course, we have a system in this country, a medical care system, which is the best in the world when it comes to acute interventive medicine. But, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to chronic disease and infectious disease, we are dismal babies. I mean, we overprescribe antibiotics and we wonder why we've got antibiotic-resistant bacteria that are difficult to treat. We wonder why we have sick children who've been over-injected with things like aluminium right from the day one when they were in the hepatitis vaccine. Aluminium is a toxic substance. And sure, you can ingest aluminium and it's not going to poison you, but when you inject it, it's a totally different thing. And one-day-old babies are getting injected with aluminium. This, to me, is a biological insult, and it causes biological disruption. And don't just think about the immune system, we just have to think about every cell in the body being adversely affected. So coming back to the regulators, they actually push doctors to prescribe more and more drugs and more medicines. And they do that because they are basically paid by the drug industry, by the big pharma industry. And big pharma has become our major enemy, and we have to do something about it. I'll go back to my experience with the Pan Pharmaceuticals recall. When Pan Pharmaceuticals was shut down by the TGA, 1,600 different products were taken off the shelf. And for those of you who remember it, it was a disaster. And the government at the time actually tried to destroy the complementary medicines industry. And it looked like they had been successful because Pan Pharmaceuticals was the largest victor. Pan Pharmaceuticals and those who were damaged took action against the government, and hundreds of millions of dollars had to be paid out because of the government's misfeasance, if you like. I could go on about medical boards and how they try to stop doctors from telling people that drugs are dangerous. And in fact, during COVID, the doctors were told by AHPRA and the boards that you do not criticise the vaccine, you give the vaccine, and the other thing is, most importantly, the breach of human rights. That is, we have human rights in terms of health sovereignty, and that's injected into our body. Those rights were completely abused. We were not told about harmful effects of that vaccine. We were not allowed to be told about it. So basically, informed free consent, and refusal. So informed refusal is something also is a very important part of the ethics of medicine. That went out the window with the COVID vaccine. A disgrace, an absolute disgrace. Let me also talk about corporate medicine. I can't believe that we just take from the drug companies that these drugs are going to fix us up. Look at the statins, for example, and the antibiotics. I mean, we don't need statins if we're going to prevent heart disease. All we need to do is change our diet just a little bit, an extra couple of pieces of fruit and vegetables every day, avoid the seed oil, and go for a walk or get a bit of mild exercise, minor exercise. We don't need these drugs to so-called lower cholesterol, which they basically don't work for the majority of people. The chronic illness problem we have in the country also needs to be addressed. And I think we don't manage chronic illness at all very well. Most chronic illness can be prevented. Most chronic illness, like heart disease, diabetes, including cancers, can be prevented by lifestyle changes. Do we do that in our system? No, I'm afraid we don't. We have also not just an epidemic, but a pandemic of obesity in the Western world. And obesity is a consequence of poor management, our own health management and the management by my profession. And I think we've got to try and do something about the obesity pandemic, because obesity is associated with over 20 different conditions and diseases, including hypertension and stroke and cardiac failure, etc. also some cancers as well. As a consequence of the last 4 or 5 years, with the lockdowns and the poor management of people's chronic conditions, and also the over-injection of these vaccines, we are seeing people suffering from a shortened life expectancy. And that is a very sad thing for most people. We don't want to see people dying prematurely, but I think we'll be seeing more and more people dying prematurely. At the beginning of the pandemic, I knew that something was wrong. I knew that something was wrong when Scott Morrison, the Prime Minister, Greg Hunt, the Health Minister, Brendan Murphy, the Chief Medical Officer, the President of the AMA, the President of the RACGP, the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners. None of these people wanted to know about one way of ending the pandemic. And that way of ending the pandemic was basically getting some sunshine and raising up our vitamin D levels. Scientific medicine, not ordinary medicine, but not ordinary evidence-based medicine, but scientific medicine, where we look at the other journals, not the medical journals. We know that these nutrients, such as vitamin D, actually protect us against viruses like coronaviruses, cold viruses and flu viruses. We've known that for a very long time. Yet the authorities refused to actually look at helping people get through this pandemic by making sure their vitamin D levels were above a certain level, 150, 125 nanomoles per litre. That would have allowed us to get through the pandemic free of lockdowns. We would have been through the pandemic in 6 to 8 weeks, according to my colleagues and according to my own calculations. Yet we are so hung up on vaccines that was the only way out of the pandemic. You never take a population of people or an individual into a pandemic or epidemic of flu or any other infection for that matter who are nutritionally deficient, and especially with respect to vitamin D. So evidence-based medicine is fine, but evidence-based healthcare is another thing. And that's something that we need to consider for the future, because that's where I see us heading and saving money in terms of the future healthcare system. And it looks like the US are going to be looking towards a different healthcare system, looking at big food, big pharma, and corporate medicine, and making some radical changes. And there's already some moves in the US with regard to the World Health Organization. It is an organization that, in my opinion, should be disbanded and a new organization created, because I don't think it can be reformed. I think it's so toxic and so conflicted that the people who have been involved with the World Health Organization should be held accountable, as our leaders here should be held accountable for this disaster that has been the pandemic. So my ideas about future healthcare are that we set up models a long time ago in terms of integrative medicine clinics. Patients coming out of hospital, instead of just going home, they are seen by an integrated healthcare professional who actually gives them some advice as to how to prevent their disease from progressing and preventing them from going back into hospital. And this can be easily done. There are models like that. There are already clinics like that set up in Australia. And there's also the National Institute of Integrative Medicine, which is an ideal model for both training, education, and research. So I think I'll leave it at that and open it up to questions if you like, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Brighthope. I'll switch to Nick, please.
Thanks, Raphael, and thanks, Professor. I've watched your work from afar in recent times with some interest. And in fact, I was watching a podcast with Dr. Mark Hyman and Tucker Carlson over the weekend, or just recently, when he was discussing some of the same things that you've been discussing forever and a day, but just have refreshed us on now the background to how this happened in the United States and how health became corporatized, I suppose, and agriculture as well, is fascinating. And I think we are on the verge of hopefully a new way in the United States, which will trickle through to Australia. But I'm interested in your synopsis, and I apologise for trying to get you to condense decades, 50 or so years worth of background into a small response. But in your mind, I guess, is the problem in Australia with health, has it ballooned to the position that the United States have had? And if so, What's the cause for this reliance on pharmaceuticals over simple things like diet and exercise and simple supplementation? And how has it come to the point where we're so, pharmaceutical focused in this country?
Thanks. Can I call you Alex?
Yes, you certainly can.
Thanks, Alex. I think it's got to do with what goes on up here in the mind of people, and it really is an attitude to our sovereignty. Sovereignty. It's an attitude towards our health. We are always fearful of getting sick, and therefore we rely on the doctor, who sometimes has been held up as a god for curing our illnesses, and that was so in the early days. But it's been a change in attitude towards self-care and responsibility for our own health. And that attitude, I think, does need to change, and that changes with education. It changes with education right from the beginning when children go to school, but even more before that when they're at home with their parents. And so I think we have to educate as many of the population as possible that we don't have to necessarily get sick, that we can look after ourselves, that there are some things that we can do. We don't have to go and see the doctor, but if something progresses, then of course we go to see the doctor. And I think also back in the 1920s and 1930s, when medicine was being studied more in detail, and there were financial interests in the medical schools started taking funds from the oil barons and from other sources. And they were promised the money for research. And the money for research, of course, goes into the research of chemicals that alter our physiology. So, and at that stage, some of the most valuable medicines and some of the plant medicines that we've always used and used up until the late 1930s, even in Melbourne, in Australia, things like the tincture of opium, the tincture of cocaine, the tincture of cannabis, and tinctures of medicinal mushrooms as well. These were all used, and they are safe, they are effective, and if they're used properly, they're not addictive. Yes, certainly tincture of opium can be addictive, but if it's prescribed in responsible manner, it is it's far safer than the synthetic opiates. In fact, we had pharmacies in my area, in Camberwell in Melbourne, that actually dispensed these things up until the United Nations said no. Cannabis is a class 1 drug. It's a toxic drug. It's a very dangerous narcotic. Well, it's not. The cannabis oil is, as most people in Australia now feel, it's being taken on a regular basis, and it's replacing so many drugs. Painkillers, opiates, antidepressants, tranquilizers, drugs for sleeping, drugs for spasm. This is a revolution, and it's happening now. And people are starting, Alex, to ask questions about their health more and more. We've got to move away from the control by the powers that be and the marketing arms of the pharmaceutical industry. And they've become very sophisticated, very wealthy, and very powerful. My training in medicine, because I've done ag science and looked after animals, done some animal nutrition research. When I went through medicine, I found standing by the bedside and the professor saying, "Don't worry about this patient's diet. We're treating the cancer in the bed." That really put me off, because I could see a patient in bed virtually being malnourished from what they were being fed: ice cream and jelly and intravenous sodium chloride and glucose. And it was a shock I mean, I would be treating my animals better than that. And the attitude was unbelievable. You don't worry about the state of nutrition. We're treating the cancer in the bed. And I said to myself, I'm going to be a different doctor to that. And I think there are a lot of good doctors now who are wanting to be better, but they find it very, very difficult because of the environment. So we've been captured. Health was hijacked by medicine, and medicine was hijacked by Big Pharma. And that goes back a long, long time.
And just as a follow-up to that, I mean, if we are now in a situation where that capture is real, I think COVID was probably the light bulb moment for many of us as to how far things have progressed down that there is a pill or a pharmaceutical to fix every problem, awakening, if you like. Often these things are complicated. You talk about education. It's a very long tail approach and very important, of course, so that people are understanding that there are other ways. But there's often in politics and in government, a sort of I wouldn't say a magic bullet or a one-stop fix, but there's often one decisive thing that can be done, from a regulatory point of view or from a governmental point of view, which does a lot of the heavy lifting so that you can concentrate on the minor stuff as well. Is there anything in your mind that would, if you were coming into, a position of power like someone like Bobby Kennedy is, or someone in Australia could do, that would have the most impact in terms of rearranging this? Is it kind of the remodeling the regulatory system? Is it just education, or what's the one thing you think that makes a difference in fixing this?
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, look, I joined the Liberal Party a long time ago to try and make change, and used to attend a lot of the private dinners and talk to the ministers about what should be done, what could be done, and they were very interested in what I was talking about, but nothing really ever happened. And my college kept on teaching, and the politics kept on going the way it is. I think that Bobby Kennedy's doing the right thing by looking at those three aspects: the aspects of corruption, big pharma, and big food. I think simple things could be done at primary care level, at the GP level, such as making sure, for example, educating people about vitamin D. Because if you can raise your vitamin D levels, you actually don't just prevent people getting flu and COVID and all of these other diseases, but you can actually prevent them aging. You actually slow down the rate of aging. You can reduce the risk of cancers, such as breast cancer and prostate cancer. You can reduce the risk of Alzheimer's disease. And we know we can do this. And we do it in practice. Vitamin D is just one example of a simple approach. Unfortunately, during COVID, the RACGP came out with a statement. I don't know where it came from, but I know the RACGP is captured by the vaccine industries. They came out with a statement that it's not necessary to test vitamin D. Unbelievable, especially when everybody had been locked down and inside, and their vitamin D levels probably rock bottom. We tried to get into some of the nursing homes to measure their vitamin D levels and supplement if necessary. Most of them, if not all, would be very, very low with vitamin D. But the medical authorities in those organisations said no. I find this a crying shame, because another one is, for example, zinc can actually prevent infection as well. And zinc is good for your immune system. We've known that for such a long time. It's good for your brain. It's good for your mood. It's good for your prostate. It's good for your hormones. Zinc is deficient in our foods because we refine it out of our flour. We eat white flour, and 99% of the zinc is thrown out or given to animals in terms of what's left over, the wheat germ and the bran after we've milled the flour. Intravenous vitamin C. This morning, I just got a call from one of my nursing colleagues who actually goes to people's homes to give them intravenous nutrients to stop them getting sicker and going to hospital. And she called me about a patient in one of the hospitals. I won't say where it is. And the family are pleading for the patient to have some high-dose intravenous vitamin C, because we know we can actually prevent them going into intensive care, or if they're in intensive care in sepsis, we can give high-dose intravenous vitamin C and they're better in an hour or two. Yet the doctors are so blind to this. I mean, I'm taking an opportunity to push my barrow here. They're so blind to it, they would prefer to let somebody die on a ventilator than actually give them some intravenous vitamin C, which is what we do, we have done. And my colleagues like Paul Marrick and co in the US have discovered that intravenous vitamin C is extremely valuable in intensive care. But here, in fact, the intensive care organisation, the College of Intensive Care Specialists here, I wrote to them during COVID. I said, anybody who comes into hospital who is septic or pre-septic, give them the high-dose intravenous vitamin C and they won't end up in intensive care. But no, what they do, put them in intensive care, give them some morphine and midazolam, they get sicker, they end up on a ventilator and they die. To me, that is malpractice. To me, that is negligence. And I'll keep on saying it until I die. The day I die, Alex, high-dose intravenous vitamin C has saved so many lives and has actually prevented people going into the hospital. And that was one of my models with regard to seriously ill patients. And it should be a routine. And I don't know where I've got to on this conversation. Now I think I've gone off the track a bit, but you better pull me back.
No, it's very interesting, and I look forward to hearing some more. Thanks, Malcolm.
Thank you, Senator Andy. Over to you, Senator Hanson.
Yeah. Hello, Professor Brighthope. We've never met, but I remember getting those messages from you during that horrid time in the early 20s about the COVID, and thank you for your information. And even then you were telling me, take vitamin D and take zinc and vitamin C. So you haven't changed your tune at all in that period of time, and you're very adamant about it. About the fact about ivermectin. Why did the government take it off the prescription of people getting ivermectin when my understanding is it's never killed anyone in the world in the time it's been around? Why were they so intent on taking it off the prescription when doctors weren't allowed to prescribe it?
I think the reason was if the ivermectin drug, billions of doses have been given to the African population to prevent river blindness and elephantitis. I think it was stopped by the TGA because it would have been successful in treating COVID, preventing COVID, and therefore there would have been no need for the vaccines. And if there were no need for the vaccines, then the vaccine companies would have been very upset because there were, I think, contracts signed between the government and the vaccine manufacturers. And I do believe, I've seen evidence from another country that the vaccines would be preferential therapies and preventative therapies and nothing else to compete. Because if there was a competing medicine, they wouldn't have got the emergency use authorization as they had. So I think if we had used CD and zinc, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and maybe some other repurposed medicines, we would have been out of it in 2 or 3 months. And most people would have had natural immunity, Pauline. Natural immunity is profound, it's long lasting. We have an immune system with a memory for coronaviruses. And all the variants that came on after that, if they did, we would have been able to handle them. It beggars belief that we had something so valuable, so cheap and available that when a doctor prescribed ivermectin, they were suspended.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Those people that have the COVID jabs, whether it's 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, and I met a fellow the other day, he had 6. So anyway, some people are still having these COVID jabs out there. Those people that have had it, that are tuned in now, will they have that vaccine in their body for the rest of their life, or will it dissipate and eventually, leave their system?
I don't know the exact answer to that. However, what I do know is that the vaccines do contain not just RNA, but DNA. DNA from the bacteria that was used to manufacture the RNA. And that residual rogue DNA in the injections was also wrapped up in the lipid nanoparticle. And we know that the lipid nanoparticle took that vaccine, not just in the deltoid muscle, but to every organ in the body. And we've heard about that from others earlier today. So it takes the lipid nanoparticle will take the DNA inside the people's cells. And once inside the cell, that DNA can be released. And it doesn't take much for the DNA to cross into the nucleus of our cells. And I'm talking about every cell in our body is potentially going to receive some of this DNA. If it moves into the nucleus of the cell, then the chromosomes inside the nucleus, which hold our genes, they break open from time to time. Inside the nucleus of the cell, the DNA, the foreign rogue DNA, may insert itself into the living being. We know it does in the test tube. We know that the DNA goes into the cell's nucleus and it inserts itself into the DNA. I suspect that it is doing it in a living human, and I suspect it because we are seeing very abnormal presentations of some patients, abnormal presentations of illnesses. And whether it's due to a genetic effect or an epigenetic effect, it could be an epigenetic effect, which basically means the RNA is producing proteins, and those proteins inside the cell, if parts of those proteins end up or inside the nucleus, it can have an epigenetic effect and cause bizarre presentations as well. Now, this is all theory, but we're seeing these bizarre presentations. We're seeing, I think I mentioned the unusual presentations that my colleagues and I are seeing around the world, where somebody presents with a bowel cancer, but it's not just one bowel cancer. There's two different genetic cancers inside the one patient's bowel. Another presentation of a woman with breast cancer. In one breast, she had one genetic cancer, and in the other breast, she had two different genetic cancers. So she had three different breast cancers. Now, this is bizarre, and I think we are at a point in time when we do really need to start researching this and looking at what we can do to prevent. And I'm not talking about using mRNA or any technologies like that to actually prevent these diseases, because we've done so much damage with the mRNA vaccines. I think we've got to look at the lifestyle things. We've got to look at what we're eating. We've got to look at the nutraceuticals that have a genetic effect or an epigenetic effect. We know that what we eat does have an effect on our genes. From a very simple perspective, you might have diabetes in your family and the diabetic tendency in your family. But if you look after your diet and your exercise, you won't necessarily end up with diabetes, because you're feeding your genes right, if you like. I mean, the microenvironment of our cells is so critical. And I'm fearful that this mRNA will establish itself permanently in some people. If the DNA goes into the nucleus of the cell and becomes incorporated in our own DNA, then it's going to be there for good, and it's probably going to be passed on to the next generation, unfortunately.
Can you very much into nutrition and activity and keeping yourself healthy? Those people that are listening now who may be concerned about what you've just expressed, is there anything that they can do immediately? You know, should they then start taking vitamin D and zinc? Because I've read that 80% of the world's population lack vitamin D, and people who are actually dark skinned don't absorb, because you get vitamin D from the sun, but 80% of the world is lacking vitamin D, and people with dark skin don't absorb vitamin D as easily as what people with white skin. So what should people do to try and help themselves if they've got concerns?
I think, it's important to have a look at your overall lifestyle and try to reduce stress as much as possible, because that's one of the worst things we have. Getting out and going for a walk, exercise is probably the best way of preventing nearly every disease. And even just going out for a walk or going on a little bike ride or being active, but at least half an hour every day, and getting out in the sunshine and exposing your arms and your face and as much of your legs as possible. And if it's winter and you can't do that, well, you of course need to take some vitamin D. But I think that they are very, very important and simple things to do. And I would like the RACGP to change its mind about doing vitamin D tests. They said it's too expensive to test everybody. It's far cheaper to test everybody, give them some vitamin D, than lock them down and wait for expensive vaccines. The other thing is your diet, what you're eating. Now, if you vary the diet as much as possible, meat, fish, poultry, eggs, vegetables, fruits, nuts, seeds, grains, as much of that as possible. And unfortunately, what we have done is impoverished every very many people in this country by wasting money on stupid projects, in particular, knocking down the country and the vaccines. Hundreds of billions of dollars of money wasted. We should be more wealthy than what we are, and individuals should be able to afford good food and not the fast food, junk food that is so cheap and nasty. So even if you just increase your intake of some fruits and vegetables by 2 fruits or vegetables a day, and a handful of nuts, you are actually improving your state of nourishment enormously. Making sure your bowels are moving regularly, making sure that you take some time out, read a book or relax or meditate or do something that you enjoy doing. And I come back to stress management, which is very, very important. There are some very simple mixtures that I say to people: if you are unhealthy and you're sick and there's something not quite right, then there are some natural anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer, anti-spasmodic substances in your pantry. Things like curcumin, ginger, garlic, raw organic honey. Mix them up. These are compounds that help your gut bacteria. They help to reduce the inflammation in your system if you've got an inflammatory disorder. And some of these substances, like curcumin, for example, curcumin and vitamin D, are anti-carcinogenic. So even if you have a cancer, it's worthwhile doing something like this because it helps everything else to work better. But a little bit of a walk, or lift some weights, or just even it doesn't really matter. Just moving is good for you.
Yeah.
Sitting at the desk is just as bad as smoking 20 cigarettes a day.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Brighthope. I've got about 3 minutes. When we had a discussion and leading up to this, and I invited you to be a witness, we had a discussion. Can I just try something? A lot of your points, could I just make them and ask you to agree or disagree? We won't go into a discussion about them. I just want to get them on the record.
Sure.
Okay. So COVID treatments, responses from governments killed many people, millions of people, especially the injections. But it brought a silver lining because people are starting now to question the health system and starting to question government, correct?
Correct, I agree.
The model for medicine in this country and in the United States in particular has been one of dependency. The medical profession get people dependent, and then people are under the control of that system, correct?
Correct.
Correct, I agree.
It's dependent.
It takes away responsibility. The main problem is Big Pharma uses a money model aiming to maximize profit to shareholders, including global wealth funds which own Big Pharma, such as BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, First State, instead of a care model aiming to minimize costs and maximize benefits to society.
Correct, I agree, and get those organisations away from health.
Okay. Big Pharma's capture of regulatory agencies is now working, who are now working as agents for Big Pharma, including large conflicts of interest. The people in charge of Big Pharma, they work through the Therapeutic Goods Administration, work through people like AHPRA, the bodies like AHPRA. They're bullying and controlling doctors, correct?
Correct, I agree.
Pharma's capture of doctors and medical boards is now working, that are now working as agents for Big Pharma. Medical boards, doctors individually, and corporate medicine are basically shills for Big Pharma.
Big Pharma. Many.
Yes, I agree. I agree. And the professors of medicine are super salespeople.
Right. Consequences and costs of that, it's failing us at huge cost to individuals and to society. We've got doctors cowering and suiciding. We've now got the Australian Medical Professional Society, a new body, actually suing AHPRA because as a result of 16 deaths, 16 suicides amongst the medical profession. Professional Services Review Board is basically an arresting officer, a prosecutor, a judge. The doctor being charged cannot appeal on merits of the professional services review claim and case.
Correct?
Absolutely correct. Back in the good old days, we could appeal to the Supreme Court, but these days we don't have an appeal mechanism. To me, this is a serious lack of natural justice.
And that's resulted with doctors under the control now of many doctors under control of the big pharma. That's resulted in an outbreak of chronic illness, obesity epidemic, a recent fall in life expectancy. Life expectancy has been increasing in the Western societies for decades now. It's now falling in the United States and in Australia. And the cause is big food, big ag, chemicals, toxins disabling or weakening the immune system.
I agree wholeheartedly, and ignorance as well.
Solutions, the
preventive, evidence-based healthcare, evidence-based medicine. Natural immunity is inherently strong in people. We should stop trying to weaken it with so many of these drugs and poor advice and poor diet. And instead, healthcare should only be when the immune system needs it. Otherwise, needless immune intervention weakens the immune system.
Correct. I agree wholeheartedly. As soon as we put something toxic or foreign into our system, we are compromising our health. And that is first the injection of a vaccine, a baby at birth with aluminium. Health is compromised right from day one.
Looking at the vaccination, for example, did you see Robert F. Kennedy's brief video at the start of this inquiry? We've got the DTP vaccination causing deaths, was withdrawn from the United States, withdrawn from the European Union, continuing to kill girls in Africa. And what happens as a response? Big Pharma gets immunity from prosecution.
Correct?
That's absolutely shameful. I can't believe that they get away with this. I believe that they should be held accountable, and I believe imprisonment is probably the right way for those individuals who are doing this, the right punishment, because they need to be set up as examples. We should not have such an industry working in a way that really seems like it's a racket. And in fact, I believe the pharmaceutical industry is a racketeering industry now.
Someone else has made that point too. I think I'd said so in the Senate. How do we do that? We need to get back to fundamentals, which is science and the truth. Science, we've had Senator Johnson today, we've had yourself, and Professor Parry, all saying that science has been hijacked under big pharma grants to corrupt the science and tell the story that they want to tell. So how do we go beyond this system? Nutraceuticals, medicinal cannabis, for example, is unpatentable, but it works. It's worked for thousands of years. It was the #1 prescribed medication in America in the 1930s. It's now been made difficult to get. It's been made expensive to get. It's been made very, difficult to get. And yet it's wonderful, and we know that from thousands of years of history. And you cannot overdose on it, correct?
Correct. I had an argument with John Skerritt at the TGA about medicinal cannabis, and he said it's a bad drug.
You and me both.
With Skerritt.
Yeah. Well, it's
effective.
It's a very safe herbal medicine. Doesn't hospitalise, doesn't kill people, and it works right across the board of most of the pathologies. And I might add that a particular, she's passed away recently. A very good friend of mine managed, and well-known, managed her cancers a number of times, breast cancers, with medicinal cannabis. And it helped her to live much, much, much longer, pain-free and well. And this is something that's being denied to too many people in this country. So there are great models for healthcare, good healthcare and promotion, and they are natural models, Malcolm and Pauline. And that's what we really do need to see start in this country and be given full government support. That we don't have a government or people in government who are prepared to support this sort of thing. We do have also Organisations like ACNIM and NIM, AIMA, a whole range of professionals who are doing this work quietly, but need to come out and expand it. And the universities are training doctors to think and act in terms of disease. We need a new university that is actually going to teach people how to make everything healthy and well. And that includes peace in the environment as well, because without peace, we don't have health and wellness.
Thank you so much. We're going to have to continue on to the next witness. Thank you so much, Professor Brighthope, not only for a very good presentation.
I just want to finish up one thing. Professor, I suggest you leave the Liberal Party and come across the One Nation, because we are actually the party listening and fighting for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. I did leave the Liberal Party in the early stages of COVID.
Thank you.
Next witness.
Bye-bye.
Thanks. Ready to go? Okay. Our next witness is Dr. Raphael Lateste. His expert opinions on the COVID response are worthy of consideration due to his suffering under the COVID-19 vaccine mandates and subsequent legal victories. He's one of few people who's won cases in court in this country over COVID, as well as his numerous published medical journal articles on the vaccines. Raphael's career began as a pharmacist. He then moved to analytical philosophy, where he enhanced his skills on logic, epistemology, evidence, the foundation of science, and establishing causality. This fellow knows how to establish cause and effect by doing the analysis properly. Then he finally moved into teaching and researching on health misinformation and disinformation, with multiple publications on COVID-19 vaccines in top medical journals. So he's published. Recent progress has been stymied due to his psychological injury due to New South Wales Health unjustly terminating him from his administration job under their infamous and illogical vaccine mandates. Nevertheless, Raphael has been successful in his legal actions against New South Wales Health, has further legal actions in the works, and shares bits of research he does for his case when he can via the medical journals and social media. I think he actually, mainly on his Substack page, which is OK Then News, one word, OK Then News, OKAY, then news.com. He shared some of his research earlier this year for the US government when testifying to America's Congress, and is keen to do likewise for his own country. Over to you, Raphael, for a 10-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Senator Roberts, for that kind introduction. And I was fired by these guys right here, New South Wales Health, still rocking the jacket. And for completely illogical reasons, I refused to take the highly novel vaccine. I was working from home even before the pandemic, and they said, well, we'll fire you then. I was a star performer. So that shows you the amount of logic in all this. There's plenty that's gone wrong. There's a lot of focus on the vaccine injured. I think we need to look at the rights of the unvaccinated as well. And we need to start holding people accountable. I don't agree with Dr. Bhattacharya in the US saying that we should, move on and stop pointing fingers. No, we absolutely need to point fingers. We need to find out who's culpable and get our justice. Anyway, a lot of my activities since has seemingly been justified by my reluctance to take the vaccines. Hello to you too, Senator Hanson. Good to see you again after your recent trip to Wallandilly. Now, the topic of the hour, I think, is excess mortality. As per the recent Senate inquiry, excess mortality in Australia, it's a big issue. But to save time, we can assume that this phenomenon is occurring. I'm not going to try and convince you that it's occurring. We're going to assume it's occurring. Excess mortality is, persisting beyond the COVID-19 pandemic is very well established here in Australia and throughout the developed world. And this has been made clear by publicly available ABS data. It's also been reported in the state-funded national news, so ABC News has reported on this several times now. And the Parliament of Australia is already aware of the phenomenon as well. Now, the state-funded national news and government reports also note that cancer and cardiovascular deaths have increased, and also for some reason that birth rates have declined as well, although that's a longer-term issue. What we need to figure out, is what is responsible. Now, the starting point for trying to determine the factors contributing to recent excess mortality should be a consideration of recent events. What's happened recently? What's changed? What's different? The obvious culprits then would be COVID-19 and also the responses to COVID-19, namely the lockdowns and mass vaccination. Now, with the harms of COVID-19 already well known, and in my opinion, highly exaggerated, and the lockdowns likely playing a relatively minor role, being temporary in nature, and particularly in states that did not implement lengthy lockdowns. I'm looking at states like WA that basically had a long weekend. I shall focus on the possibility that COVID-19 vaccines are contributing to recent excess mortality. So first, I'm going to look at exaggerated effectiveness and safety. That the vaccines could be a major cause for recent excess mortality is ostensibly unthinkable, as they are widely recognized as being safe and effective. However, recent scientific research published in major medical journals has made this quite plausible. Along with BMJ senior editor Peter Doshi, BMJ being one of the top medical journals in the world, Peter Doshi is one of the senior editors. He and I contributed articles to Wiley's Journal of Evaluation in Clinical Practice, which undermines ongoing claims about the mRNA COVID-19 vaccines being safe and effective, deriving from the clinical trials and the later observational studies. This is an unofficial series of articles. There's 4. There might be a 5th. I've been semi-invited to contribute another one there. Now, collectively, we discovered, there's another Australian researcher involved in that as well. Collectively, we discovered quite a few things. 1, exaggerated effectiveness and safety in observational studies. So in the major observational studies and the modeling studies, there are varying definitions of fully vaccinated and unvaccinated. Now, this could lead to effectiveness exaggerations or efficacy. We're talking about effectiveness with the observational studies. We're looking at exaggerations of 48%, generally because COVID-19 infections in the partially vaccinated were overlooked. So if infections were not overlooked, but actually misattributed to the unvaccinated, this figure could be around 65%. So if they're saying the vaccines say 90% effective, well, it might be around 65% of that is completely bogus because of how they're defining a vaccinated person and unvaccinated person. Now, this could even be higher. It's impossible to tell as we were not supplied with all of the data. So what this means, this issue with what is a vaccinated person, what is an unvaccinated person, I refer to this as counting window issues. There's all sorts of counting window issues. And there's a lot of dodginess around this from the very beginning, typically where someone who actually has taken the vaccine will be counted as an unvaccinated person, or their data is just gone walkabout. And that is because they're not considered fully vaccinated. So because to be considered fully vaccinated, you had to have had a certain amount of doses, typically 2, and a certain amount of time had to elapse before you were considered fully vaccinated. Now, this is highly unusual, and I'm sure you might bring this up during question time. This is not how things are done in an intent to treat analysis, but this is basically how it's all been done during the COVID era. They've been doing the dodgy with these counting windows and with what is considered a vaccinated and an unvaccinated person. Now, that's just dealing with effectiveness. There's also the safety aspect. Adverse effects have been overlooked, which of course likely leads to exaggerated safety estimates due to very narrow counting windows, including starting too late and ending too early. So again, starting too late because of dodgy definitions of what vaccinated is and what unvaccinated is, but also ending too early. Basically, I mean, any study you choose, this applies because we still don't have, by definition, long-term safety data for the vaccines. It's impossible. They only came out last week, right? Even for the clinical trials, we're looking at about 2 months worth of data. So by definition, we don't have long-term safety data. We arguably just about have some mid-term safety data. Now, we also found exaggerated effectiveness and safety in the clinical trials. And this was a big shock to Peter Doshi. He thought, yeah, we're going to find it in the observational studies. We're not going to find it in the clinical trials. Guess what? We found it in the clinical trials. So COVID-19 cases, again, the case counting begins after full vaccination. So this likely leads to exaggerated efficacy estimates when we're talking about the clinical trials. And full vaccination status could be 7, 14, or even 21 days after the second dose, or a first dose if we're talking about the AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson vaccines. Now, different case counting windows were used at different times, and it seemed to be that whichever one gave the best results was used at the time. So that's a bit shifty right there. And many trial participants were lost to follow-up, potentially affecting effectiveness estimates. So you can imagine the sort of reasons why people would be lost to follow-up. I don't know. Maybe they died. Who knows? We don't know. We don't have the data. We're pushing Pfizer and the others to give us the data. They won't give us the data. And as you probably have heard from someone else by now, we have to wait like 75 years. Or they tried to make us wait 75 years to get all the data. Now, thousands of suspected COVID cases were also unconfirmed, split roughly evenly. So you think, hang on, thousands, that's a huge chunk of the population for the trials. If they were all included in the effectiveness calculations, we could have effectiveness of the vaccine of around 10%. In any case, far under the 50% that would be required for US FDA approval. So again, there's going to be all sorts of questions here. It would be nice to have the data, all sorts of uncomfortable questions about what did you consider to be a confirmed COVID case? How many cycles did you run the testing through, and so forth. Now, adverse effect counting windows were also incredibly short, mere months. We're talking like 2 months here. So no long-term safety data is available even now by definition. As many of you would know, many of you are doctors, vaccines typically take 10 to 15 years to go through development, trials, and approval, and that is with the well-established, traditional non-genetic technology. We have highly experimental, highly novel technology now, and it's all been done within a few months. So big problems there. There's also in the clinical trials a reliance on unsolicited reporting, getting back to what I was saying before, unsolicited reporting. So you have to, if you have a problem, you took the vaccine, if you have a problem with it, you've got to call up Pfizer and say, hey, I've got a problem with it. Now you can imagine there's going to be an issue with that if you died. If you died from the vaccine, you're not exactly going to pick up that call and say, hey, Pfizer, let others know this took my life. So again, more issues with that one. So plenty of trial participants were lost to follow-up. That's going to affect safety estimates, and it's unknown if the reason is that they were injured or dead. We just don't know. It would be nice to have the data. Maybe we need to keep pushing them and get that data. So long-term safety analyses are also rendered pretty much impossible now due to the merging of the groups. So this is a well-known problem with those clinical trials for the COVID-19 vaccines, is that basically the studies ended early and the groups were merged. They were saying, look, the vaccines are so effective, they're so safe, it's unethical not to give it to the control group. So they called everyone in the control group and said, hey, you want to take the vaccine? It's actually quite good. So that made it impossible. Those trials are bugged, right? They're finished. We can't use them now to look at long-term safety data. They effectively merged the group. So we'd have to start from scratch, really. Now, even the limited safety data available from those trials is hugely concerning. If you look at the Freeman et al. Reanalysis and the Ben et al. Reanalysis, there is an excess of serious adverse effects and deaths in the mRNA COVID-19 vaccinated groups, right? An excess. So people that took the vaccines were worse off, right? This is going by their own trials, which, as I explained, look to be manipulated, right, in many different ways. But even then, the vaccines didn't look that great. Not only was there an excess of deaths in the mRNA vaccine groups, the vaccinated groups, but there also was no clear death benefit. There was no mortality benefit that was demonstrated, not a single life they could show. In fact, there were more deaths, typically due to cardiovascular problems. And we'll get onto that in a second. Consider also that these clinical trials, this happened, relatively early on, pretty much at the start of the pandemic. So they concerned the deadliest original strains. The figures would be even less impressive or even alarming now with far less lethal strains that are dominant. Now, another thing that we discussed in these articles in Wiley's JECP journal concern cardiovascular effects and negative effectiveness. So negative effectiveness, that's a big problem I think we're going to keep seeing crop up. So Pfizer acknowledged that there were indeed cardiovascular deaths in its trial and dismissed them as unrelated to the vaccines. Now, this undermines their trial status as an RCT, a randomized controlled trial. Now, in an RCT, where there are discrepancies between groups, these discrepancies are attributed to the treatment, right? That's the whole point of an RCT, to make sure that the groups are properly randomized and controlled. And if anything is different, it's because of the treatment. And this also contradicts the now well-established evidence that the vaccines do cause cardiovascular deaths. Like, it's not even up for question. Again, the state-funded news in Australia has reported on this stuff. So that's not even up for debate. What is up for debate is the numbers, like how many people are dying from cardiovascular problems caused by the vaccines. That's up for debate. So yeah, I wouldn't be trusting Pfizer anytime soon when they claimed that these cardiovascular deaths had nothing to do with the vaccines. They had no right to say that. If they're going to claim that when they've run an RCT, they have to basically admit that their trial is not a proper RCT, it's a bogus trial. And if they're not willing to admit it, then they have to acknowledge, yes, the vaccine does cause, indeed, it does cause cardiovascular problems. Now, in a rapid response for BMJ Open, and also in those articles I published alongside Peter Doshi, I found that myocarditis alone appears to be a far greater risk than the benefits for the jab in the young and healthy. Now, this was using British official government data from the ONS, right? So myocarditis alone appears to be a far greater risk than the benefits of the jab for the young and healthy. And apparently rare side effects will not seem so rare when they're viewed collectively, and especially when considering that severe COVID-19 in the young and healthy and the benefits to the vaccines in the young and healthy is rarer still, right? But even when we're just looking at myocarditis, it looks like the jab is not worth it. It's not worth it for young, healthy people at the very least. Now, Pfizer eventually admitted, still in 2024, that they are still trying to determine if Comirnaty is safe and effective, and if there is a myocarditis-pericarditis association that should be noted. So this is from their ongoing clinical trial. This is a quote, right? Determine if Comirnaty is safe and effective, and if there is a myocarditis-pericarditis association that should be noted. But hang on, we were told it was safe and effective. Now they're saying here in 2024, they're still trying to find out if their vaccine is safe and effective, and if there's a myocarditis association that should be noted. Well, I think we've pretty much proven that by now with the multiple studies in proper peer-reviewed medical journals. So this implicitly acknowledges that they don't actually know that their vaccine is safe and effective, and they don't know how serious the cardiovascular problems are. So, another huge problem right there. Now, another huge problem, I know I'm saying there's another huge problem, but there's this constant problems with this. There's also increasing evidence of negative effectiveness. So this is where the vaccine appears to increase the chance of COVID-19 infection, hospitalization, and even death. So increase the chance. You'd want to see it decrease your chance of all these things. But we're seeing evidence, a lot of evidence, that the vaccines seem to increase your chance of COVID and even of COVID death. Now, some of this evidence I earlier outlined in a rapid response for the BMJ, the British Medical Journal. I've also had an article published recently on this topic by the Australian Journal of General Practice. So this is the journal that's distributed to Australian GPs. So I can't guarantee that every doctor in the country has read it, but at least they got a copy of it. So they would have had to see my article in there saying, you know what, these vaccines might actually be negatively affected. Now, if they're negatively effective, well, how are you going to weigh up risks and benefits? There are no benefits. It's a negative benefit, right? They're supposed to help you with COVID. If they're negatively effective, they're making it worse, as well as all the other side effects, right? The cardiovascular problems, potential cancer links, and so forth. Now, this negative effectiveness phenomenon appears to be dose dependent. So that aligns with recent studies on IgG4 and tolerance and research on immunosuppression and the microbiome. In other words, it could be that the vaccines are negatively impacting our immune systems, leading to increased COVID-19 infections, deaths, and even increases in other diseases. Now, the published articles of Peter Doshi and myself make it plausible that the vaccines were always negatively effective and that any perceived effectiveness was an illusion caused by statistical biases and data manipulation. A summary of all this research and the version presented for the US Senate earlier this year is available on my website, as Senator Roberts said, okthennews.com. Now, moving on, another interesting development here in New South Wales and concerning my old friends, New South Wales Health, lovely development here. These curious counting windows have been employed here in Australia and here in New South Wales by New South Wales Health. With the journalist Jason Olborn, I sent off a Freedom of Information request, or a JIPA request here, to New South Wales Health for clarification around the counting windows in their infamous COVID-19 reports. You might remember these are the same reports that mysteriously ceased after it became obvious that the unvaccinated were doing quite well. Now, New South Wales, I think towards the end of the reports, there were like 0 COVID hospitalizations in my group, in the unjabbed group, but there were still, of course, COVID hospitalizations in the jab. Now, New South Wales Health effectively acknowledged, they responded to our JIPA request, our FOI request, and they effectively acknowledged that, yes, people who took the vaccine were being lumped in with the unvaccinated up to early 2022. Let that sink in, right? Our governments were calling people that took the vaccine unvaccinated, right? And stuff that went wrong with them, like they had a COVID infection, that had a COVID death, maybe some of the other stuff as well, that happened in an unvaccinated person, right? These are people that took the vaccine, potentially weeks later, they took the vaccine, right? So they acknowledged that they did that up to early 2022, but they wouldn't provide the data to us so that we could confirm if everything was above board from early 2022 onwards. And however way you look at it, up to early 2022, they were doing this. They were calling vaccinated people unvaccinated. So they were blaming COVID infections, deaths, and whatnot on the unvaccinated, right? When it actually occurred in people that took the jab. Figure that one out. Now, all this sort of research and that recent revelation from New South Wales Health makes it quite plausible that COVID-19 vaccines are contributing to the phenomenon of excess mortality, including, via negative effectiveness, excess deaths attributed to COVID-19 infection. So it sounds ridiculous, but it's quite plausible that the COVID vaccines are actually causing COVID deaths. Now, I shall now describe more direct evidence that the vaccines are contributing to excess deaths. So we have more direct evidence. In another published article, I tie in the data indicating hundreds, by the way, you can access all these published articles, send me a note, I can make it available to Senator Roberts. This stuff is available on my site as well. In another published article, I tie in the data indicating hundreds of thousands of young and healthy people need to be vaccinated to prevent a serious COVID-19 hospitalization, with very recent research indicating that the rate of serious adverse effects in the vaccinated is as high as 1 in 400, right? So 1 in 400 people, maybe more, get a serious adverse effect from the jab. But when it comes to young, healthy people, you need to vaccinate hundreds of thousands to prevent a serious COVID hospitalization. That's just hospitals. That's not even a death. What is it for a death? 1 in a million, more than that? Yet 1 in 400 are going to get a serious adverse effect. Now, does that seem like a problem to you? It seems like a problem to me. As a logical person, as someone that deals in logic professionally, that seems like a problem to me. Only a failing medical student could think that a 1 in 400 chance of serious adverse effects is rare and an acceptable trade-off for such a paltry benefit. Once we're talking about 1 in hundreds of thousands, 1 in a million maybe for a death, we're not even talking about a benefit anymore. That could be an artifact. That's an anomaly. There's really no benefit for young, healthy people. And study after study has shown that. There's been a very big recent study done in the UK on over 1 million young people in the UK, showing that there was no death benefit, which is basically what the trial showed as well. There's no death benefit. The COVID vaccines didn't save a single young person's life in the UK, according to that big study. But there were cases of myocarditis and pericarditis. And guess what? Every single case was in a vaccinated person. They did not find this in the unvaccinated. So it looks like, at least for the young and healthy, it's very obvious. There's no benefit here. There's only risks, right? So it looks like it's a totally unacceptable risk, this vaccination with these highly novel vaccines for the young and healthy, who have so little to gain from COVID-19 vaccination, particularly as even this concerning rate may be underestimated, with long-term effects of the vaccine still unknown. We still don't know what's going to happen to these people long-term. We still don't know. Maybe 5-10 years, we'll have more cases of suddenly, where young people suddenly, we just had recently another football player collapsed. We're seeing this to this happened before in the past, but it seems to be happening a lot more now. And we know for sure that cardiovascular problems are up and excess mortality is up, right? So we don't have to speculate about that. We know that is happening. Now, I'm talking about the direct evidence. So I've got another article for you. In an article published by the...
Dr. Lateste, we're up to 21 minutes.
Yep, nearly finished here. It's my basically my last point here. In an article published by the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences and Arts, I investigated excess deaths in Europe. I found clear, statistically significant correlations between both COVID-19 vaccination rate and total COVID-19 vaccine doses in approximately 30 European countries with excess mortality, right? So the COVID-19 vaccines were correlated with excess mortality persisting even into 2024. And coincidentally, those suffering least from excess deaths, such as Bulgaria, so that's probably why they published it, they tended to be the least vaccinated countries. And I'm also looking at this issue into the Australian states, finding a similar thing, that the smaller Australian states by population, which basically had no lockdowns and had hardly any COVID, they had a big jump, in mortality, in hospitalizations as well, around the time that the vaccine came out. So we'd hope that the TGA would be looking into this stuff beyond simply just taking the vaccine manufacturers at their word. But what else can we expect for a supposed government agency that is almost exclusively funded by Big Pharma? Now, they deny that there's any issue with this, but common sense dictates that this is a clear conflict of interest. I will grant, however, that common sense isn't particularly common in Parliament these days. Now, to conclude, the Australian government's hesitation in considering the COVID-19 vaccines as contributing to the mysterious problem of excess mortality is deeply troubling. It is a little understandable, however, since the regulatory bodies, medical boards, and state and federal governments approved, encouraged, or even mandated their use. Nevertheless, researchers such as myself are continuing to ask the right questions and are continuing to find that the jabs are nowhere near as effective and as safe as promised. If it does turn out that we can definitively state that COVID-19 vaccines have done more harm than good, and the populace at large comes to the realization that Australian politicians misled them, then they're going to be looking for someone to blame. And we're going to ensure that those amongst our leaders that are found culpable will be facing justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lateste. Senator Antic, do you want to go first with the questions?
Happy to let you go first, Malcolm and Pauline, if you like.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Lateste, you are implying that the data is either hidden or very difficult to get to. What we found in the Senate was I put a Freedom of Information claim in, and we got every page redacted. Every page. This was, and then we went to the Senate and we put in an order for production of this was about batch testing results for injections, COVID injections, right? So we couldn't get them from Freedom of Information. Oh, there were a couple of things not redacted. That was the date. That was all. Now, we tried to get it through order for production of documents in the Senate. The Greens, the Labor Party, and some crossbenchers voted against it. So it's very difficult to get data. Wouldn't that indicate that people are trying to hide this?
Absolutely. And what makes this worse is that we're dealing with the federal agencies here, like, the TGA and the FDA in America. We're dealing with people that are accountable to us. They work for us. We hire them, right? But they seem to be working only for the interest of Big Pharma, the vaccine manufacturers. And it's obvious why. We had that study, I believe it was published in the BMJ Investigations, that showed that throughout the developed world, the bulk of funding of these organizations like the FDA actually comes from industry, right? 90-something%. I think it's something like 95, 96%. So it's astounding. And the apologists for that say, oh, it's just fees and it's just grants, bro. And I don't care. The money is coming from Big Pharma. That is a huge conflict of interest. Anyone with any shred of common sense will see that. These organizations are supposed to be funded by us and working for us and accountable to us, right? They shouldn't be paid by Big Pharma. And then the problems go even deeper than that. You see the revolving door of employees between these organizations. And as you alluded to before as well, the ultimate owners of the big pharmaceutical companies, and this is basically everything, all the big companies. It's not just the pharmaceutical companies, it's also the mainstream media companies, like in America, your CNNs and your Fox Newses even, and your MSNBCs, they're all owned by the same few people. If you look at the shareholders, I've got a nice handy article summarizing this on my site, this owners of series of articles. It shows you that their own data, so you can look on Yahoo Finance and CNN Money, CNN Business, and it'll tell you who the top shareholders are. And you see the top shareholders of all these companies are basically the same, whether it's the tech companies or the mainstream media or the drug companies, they're all the same owners. They're those big institutional investing organizations like Vanguard and BlackRock and State Street and Berkshire Hathaway and all this, and they effectively have the same few owners behind them. We might have some shares in Vanguard, you and I, through our super or through our 401k for our American friends, but the real owners, especially when you're looking at Vanguard, which is sort of like a credit union, the real owners are the people that have the billions invested in them. So basically the very richest people in the world, it's not a conspiracy theory, maybe 20 years ago it would have been, the very richest people in the world own it all. They own all the big pharmaceutical companies, they own the mainstream media that are promoting the pharmaceutical products. And yes, it's a huge problem. And I don't know how we're going to fix that without doing something like, bringing a Trump in and bringing a Bobby Kennedy in and just burning it all to the ground, bringing in a Kash Patel, just burning it all to the ground and starting from fresh. These are big institutional problems.
Okay, my next questions are not testing you in terms of you failing or passing. I just interested to see if you've done any work on there. Now, Queensland and Western Australia were unique in the world, almost unique in the world, in that we got the COVID injections before we got COVID. So we can test the mortality of the COVID, or the lethality of the COVID injections quite independently of COVID. So what we saw before COVID arrived in Queensland and Western Australia, the injections started and the deaths dramatically increased. Have you done any work on that? Because it's quite clear that there's only one cause there, and that's the COVID injections.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not leave out Senator Antage there, South Australia as well. I've been quite interested in the smaller population Australian states like WA, like South Australia, to a lesser extent Queensland. I think it's more obvious when you're looking at WA and South Australia, where it's just, there were no lockdowns really. There was a couple of days here and there. COVID really didn't become an issue until long after the vaccines came in. But just like New South Wales, just like Victoria, and to a lesser extent, just like Queensland, they vaccinated the vast majority of their adult population very quickly. And you're right, it is extremely obvious when there's virtually no lockdowns. I mean, lockdowns could cause these problems too, because it's stopping people from getting medical help, right? Medical care. But when you only have a lockdown of 2 or 3 days, it's clearly not that. It's not going to be that. And when COVID isn't even an issue, like the increase in hospitalizations that I'm seeing in South Australia is far more than the amount of COVID cases that they had. And we know the vast majority of COVID cases are benign, right? They don't lead to hospitalization and death. We know that now. We probably knew that like 3 days into the so-called pandemic. So it's clear that it's not COVID, right? This problem of excess mortality, excess hospitalization and the like, the increase in cardiovascular problems, it's not COVID, right? You could maybe say that for New South Wales and Victoria. You can't say that for the smaller population states. It's not COVID and it's not the lockdowns. So, I mean, what's left? There's COVID vaccination. And then when you're looking at the research by myself and others around the world, and there's just constant information being published now in the medical journals that are showing that, these aren't anywhere near as effective or safe as initially advertised. And even to the extent that the initial clinical trials don't show a death benefit and show clear instances of what we could call manipulation, well, it's obvious. It's obvious that the vaccine has to have something to do with it. And making it even more obvious, we know for a fact that the vaccine is killing people. We know that, right? It's even been reported by our beloved state-funded news here in Australia, right? The issue is how many, right? Is it 1 or 2? Is it thousands, right? That's the contentious issue. But we know it's causing death. But the fact that it's causing deaths, and this is the logic coming in here, it's plausible. It's plausible. If it's causing a couple of deaths, maybe it's causing more. Right? We also know from people like Professor Phelps, right? We also know that it's very hard for doctors and other professionals. It's very hard for them to be able to say, look, this was caused by the vaccine. Right? Even if they go through all the problems in trying to officially report it through the yellow card system and all this and VAERS and all these systems around the world, even if they go through all that trouble, then you get all the pushback from the elite saying, well, that's not a clinical trial. You need to really refer to the clinical trials. And of course we do that and we find all sorts of problems as well. So it's been very hard, but despite all that, we still get evidence showing that the vaccines are nowhere near as good. And especially for young, healthy people, I think we can virtually say with near 100% certainty, it's not worth the risk. For young, healthy people, there's no benefit here to taking the jab, but it could kill you.
So for people right across the population spectrum, it's not worth the risk. But for young, it's definitely not worth the risk. Okay, and I just mentioned about the COVID injections causing an increase in deaths. They're not going back down. They've slight decrease, but they're sustained above the long-term trend, the upper range, 8 to 10,000 people a year dead, excess. Correct?
Yeah. What makes this even worse, that's right, but what makes this even worse as well is that the pandemic's over. We should see the opposite. We should see excess deaths drastically going down, because what happens during a pandemic, you have displacement. Like in any pandemic, the people most likely to die are your oldest, sickest people, right? That's common sense. And we know this especially with COVID. I mean, compared to the flu and so forth, COVID is really a nothing burger for young, healthy people, right? It's the older people with 5 medical conditions and who are grossly overweight that are ones who are dying from COVID, right? So we know that. We know that for a fact. Now, so any pandemic, but especially this pandemic, you're going to see some extra people die during the pandemic. But when the pandemic's over, you'll see a lot fewer people dying, right? Because they've already died. The people that you'd expect to have died now, they've already died during the pandemic. Yet we're not seeing...
Sweden. That was exactly the case in Sweden, where there was a slight blip in deaths, and then a reduction in deaths, a dramatic reduction in deaths. So nothing unusual at all. With lockdowns, no injections, forced injections.
Very curious. Very curious indeed. So I think it's something we need to really keep looking into and keep pushing and ultimately find it out. And I think to some extent we've already found it out.
So this is, again, is not a test, but have you heard of the Professor, or it might be Dr. D.E. Allen, and his paper published in the European Society of Medicine, The Correlation Between Australian Excess Deaths by State and Booster Vaccinations? His paper?
Recently released.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Yep.
I'll read.
So that everyone understands what we're talking about. It was published just at the end of July 2024, so it's very recent. The study explores the relationship by Australia's state between COVID booster vaccinations and excess deaths. There is evidence of a very strong correlation in ordinary least squares regression analysis. Cross-validation tests support the strength of the regression relationship. The results suggest that it would be worthwhile to explore these associations in greater depth, as it is an important public health issue. That pretty much says that the vaccines the COVID vaccines are causing deaths.
Yeah, well, they're correlated, aren't they? And we're finding that all over the world. I found it in Europe. We're finding it, yeah, that's right. We're finding it in America. We're finding it in Australia. So we're finding it all over the world. Of course, they'll say that correlation is not causation. This is a very, very strange thing to say, because, correlation could mean causation. I mean, that's generally how you're going to try and establish causation, is find out, well, what correlates with this. But they're acting now as if correlation definitely proves that there's no causation, which is totally ridiculous. And there's a clear double standard there, because how do you explain clinical trials and observational studies that apparently show the vaccines are good, because there was a correlation between the vaccines and apparently good outcomes? So the idea that correlation and causation aren't linked is ridiculous. So these are correlated, and as I'm showing, it's not published yet, but as I'm showing with the Australian states, it's also correlating when there's really no other plausible explanation. You could be looking at COVID itself or the lockdowns, but in the smaller population Australian states, you can't do that. So it looks like the only real option is the vaccine, and other research is confirming that, showing that there are significant cardiovascular risks and increasingly cancer risks as well. So we see that there are serious risks with these. We see that for young, healthy people, it's not worth the risk. It is very, very much plausible that this is at least one of the contributors to, our problem of excess mortality.
And we know that there's a significant deterioration in health going on. Heart problems, cancer problems, brain problems, reproductive organs problems with them, and they're the manifestation of these COVID injections.
That's right. There was even there's a few studies now, but there was one that recently came out showing that there is a relationship between the vaccines and cognitive decline. So again, you can say, well, correlation, causation, maybe not linked. Maybe these people were already in cognitively decline, and that's why they took the vaccines. Who knows? Maybe it's a bit of both. But we are seeing that there's definitely a relationship between the vaccines and cognitive decline, and that's usually concerning. We know now that the vaccines cross the blood-brain barrier, right? We know that for a fact. Now, the CDC said early on that doesn't happen. They said when you take the vaccine, it stays at the injection site. It's only there for a couple of days, right? Maybe 2 weeks or so. It's only there for a couple of days. Doesn't go anywhere else. Doesn't do any harm. And we now know, actually, multiple studies have shown, 6 months later, the vaccine's still in the system. Senator Hanson, you asked before, you indicated how long does it stay in your body for? Is it there permanently? Well, we don't know, but we do know that it is there months later. There was a study that I think ended at 6 months, and they still found bits of the product in there, in the body 6 months later. And that's when the study ended. So what if the study went for a few years? Are we still going to find bits of vaccine still in there and the products of the vaccine? So they were so wrong on that, the CDC, they actually changed their website. So you can check this on my OK Then News site. We've got the, the screenshots, the web archives, all that. You can look at what the site looked like before the change and after the change. They quickly changed the website where it said, the vaccine stays at the injection site. It stays where you were jabbed, doesn't go anywhere else. And there was no great fanfare from them or the media to say, hey, we were wrong about this, right? It just goes completely under the radar, unless there's people like us pointing it out to people, say, look, they just told you something wrong. There's a lot of things they got wrong. And some of the things they said were outright lies as well. And, this is the truth. This is what's going on. This is what we found out since. And they've actually lied to us as well. We know, for example, that...
At a time, Dr. Lateste, just one brief question from Senator Hanson for you, and then we'll have to call it
Just ask a question, because studies are going on now, and you talk about people who are vaccinated, who are unvaccinated, and you've got to have at least possibly 2 shots to be classified as vaccinated. We know that they didn't do autopsies on people that died from it, whether it was basically from having the shot or whether it was other comorbidities that they had, reasons for people dying. In the research, and we need to know what is happening with people with the vaccine in their bodies. On point of death now, is it registered on a person's certificate or anywhere, whether they were vaccinated or unvaccinated, so that we can actually calculate those numbers of why people are dying over the long period of time?
Well, we do have the records. It's an issue of trying to get the records and doing the right analyses on them. We know exactly who was vaccinated. That's the beauty of this system. I mean, there's a lot of negatives to that, but the beauty of the system is that we know exactly how many jabs were given out. We know exactly who was vaccinated. So there is no question, right? When someone dies for whatever reason, there's no question that we can find out if they had the jab or not, how long ago they had it, how many jabs they had. There's no question we can get all that information. It's just a question of actually getting it, being able to do the analyses on it, not just brushing it under the rug. We've actually got to get the right people looking into it as well. I've been doing so much of this research here by myself while suffering from the psychological injury caused by these people here in New South Wales Health. And completely unfunded, without any support, without any help. Imagine what we could all do if we actually had some fun. And even then, we have found enough to conclusively show these jabs were not worth it for young, healthy people. They were highly exaggerated for effectiveness and safety. We know all that. But what you're looking at, Senator Hanson, as well, is I think that's the only realistic way we're going to get to the bottom of this. I said before, we might need all new clinical trials. That's not feasible. And I certainly won't be signing up to be an unvaccinated person that potentially receives the vaccine. No, thank you very much. I think every single person who didn't take the jab and who's still alive is quite happy that they didn't take it. I think there's no way in hell they're going to take a chance on that. While there's plenty of people that took the jab that are regretful. So I don't think it's feasible that we're going to get clinical trials. So we're going to have to rely on some sort of, later study, observational study. But this is basically the way we're going to do it. We're just going to have to look at the health outcomes of the vaccinated and the unvaccinated and, look at what's different. Who's dying more from cardiovascular problems? Who's dying more from cancer? Who's dying more from COVID? Right? Who's dying more from pneumonia, right? From just the flu and so forth. And so far, everything up.
And stop right there. Thank you so much, Dr. Lateste, for preparing this and presenting it. Very, very thought-provoking. And I think our next witness is going to be calling you once he hears what you've just said.
With that, we'll go to the next witness.
Okay. Our next witness is a lawyer, former barrister, who wrote the legal opinions and prepared the briefs for the COVID proceedings before Federal Court and then the High Court of Australia, seeking to show the decisions to extend COVID non-vaccines to children and then babies were always invalid at law, as the Secretary of Health lacked the legal power to make those decisions, which legally invalid COVID decisions ultimately resulted in thousands of preventable deaths and injuries. Julian Gillespie researches extensively on all matters connected to Australia's response to SARS-CoV-2, drawing attention to the fact that Australian governments collectively jettisoned years of scientific research for correctly responding to a pandemic, to instead follow unscientific WHO, World Health Organization recommendations which favoured big pharmaceutical interests. His other ongoing research includes the failings of APRA, a star chamber agency used by the federal government to censor and destroy Australian doctors who sought to present the truth of the COVID drugs to their communities and patients. Julian's current proceedings in the federal court now have Pfizer and Moderna as named defendants for illegally failing to obtain genetically modified genetic technology licenses for their COVID-19 injectables, which failures amount to serious criminal offences, further compounded by international findings of illegal synthetic DNA contamination within these products. The other thing I would mention about Mr. Gillespie is that he has led the charge as a lawyer, holding authorities accountable. He led the development of it. He developed a team, put together a team developing the terms of reference for a Senate inquiry into developing the terms of reference. He has a wide variety of powerful skills. It's his submission with 46,000 signatures was easily the best I've ever seen submitted to an inquiry. He's much more than a lawyer, he's a leader. He gives freely of his time and his energy, and he works very closely with human rights lawyer Peter Pham and lawyer Katie Ashby-Coppins. He's knowledgeable about the law, about bureaucracy and politics. I have very high regard for Julian Gillespie, and I welcome him now to give an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. I'll launch straight in. Good morning, Senators and Mr. Broadbent. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on some of the many legal efforts undertaken to protect Australians from harm due to the COVID-19 pharmaceutical interventions. Of these many efforts, 3 critical legal proceedings were and are the AVN case, the Australian babies case, and the GMO case. Together, these proceedings reveal an alarming pattern also seen throughout hundreds of other COVID cases in recent years. Australia's judiciary prioritising technicalities and political expediency over the lives of its citizens, including its most vulnerable, our children and future generations. The legal proceedings. Let me briefly outline these cases. The AVN case. This federal court proceeding sought to challenge the legality of the Secretary of Health's approval of Pfizer and Moderna's COVID-19 products. Evidence showed clear failures of approval requirements, invalidating the provisional approvals of the Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and Moderna drugs. Each of these drugs were never legally approved for use in Australia according to law. Yet the court denied the case substantive review, citing lack of standing in our applicants, despite the evidence of preventable harms and deaths to Australians. Like a mafia boss, Australia's then Secretary of Health, Brendan Murphy, was made untouchable by our courts, free to introduce any poison into the Australian community without question. The Australian babies case. Here we attempted to halt the rollout of these products to Australian infants. Our overwhelming evidence demonstrated preventable deaths and injuries due to the products of Pfizer and Moderna, yet Justice Stephen Gagler of the High Court refused to hear the case, stating it would not be a good use of the court's resources. I ask, what greater use of resources exists than protecting the lives of infants and children? The GMO case. In this federal court case, we have argued that Pfizer and Moderna's products qualify as unlicensed genetically modified organisms, or GMOs, contaminated with synthetic DNA. Justice Helen Roth exploited technical and indeed embraced nonsensical arguments submitted by Pfizer, her former lucrative client, to avoid addressing these critical issues of Australians receiving, without their knowledge, GMOs adulterated with gene-altering synthetic DNA. This evasion by our courts continues to leave Australians exposed, without informed consent, to substances with known devastating short-term, medium-term, and long-term consequences, including cancers and genetic diseases and altered offspring. Judicial and bureaucratic failures. Across these cases, it became evident that our judiciary systematically shielded the government from scrutiny, Technicalities like standing were weaponised to prevent substantive justice. In effect, Australians were denied the legal protections that should have been afforded to them under a democratic system. This only means the doctrine of separation of powers has fallen, and Australia is no longer a democratic nation protected by the rule of law. Meanwhile, bureaucratic failures compound this betrayal. The Therapeutic Goods Administration, the TGA, issued misleading, false and deceptive statements throughout COVID, including their 18 October 2024 statement dismissing synthetic DNA contamination findings in Australian vials of the Pfizer and Moderna products. This was not authored by scientists, but faceless bureaucrats hiding behind the TGA logo. The lack of accountability is staggering. Mounting evidence of contamination. The evidence of synthetic DNA contamination in the COVID non-vaccines has now been corroborated globally by experts like renowned genomics pioneer Mr. Kevin McCann, Professor Bridget Koenig, Dr. David Speecher, Professor Philip Bockholtz, and Dr. Didier Rouault, where Dr. Didier Rouault is the world's leading molecular biologist. And overnight, the world learned that German scientists, Kammerer, Scholz, and Steger, have also confirmed excessive synthetic DNA contamination in 4 vials of the Pfizer product. These findings point to synthetic integration with natural human DNA and potential self-replication by this synthetic DNA within cancer tumours. These are not speculative claims, but rigorous findings whose methods have been placed into the public domain uncensored. Yet, our TGA, our government, and our Prime Minister and our courts have shown no interest in addressing these findings or consulting with the global scientific community. Why? Because they have performed the calculations and know the legal liability bill to the Australian government and in turn the Australian people will result in the Liberal and Labor parties being destroyed forever, while leaving Australian taxpayers saddled with multi-billion-dollar payouts to the victims of injury and death these same Liberal and Labor parties caused. The TGA and all other state health departments are intrinsically tied up in this liability too, so they are shutting up and perpetuating a cover-up assisted by our courts. Call for a Royal Commission. Given these failures, the need for a COVID-19 Royal Commission has never been more urgent. The Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee has proposed terms of reference that encompass the scope and gravity of these issues and many, many others. Such an inquiry must examine not only government actions, but also judicial complicity and systemic failures across institutions. So we need new Royal Commission legislation that can and must compel our judges and justices to answer for their roles in what can only be described as treachery. In effect, Australians are demanding a civil law form of Nuremberg trial. Our team's 764-page evidence dossier submitted to the Royal Commission Committee outlined numerous topics, including the distortion of safety data by the TGA when illegally approving the COVID drugs, the misuse of legal frameworks, the suppression of alternative and highly effective and extremely safe drugs to prevent COVID and to treat COVID, the intentional obfuscation and fraud within the vaccine injury reporting system, once again spearheaded by the corrupt and dangerous TGA. Breaches of informed consent protocols extending to the outright dismissal of informed consent, rendering it legally meaningless in Australia. Coercive mandates akin to turning towns and cities into open-air prisons, violating fundamental human rights to the point of their wholesale destruction. The intentional ignoring of natural immunity in so-called policy making, better called edicts. The undue influence of pharmaceutical corporations on government policy, the undue influence and scientifically wrong and misleading and lethal oversight and control by the WHO, who is nothing more than a marketing agency for big pharma and governments seeking totalitarian control over populations. The widespread censorship of scientists, the abuse of the national law by APRA to censor and persecute doctors and health practitioners some literally to death, who were only trying to do no harm and protect their patients, while APRA also worked to ensure government COVID propaganda went unchallenged. The use of psychological operations by government units to enforce compliance. The failure to ensure vaccine batch quality, safety, and consistency. Indeed, we have learned there was no quality, safety, or consistency in these non-vaccines. They were simply gene therapy cocktails with a known history before COVID for causing maximum damage across a multitude of disease and injury types, ensuring continued follow-up business for Big Pharma and the health departments that work for them. We've now massively disabled and diseased populations around the world and across Australia. And finally, the abuse and overreach of emergency powers leading to abuses of civil liberties with a particular emphasis on turning Australia's police forces into Gestapo thugs and prison guards against free Australian citizens. The betrayal of democracy. Australians have witnessed a betrayal not only by their government, but by the institutions meant to protect them. The courts, once bastions of impartiality, have capitulated to political interests. We must confront this betrayal if we are to restore faith in democracy and governance. This is a critical step in that direction. But let me be clear, systemic change is needed. Australians deserve answers, accountability, and a renewed commitment to safeguarding public welfare over political expediency. Let us not be the generation remembered for watching in silence while freedoms were stripped and lives lost due to neglect and deception. Let us be the generation that demands truth, accountability, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. Senator Antic, do you want to go first with questions?
Yeah, thanks, Malcolm, and thanks, Julian, for that address. I'm interested in, and always was interested in, the manner in which this came about in most of the states. We had here in South Australia, the Public Health Act was amended and effectively carved out huge powers to be given straight to the police commissioner. That seems to me to be still, I mean, the Act has changed. Obviously, all of those emergency powers were removed, but they were then kind of re-engineered into a new Public Health Act amendment, which went through a couple of years ago. What do you see as the dangers for future pandemics from a legislative point of view, and what should legislators be doing to, to sort of prevent mandates from happening again?
Prevent mandates happening again. Well, the power that they was obviously seeking when they put that legislation into place in the first instance, it was contemplated that it could reach that far, and indeed they did implement it and they did exercise it to reach into every aspect of Australia's life. Now, with respect to future pandemics, well, you're supposing that we're going to have future pandemics. We existed quite well as a civilization for several hundreds of years without global pandemics. These national populations who don't know any better are expecting pandemics in the next month or years. Now, I grew up in Australia where that was never the case. And indeed, we just didn't have pandemics. So first of all, the idea of pandemics needs to be rolled back because they just don't occur with the frequency that's being suggested these days. And when that's understood, in other words, the science speaks to that issue and confirms that issue, well, then populations can turn around to their legislatures and say, well, how about you repeal these pandemic laws, which you used to lock us down with so savagely for the COVID experience, because as I mentioned in my opening statement, they seem to be used more as a tool for totalitarian control out of all proportion. And Gigi Foster, Professor Gigi Foster, has spoken relentlessly and repetitively, because it's not sinking in with the Australian community, is that once you provide these laws to state legislatures, or indeed the Commonwealth, but moreover state legislatures in this country, they're always going to be abused, and policymakers just lock everybody out, including all of our scientists who have information to provide to help steer them in the right direction, as we heard, for instance, with Professor Ian Brighthope. The lesson to be learned is that they got it all wrong for COVID. And so that legislation needs to be taken back, and they should never be afforded those powers ever again. And they should be respecting all the human rights conventions that Australia has been a signatory to for decades, and start on that footing first, respect the human rights, and then suggest that people might want to consider therapeutic interventions that the state might make available. But otherwise, let us all get on with our own lives and make our own decisions. I hope that helps answer your question, but clearly we've got a lot of bad legislation that needs to be repealed across the country.
Yeah, it does. It does, and I think you probably covered it quite well there in a very brief way. The other thing I wanted to get your insight into, I'm not sure if this is necessarily in the right frame of interest or expertise, but the global position with respect to treaties. We just had a little while ago the pandemic treaty and the amendments to the international health regulations, which were effectively put on ice, but they're not dead in the water. Do you have an update on that? Do you know where that's up to and what that looks like, going forward, to use a terrible phrase? It sounds to me, from what I'm saying, that there's still movements there to try to come back to life some of those terrible amendments.
Yes, no, thank you. I've been watching the WHO efforts for their various amendments throughout this year and last year. The go-to person in this country, in my view, is Katie Ashby-Copens and the other representatives of the Aligned Council of Australia, who have been leading the pushback with respect to those WHO amendments. Look, my position here, Senator Antic, is not to resist those amendments. It is actually to leave the WHO to begin with. Now, those amendments are coming back on for discussion, I believe, midway through next year. Australia has to, at some point, the Australian government needs to indicate if it's opting in or opting out in favour of the proposed amendments. But I did not get in behind that campaign of resisting those amendments because, in my view, the WHO has already proven its stripes by its conduct throughout COVID, where they were continually issuing recommendations to national member countries, which were all against the established science. And they didn't have any science to support the lockdowns which they recommended, across Australia, the social distancing, the contact tracing. The list is endless. The WHO, therefore, completely failed the world, and particularly Australia, with its recommendations throughout COVID, despite a mountain of pre-existing evidence to tell it what to say. And so I regard the organisation as a lethal and deadly force that Australia should no longer have anything to do with, and it should sever its relations, just like President Trump is hopefully going to do when he enters his administration in the new year.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's all for me from the moment, Malcolm.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. The TGA admitted under my questioning in Senate estimates that it did not test the Pfizer injections here in Australia. Did not test them. It said it relied upon the FDA. We knew before the TGA even made that statement that the FDA had itself admitted it had never tested the injections. Instead, the FDA relied upon Pfizer. So what we've got is the TGA relying upon Pfizer. And then we find out that they didn't even look at the patient-level clinical data. What is your impression about that?
Well, it's worse than dereliction of duty. Yeah, no, it's worse than dereliction of duty. I've gone right through the TGA legislation and established that, they have had in place for decades a system whereby to save on duplication, if one country's medical regulator, therapeutics regulator, does work with a sponsor for, approving a drug and qualifies all the safety aspects and is involved in properly examining whatever that new drug may be, well, then Australia can, for instance, rely upon the EMA's or the FDA's approval of a drug if it can be seen that those foreign regulators perform the proper due diligence. And that's exactly the same system that Australia's TGA relied upon in respect to the COVID drugs. But as you have detailed for the viewers, the FDA was all hands off when it came to the Pfizer trials, and it was just receiving updates. And we know through the experiences of Brooke Jackson, who was a senior person within the clinical management of the trial participants, the patients, that there was fraud occurring there at a significant and substantial extent. And then we also saw fraud flags being shot up from South America, where they had other locations for the clinical trial down there. Now, that fraud was brought to the attention of the FDA, and the FDA it's a matter of evidence that they never went to those particular centres where the physical fraud was alleged. In other words, they were completely hands off, and despite very, very serious allegations of the trial not proceeding to the essential standards, international standards, they allowed that trial to proceed. And so in those circumstances, for the TGA to try and rest on that system of relying upon foreign regulators walking sponsors through their trials, look, the TGA was aware of this fraud occurring in the Pfizer trial, and that as soon as that became knowledge to the TGA, and I'm talking to you, Professor Skerritt, and I'm talking to you, Brendan Murphy, that was the legal trigger obligating the Australian TGA to take over the examination and due diligence aspects of what Pfizer was doing in 2020. But instead, they tried to rely upon this old system saying that, oh no, the FDA's, performing oversight of that clinical trial. Well, no, it doesn't wash like that at law. And again, this is why we need a COVID-19 Royal Commission, so we can drag in John Skerritt and Brendan Murphy to ask them why, when they learnt about the fraud in the Pfizer trial, they didn't step in and take over the monitoring of that trial on behalf of Australian citizens. Because as soon as you've got fraud in a trial of that nature, where it's contemplated that the drug is going to be delivered to a global population, and therefore the prospects of exponentially increased adverse events and the possibility of death just heighten when fraud's mentioned. The TGA's got no excuse here.
Isn't there something, you're a former barrister, there's something else that's very important, I think. I'm told that if there's fraud present, then the manufacturers, Pfizer and Moderna, lose their indemnity. That means the Australian government can sue them and get the bloody money back, the $18 billion that we spent on the COVID injections, and also sue them for compensation for all the many people that have been crippled for life and seriously affected, as well as the families of the dead.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Fraud does vitiate. It's called vitiate, contractual agreements. And in this case, it's the indemnity that the Australian government has afforded to Pfizer and Moderna. Our team, Katie Ashby-Copens and myself, we have got the GMO proceedings, which are civil law proceedings in the federal court. But as mentioned, the underlying allegation there involves serious criminal offences by Pfizer and Moderna, having deployed their products into the Australian community without having first obtained GMO licenses. And so at the same time, we have been presenting criminal briefs of evidence to the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions, who has not told us that our evidence is wrong, but we believe, well, it's my view, that she has been, let's say, politically touched, not to action that brief at this point in time, but an aspect of that brief that we've detailed for the benefit of the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions is the issue of fraud. So we do have, yes, the fraud in the clinical trials, but we have the subsequent fraud, we allege, that Pfizer and Moderna both knew, because they've got multi-million-dollar compliance and legal teams, both knew that they were required to obtain GMO licenses first. And so they've fallen foul of the Gene Technology Act in Australia, have committed serious criminal offences. And so we're talking about fraud, and we're also talking about criminal offences, Senator. Again, these are actions which effectively negative or cancel the indemnities provided by the Commonwealth Government. So we've provided a solution and an out to the federal government here, so they don't wear the liability. They only need to nullify the indemnity and then proceed on behalf of Australians to seek compensation for the injuries and deaths that we've witnessed. But there's an issue that must be discussed, and this is probably the first time we've discussed it publicly. The legal liability arising from these products in Australia alone, we identified quite accurately. This was before we were aware of the synthetic DNA contamination, but towards the end of early 2023, we had identified, using the TGA's own data, that over 250,000 Australians have been, quote, severely injured from these drugs. That means they've got lasting health impacts and complications, and easily, because of the excess deaths we've all been speaking about here today, we have easily over 10,000 deaths as a consequence. Now, just on those figures alone, a case that, should, if it was properly brought for compensation, we're talking about a damages payout which starts in the area of $100 billion. $100 billion. Now, when you factor in the further impacts of the DNA contamination, and the tests are now becoming available to the public to be able to confirm the extent of the contamination in the victims, if you like. You take a new family, if they take those tests and it's determined that their sperm or their ovaries are affected by this DNA contamination, they can also sue because they've been denied the right of a family, which is, a right of life. So the damages figure that I mentioned before of $100 billion increases so much further. Now, you can have insurers behind Pfizer and Moderna if you can rip away the indemnity and then go after them directly for this sort of damages bill. Now, how many insurers and reinsurers around the world would be able to foot the bill for a damages bill in excess of $100 billion? And then you ramp it up for all the other jurisdictions and populations that are equally thinking about a global damages payout figure, which is moving beyond $500 billion. If a case was properly to start in one jurisdiction for properly obtaining that compensation for the victims in Australia or maybe Canada or the US, that would send such reverberations through the insurance and reinsurance industry that they would knock on the door of some nation's leader and say, look, we can't afford to pay this. It would be cheaper to instigate a world war. Literally, it would be cheaper to instigate a world war than actually pay the victims out from these Pfizer, Moderna and AstraZeneca interventions. And so there are a lot of critical issues to consider in the background in trying to seek appropriate compensation for a global population from these drugs. And so we can provide a solution for helping the Australian government cancel out an indemnity so we can proceed against these companies, but are we ultimately going to be able to provide the victims with the compensation that they need to assist their laboured lives now, when we could potentially also be bankrupting the global economy? It's just surreal where we're at.
Well, thank you. Perhaps I could just whistle through some points I'd like to get on the record, and you could just give me your comment very briefly on each of them. Experts initially said that the spike protein in the COVID virus is pathogenic. Remember, we were all told that it's the COVID virus, but it's the spike protein that'll get you, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. And so
the TGA knowingly and willfully approved, recommended, and forced on people novel injections that convert human cells into making spike protein. I mean, you said that, correct?
Correct.
The TGA now claims,
Keep going.
TGA, in answer to my question recently in Senate estimates about 3 weeks ago,
turn Australians into manufacturers of a poison within their own body. So it's
just a few weeks ago, in Senate estimates, I asked the TGA, my opening question was, is the spike protein pathogenic? And the TGA said, no, Senator Roberts, it's not. Quite clearly. Yet that's what they were telling us early on. So there are many more than this. These are peer-reviewed papers that discuss the spike protein's pathogenicity. And there are many, many more. And some of these papers go back to 2003, 2005. They've known about it for over 2 decades. 2 decades, and yet they still approve this thing.
Yes.
Carla Lehman's paper in 2024 is very clear. Unfortunately, I'm looking for it in here. I can't find it. But she says very clear that it is dangerous. The spike protein dysregulates the renin-angiotensin system, and the renin-angiotensin system, therefore, is disabled, and the human immune system is severely affected across the body. As a cardiologist told me, it's like a domino falling. The renin-angiotensin system falls, and it knocks all the rest of the immune system over. So this is a critical thing that they knew, or they should have known, but they willfully ignored. Does that make sense?
Willfully ignored, absolutely. And when you have members of the TGA providing answers like that to you in Senate estimates, I can only call the persons who provided that answer liars. If they're not liars, well, then they don't deserve the $1 million paychecks that they're receiving, and they're absolutely incompetent. But we know they're not incompetent. So I'm going to revert to my first answer. Observation that we have a TGA that is staffed by liars who will obfuscate and will tell you the opposite to what the science has established for decades now.
Not only does it therefore kill people through a variety of diseases, cancers, heart, turbo cancers, brain, organs, gonads, of male and female, the spike protein can disable the human reproduction system. So we have a killer in our midst. The spike protein, the next issue I just want you to confirm or not,
yes,
is the spike protein. We now know from scientifically peer-reviewed papers from eminent doctors, including Professor Angus Dalgleish and Dr. Key, was human engineered. It was designed to do what it does.
Are you aware of that?
Look, of course, I'm not a scientist, but we've been working very, very closely with those with PhDs in genomics who know how to analyze, and the evidence has been overwhelming since, I would say, early, that it is a man-made virus, gain-of-function research. We can thank Dr. Fauci and Collins out of the NIH in the US for providing the funds to the Wuhan lab. And this was done knowingly. We've got Australian professors, and I will mention Eddie Holmes, who was also caught up in this controversy and tried to deny the truth of the fact that these are man-made.
Then we see, Mr. Gillespie, elaborate cover stories. So we were told at first that the virus, the spike protein, came out of the wet markets in Wuhan. And then after people saying that was ridiculous, being ridiculed, they then admitted, oh yes, it came out of the Wuhan Institute of Virology laboratory and a lab leak. That, it turns out, is likely to be another cover story for the real source, which was a university in North Carolina, where Ralph Barrick did the work on gain-of-function, as you quite rightly pointed out. So we had a gain-of-function research illegally done in North Carolina, and apparently the various presidents knew about this, even though Obama outlawed it. So that was the original source. Then they had a story that said, no, it's Wuhan Institute of Virology lab leak. Then they had another one, and the superficial first story was it's a wet markets. So this was not only engineered, it's not only a killer of the reproduction system in many people, it was engineered and it was elaborately covered up. And it was funded by the Department of Defense and NIH in America.
Yes. That's all the evidence as we understand it as well. It's not part of our primary legal proceedings, but we necessarily have to get our heads around all those aspects in case it becomes relevant. And everything that you just mentioned, North Carolina, that is a big red flag on the map for everyone, because a lot of that gain-of-function research has indeed been orchestrated out of the North Carolina University labs. So we saw the report, the committee report out of the US a couple of days ago. They've come to the view that indeed it is a human-engineered, or always was a human-engineered virus, and working out which labs that it was released from. I say released, is just a matter of time until we get some whistleblowers. So hopefully when we get Robert Kennedy Jr., Bobby entering his position as secretary in the new year, he'll rip the lid off that, and we'll get further details in due course. And then we can turn around and slap that information in the faces of a few, well, I would say complicit Australian scientists and members of Australia's Commonwealth Health Department.
Okay, I'll put 4 points to you now together. If you could just tell me if any of these are not correct. In addition to what I've just told, and you've confirmed, the injections were contaminated with SV40 and E. coli plasmid contamination, endotoxins. They also contain another new technology, which is lipid nanoparticles, which are dangerous in themselves and therefore spread the spike protein manufacturing capability throughout the whole body, including the organs. They also contain experimental gene therapy treatments using mRNA, yet no Office of Gene Technology approval. You've already said that. Worse, the Pfizer tested the mRNA initial product using method 1, which removes DNA contamination. The injections used on the public used another method, method 2, for large-scale manufacturing that did not remove DNA contamination. This is homicide on a grand scale.
Yes, it is indeed resulted in homicide because, you know, the Pfizer trial has been pulled apart to pieces, and we found that there was actually excess deaths in the arm of those recipients of their batch process 2 product. But let's be very clear about this. The bait and switch, as you mentioned, where for their lab work, they used process 1, and then when they were performing the clinical trials on human subjects, they used a Pfizer formulation which came from process 2 manufacturing. Process 1 manufacturing was the basis for the approval globally. So the process 2 product, which is what was ultimately distributed, that was not legally approved. So it's the same in Australia. The provisional approval of the Pfizer product was based on the process 1 manufacturing data. And then to a lesser extent, the process 2 adverse event reactions. So this was made very clear to the FDA and the TGA in 2020, this bait and switch. And the FDA, the TGA, the European Medicines Agency, the EMA, and England's MHRA all signed off on this bait and switch and agreed to rely upon data which didn't reflect the actual product that was being distributed to the global population. So the extent of the knowing and intentional fraud, is present within all of those regulators, all of those individuals. And I'll say the names again because they're relevant in Australia. Brendan Murphy and John Skerritt were a party to this fraud and cover-up and placing Australians directly in harm's way, inevitably, once these drugs were delivered to the Australian community.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gillespie, for your testimony and for your opening statement and for your tireless work. We will get eventually these people hounded down, and we will hold them accountable, and we will get to the truth and restore accountability in this country and governance and health industry, and also we will get compensation for the vaccine injured and the bereaved. So thank you so much for your tireless work.
Well, thank you too, Senator, and Senators Antic and Hanson and Mr. Broadbent. It's inquiries just like this, which, as I mentioned, take us another step in the right direction. So many thanks for your time.
Okay.
Cheers.
Still on? Okay. We want to move straight on to the next segment, but we will be using a video because it's a video of Dr. Melissa McCann, who's leading the class action lawsuit against health authorities for approval of the COVID shots. And, well, she says it all. She's in the middle of a trial right now. Her trial is on right now. We hope to have heard something from it last night, but it's just the start of proceedings. So we've gone back, rather than compromise the trial, we've gone back and we're about to play a video for 27 minutes while we have some lunch, and then we'll come back and get on with the next live witness. So play the video.
My name is Dr. Melissa McCann. This video is a summary of the COVID vaccine injury class action. Please feel free to use and share this information. The website for the class action is found here, with more information on the claim, including links to join and link to the fundraising page. So this action has been filed in the Federal Court, New South Wales Registry, by NR Barbie's solicitor, acting on behalf of the lead applicants and all other COVID-19 vaccine injured parties, against, at least, the Australian Government, the Department of Health and Aged Care Secretary Dr. Brandon Murphy, and the Deputy Secretary of the Health Products Regulation Group, Adjunct Professor John Skerritt. And this action has been commenced with a genuine steps statement and a comprehensive statement of claim that totals more than 650 pages. And this claim document can be found on the class action website. With ongoing and soon to be worsening censorship, most people are still not aware of the action, so please share. Also, a link to the crowdfunding. So our fundraising platform is securely hosted on our own website, and we've raised so far more than $200,000. And regarding the funding, if the action succeeds, all donations will be returned. I have signed on as funder, have donated personally, and continue to donate regularly to ensure all legal fees are paid on time. And I've also guaranteed for the injured that should the action fail, I will be responsible for adverse costs so that the injured and bereaved can join with confidence. And if or when the action wins, no person takes any cut or percentage from the compensation, not myself or the lawyers or anyone else. So running the action in this way, by not using a no-win, no-fee law firm and not using a commercial litigation funder, means that we are reliant on donations to run the case, but it means the injured will receive the highest possible compensation. I wanted to avoid the situation where a class action could win, but the arrangement with the lawyers or a commercial funder resulted in the victims ending up with only a small amount, as has happened in previous class actions. However, to continue in this way, we need to fundraise very soon another $600,000, and we are asking for just a $1 donation from 600,000 people to continue this historic action. So about the action, the applicant alleges that the respondents' actions to advance the acceptance and use of the various approved COVID-19 vaccines constitutes negligence and/or misfeasance, and further alleges that such negligence and misfeasance caused the class members to suffer loss or damage. I will present some of the facts and allegations that form part of the statement of claim. Importantly, these points are currently just allegations until the matter is determined by the court. So firstly, the claim establishes that the respondents had the responsibility for approval decisions and a number of statutory obligations under the Therapeutic Goods Act, and the public was reassured of the respondents' competence in carrying out these responsibilities.
If Professor Skerritt gives it the tick, then I'm happy to take the jab.
And the allegation of the inflated risk of COVID infection, where it was known that the actual threat of COVID was a case fatality rate of around 1 in 100 for those over the age of 65 years, and in persons aged under 49 years was 5 in 10,000, and that not one person under the age of 50 had died from COVID at the time of vaccine approval. And that it was known at the time of approval, and remains the case, that the median age of death from COVID is 81 years for males and 86 years for females, in a population where this age of death from COVID is equal to the median life expectancy. And that death rates were inflated, whereby those dying with COVID had comorbidities in 93% of people, and COVID was listed as the sole cause of death in only 7% of cases. And the action will allege that the respondents made false and misleading statements with respect to the risk from COVID in order to encourage increased vaccine uptake.
My view is that the case fatality rate is around 1%.
The risk of dying from COVID, if you're over 70, is 1 in 10.
And regarding the provisional approval pathway, this is not the same as the US emergency use approval. Provisional determination allowed the companies to submit for approval when data was not yet available due to ongoing trials, and this data could be submitted on a rolling basis. Importantly, the TGA guidelines state that for a provisional registration application, you must satisfactorily establish the safety and efficacy of the medicine, including a positive risk-benefit balance based on the preliminary clinical data. And this was confirmed publicly by the respondents.
That we have deliberately gone through the normal full range of regulatory approvals for our vaccines, safe regulatory approval, have not cut any corners, and we will not register a vaccine unless we're confident about its safety.
And the claim further alleges that it was known that the vaccines possessed exceptional inherent safety risks due to their novel properties, the widespread intended use, and the completely novel and never before used vaccine platform of delivery of RNA in a lipid nanoparticle or DNA material in a viral vector to self-produce the spike protein, and for which they were required to obtain advice from the gene technology regulator, which in the case of the mRNA vaccines was not done. And that despite these inherent risks, it was known that the total time taken for the approvals, from commencement, testing and trials to approval, was 9 months for the Pfizer vaccines, 10 months for AstraZeneca vaccine, and 17 months for the Moderna vaccine. And the claim alleges false and misleading statements were made to minimise concerns about the novel platform or the approval timeline in order to increase vaccination uptake.
Is this thing, because it's seemingly rushed through overseas, is it going to be safe for us to take it here?
Well, it's important that the public is reassured about the safety of vaccines. Now, every new medicine or vaccine that comes in is closely watched for safety. The reason why they've been developed so quickly is very simple. Money, 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 and billions of dollars. The biggest investment in a new area of medical research and pharmaceutical development, I think, that I've ever known.
What would you say to people that are a bit worried about how fast it's been? Why things usually take so long is that they're done one after the other. So we usually do, phase 1 studies and then, see what happens, and then, someone has to go and apply for money to get the phase 2 study going, and then it happens like that. What's different about this and why it's so much quicker is that all these things are being done in parallel. So you would never think in a million years in any other vaccine we would make vaccines before we knew that they were effective.
It feels like, just as a layperson, it's kind of a short ramp up of time to get the vaccine, necessarily, of course. I guess with other vaccines you have longer to compare the data. Is that fair? Does it matter?
So we had a lot of teams working in parallel on this. A lot longer hours each day and a lot more people working on it.
And that there were known untested groups of people who were regardless indicated by the TGA, such as pregnant and lactating women, people with autoimmune disease or polyethylene glycol allergies, and people who had previously had COVID infection. In addition, the WHO had advised a contraindication for anyone who had previously experienced anaphylaxis to any food or drug due to the high risk of allergic reactions in the Pfizer vaccine. And the case will allege false and misleading statements were made to reassure of safety in those groups, regardless of these cautions. And further, that based on the submitted approval data, that the vaccines were not approved for the indication of preventing serious illness or death from COVID, or to prevent transmission of the virus, as neither before the approvals nor since did the clinical trials meet the secondary trial endpoint of reduction in any serious outcome or reduction in transmission. The only TGA-approved indication for any of these vaccines to this day is the prevention of COVID-19 disease, defined as a positive PCR test, and 2 viral symptoms of any severity. There is no licensed indication for use to prevent transmission or to prevent severe disease and death, nor has there ever been. And the case will allege that false and misleading statements were made in regards to these unapproved indications.
It's highly efficacious. The other really encouraging thing about Moderna is even after 6 months, it's proving to be 93% efficacious against any infection, 98% against severe disease, and 100% against death. It also seems to be quite efficacious against variants, although the company is doing some further work on development of variants.
Is that we are seeing far less deaths than we did last year. The main reason for both of those is, in fact, the vaccine rollout, which has been extraordinarily successful in decreasing death rates in particular.
All of these 3 vaccines have now been shown to be highly effective at preventing clinical COVID disease, and particularly severe COVID disease.
We also don't know how well the vaccines prevent transmission, but there's some pretty good preliminary evidence that they do.
And that the clinical trial data erroneously concluded efficacy in the 90+% ranges due to using relative rather than absolute risk reduction figures. And that absolute risk reduction of contracting symptomatic COVID for the Pfizer product was only 0.7%, with the number needed to treat, that is the number of doses to prevent 1 case of symptomatic COVID-19 infection, of 141 doses. And for Moderna, similarly, an absolute risk reduction of only 1.1%. And regarding the safety risk of death following the vaccines, that it was known at the time of approval that 1 in 1,000 elderly patients died when the Pfizer vaccination program commenced in Norway. That despite advising the public that there were no specific risks to the elderly, that John Skerritt had stated in documents obtained under Freedom of Information that the adverse reactions of nausea and diarrhea caused a turn for the worse in fragile patients. And he confirmed that 1 in 1,000 elderly patients had died, and that a document from Pfizer requesting editing and watering down of the draft media release and the product information not containing these specific warnings for doctors around cautions for use in the elderly. I have to say, as a doctor, I find this point especially egregious, because ultimately those in nursing homes may possibly have had a more favourable benefit-risk ratio, even with 1 in 1,000 dying after the vaccine, since if all nursing home residents caught COVID, up to 1 in 100 may have died from COVID. But withholding the information on the deaths from doctors and the public appears deliberately negligent, Had we known this, doctors might have been able to ensure the vaccines were not given to residents who already had poor renal function or who had recently been unwell and were dehydrated. We could have ensured optimal fluid intake prior to vaccination, and these deaths after vaccines could have been prevented. Instead, I've spoken to many nursing home workers who reported a tragic number of cases of elderly residents dying soon after receiving the vaccine. And these were the vulnerable population that the vaccines were supposed to protect the most. And it was also known in the Pfizer trial that one patient in the clinical trial had a cardiac arrest and died approximately 2 months after the second vaccine. And that one patient in the clinical trial died from a heart attack 3 days after the first Pfizer dose. But the causality was dismissed entirely on the erroneous basis that cardiac arrests and heart attacks are common events in the general population. There were also 8 other events of cardiac arrest, as well as cases of sepsis and metastatic cancers in the clinical trial participants, all of which were simply dismissed by the FDA as unrelated to the vaccine. And that severe adverse events occurred in up to 4.6% of clinical trial participants aged under 55 years. And severe adverse events are those that result in death, hospitalisation, are life-threatening, result in disability or require medical or surgical intervention, or cause a congenital abnormality or defect. And that this rate of severe adverse events was significantly higher than the risk of severe adverse event from COVID infection for those aged under 55. And those severe events occurred more frequently after the second dose compared to the first, which could be considered a re-challenge by causality assessment criteria and is supportive of likely causality. And that for severe adverse events of special interest, those being severe adverse events that are predefined medically as a significant event that may be causally connected to the vaccine, and in the clinical trial for the Pfizer vaccine, a risk difference of 10.1 serious adverse events of special interest per 10,000 vaccine recipients between the vaccine and placebo group. And this provided a harm-benefit ratio of 25, when a harm-benefit ratio of 0.1 or less is considered acceptable for approval. And any ratio greater than 1 indicates literally doing more harm than good with every dose. And these clinical trial results have recently been reviewed by published peer-review literature from independent biostatisticians who called for a formal harm-benefit analysis of the vaccines. And for the AstraZeneca vaccine, that the clinical trial demonstrated 1 case of multiple sclerosis and 1 case of transverse myelitis and 1 case of autoimmune hemolytic anemia in the clinical trial, which were each highly likely to have been related to the AstraZeneca vaccine, and which were determined unlikely to be related to the vaccine based on the bare assertion of AstraZeneca to that effect, despite having no patient-level data for the TGA to assess themselves. And this claim will allege false and misleading statements were made to increase vaccination uptake, despite the reports of causal deaths in the elderly and the reports of deaths in the clinical trials.
Are any of the vaccines dangerous or going to kill you?
There's no evidence at all that any of the vaccines are dangerous or would kill you. They're all very, very carefully tested by our TGA, which is one of the best regulatory authorities in the world.
Is the health risk of side effects from any of the vaccines greater than the health risks to the community of COVID?
There's no evidence to support that, and we now have quite good evidence of the vaccine rollout in a number of countries where they've needed to do it in an emergency situation, and the evidence suggests that whilst there are some minor side effects, serious side effects are very, very limited, and the risk is much greater of the disease than being vaccinated, much greater.
Pandemic, more than 10 times as many people have died from paracetamol, from Panadol, than from adverse events due to COVID vaccines.
After you've got...
And yet we're not banning paracetamol.
And turning to the non-clinical trial data, that it was known, for example, for the Pfizer product, that lung inflammation in monkeys was almost identical in the vaccine and placebo group, indicating minimal benefit from the vaccine. And studies of immunogenicity and immunotoxicity to examine, for example, the induction of autoimmune disease were not performed. That pharmacokinetic studies were not performed, distribution studies ceased after just 2 days, and the TGA simply accepted Pfizer's justification to perform these studies due to the products being vaccines, despite the fact the products were never before used gene therapy products. and that no data as to the degradation of the dangerous spike protein was provided or obtained by Pfizer or the TGA. That antibodies declined after just 5 weeks, raising questions about long-term efficacy. And the metabolic studies ceased after just 2 days, and this was despite the fact that the nanolipids were very poorly metabolized and barely cleared from the liver at all, and were present in multiple organs and increasing. How or even if these nanolipids clear from the body or their metabolic pathway is entirely unknown. And these are highly inflammatory nanoparticles, and they distribute across the blood-brain barrier into the neurotissues, spinal cord, bone marrow, heart, and to the ovaries and the testes. And carcinogenicity and genotoxicity studies were also not performed. And this is despite the fact that it has been known for over 60 years that the synthetic lipid adjuvants have an inherent risk of carcinogenicity. For example, the US patent for the aluminium-based vaccine adjuvant discusses the option of using a synthetic or mineral lipid adjuvant for use in vaccines, but stated that it was found that this was not suitable because the mineral oil was not metabolized by the animal host and therefore could be a carcinogen. And Pfizer justified the absence of genotoxicity and carcinogenicity studies in part by using the concept of the threshold of toxicological concern. They referenced the ICH M7 guideline. And this guideline was developed to define an acceptable intake for any unstudied chemical that poses a negligible risk of carcinogenicity. And it gives an acceptable limit of 1.5 micrograms per day. So Pfizer calculated 1.5 micrograms per day times 365 days in a year times 70 years to give a total acceptable lifetime toxicity limit, then divided by 2 for 2 doses per year, and calculated 19,000 micrograms as an acceptable dose for each twice-yearly dosing, and stated this limit was therefore over 300 times the exposure amount for any given dose. However, that very same ICH M7 guideline, which was referred to by Pfizer, but perhaps or allegedly not read by the TGA, as this guideline acknowledged that intermittent higher dosing can have more risk than a continuous low dose, and that in the case of intermittent dosing, the acceptable daily intake should be based on the total number of dosing days, not the time interval over which the dosing occurs. The guideline provides a table and provides an example for a drug administered once a week for 2 years, this being 104 dosing days. And for the twice-yearly dosing, for the Pfizer vaccine over 70 years, is 140 dosing days, or a total of 5 months of dosing days. And the acceptable intake per dose is actually 20 micrograms, not 19,000 as Pfizer calculated. And the threshold is well exceeded in a single dose. And remembering that there were multiple cases of malignancy in the clinical trial, and in the post-marketing surveillance, reporting ratios from the TGA's own data released under Freedom of Information showed elevated proportionality reporting ratio levels for a range of malignant neoplasms, melanoma, lymphoma, leukemia, breast and prostate cancer. And there were also known inherent risks for the mRNA platform, including the risk of the unevaluated RNA regions, with the presence of microRNAs or potential oncomeres being small RNA sequences that cause cancer, which the TGA acknowledged in a Freedom of Information request that they had not evaluated. And the pleading also describes other known issues with the mRNA sequence, including the use of the synthetic pseudoneuridine modified nucleotides, and the RNA untranslated regions and sequences coding for mitochondrial RNA with potential catastrophic consequences. And the non-clinical studies also showed high amounts of pro-inflammatory cytokines, including Th2 cytokines, high levels of eosinophils and large unstained cells, changes in serum chemistry, massive increases in acute phase proteins, as well as infiltration of macrophages. And the claim will allege false and misleading statements in relation to the non-clinical data, in addition to alleging the decision to approve in all of the circumstances was negligent.
So the dose of the lipids in the vaccine is below the threshold that internationally is assessed for genotoxicity and carcinogenicity. I mean, these lipids are commonly used in a range of other human therapeutics. and even at higher levels there isn't evidence of genotype. And they are distributed through a range of parts of the body, as are lipids that you have if you have a sausage or a steak for breakfast.
Yep.
And the lipids are hydrolyzed, destroyed by the body fairly rapidly, as are dietary lipids.
And this is my point, is why hasn't this research been done prior to the rollout?
Well, Senator, if you'd wanted a couple of million people in Australia potentially hospitalised and killed from COVID, you could have had that, because this research takes a couple of years to do.
Well, I realise that.
Sorry, if I can finish my answer, Senator. In order to understand these things, it would have been another year or 2 or 3 until these vaccines would have been released.
The claim further alleged that the non-clinical and clinical data provided evidence for VAED, or vaccine-associated enhanced disease, which is a situation where someone who is vaccinated later contracts the disease that the vaccine is meant to protect against. And that person develops a range of inflammatory consequences, ranging from death to new diseases, worsening of existing diseases, and a vast range of organ damage, and can also cause a prolonged clinical disease course, which might be referred to as long COVID. And regarding potential risks in pregnancy, using Pfizer as one example, the initial category B2, which stated that the fertility and developmental toxicity study in rats showed increased supernumerary lumbar ribs in fetuses from Comirnaty-treated female rats, which statement was removed without explanation, and the category changed to a B1. In fact, this fertility and developmental toxicity study demonstrated, among other matters, an increase in the pre-implantation loss rate of 9.8% in vaccinated versus 4.1% in placebo group rats, effectively a doubling of the equivalent of miscarriage rates in animal studies. And the study demonstrated a variety of other fetal anomalies in the animal studies, as well as one of the pregnant rats developing a solid, dark, heterogeneous mass adherent to the liver tissue, which does sound unequivocally like a liver tumour in this rat, but overall, in the control group, a total of 11 anomalies or malformations from a litter size of 21, and for the Pfizer vaccine group, a total of 28 anomalies or malformations in the same litter size of 21. And this summary table does not even include one of the animals, for reasons unknown, dam number 255, where in the depths of the hundreds of page-long study, we find a report for this rat fetus and the anomaly of situs inversus totalis of the thoracic and abdominal cavities, which is basically a rare and serious congenital abnormality, which is a mirror image transposition of the abdominal and thoracic organs, and a serious fetal anomaly in this animal. And just to be clear, the final categorisation of B1 in pregnancy is defined by the TGA as no increase in harmful effects in humans, and studies in animals have not shown evidence of an increased occurrence of fetal damage. And the claim alleges negligence by the respondents to regardless approve in pregnancy despite this data, and to provide for category B1 classification. And regarding the approvals in children and young people, using again the example of the Pfizer product, that these were based on clinical efficacy endpoints of antibody response, not on COVID cases, and were approved when the case fatality rate for a young person from COVID is 0%. And whilst in the OzPAR for the Pfizer pediatric product, it was stated that there were no reports of adverse events of special interest in young people in the clinical trial, however, that it was in fact known to the TGA that by the approval date of December 7th, 2021, that there were a total of 399 reports of these adverse events of special interest in Australian young people aged under 18 to the TGA DAEN database, including 2 cases where death was a reported outcome. And there have in fact been multiple cases of deaths reported in young children, several of those where the TGA appears to have described these as causal from the vaccines based on Freedom of Information documents. And importantly, the TGA was required to convene VSIG for all serious and unexpected adverse events after vaccination, and particularly for those where public confidence could be compromised. And instead, the TGA has allegedly attempted to withhold these assessments from the public and has not called VSIG for these or thousands of other serious adverse events reported. Lastly, and without getting too philosophical, I would like to recognise some of the good that has come from this horror. I have seen the greatest strength and courage from those who are injured and bereaved, who have been able to selflessly advocate for and assist others who are suffering. And so many who have given their time, energy and money to fight for and care for their fellow human beings. There has been almost a spiritual movement and an awakening, as so many are turning away from big pharma and big medicine, and finding strength and meaning and faith in their lives and freeing themselves from the fear that has allowed for the control of humanity over the past few years. Many are now looking at that fear squarely and calling it for what it was and is, an evil and a horror that justified the most atrocious behaviour towards even our own families, friends and colleagues. From Matthew 10:26, therefore do not fear them, for there is nothing covered that will not be revealed, and nothing hidden that will not be known.
Welcome back. And Melissa McCann, Dr. Melissa McCann from Whitsundays has my admiration. She is a doctor in the Whitsundays in central Queensland on the coast there, beautiful part of the world. And she was injecting people with the COVID injection. And then listen to this. She has what I admire so much in people. She started listening to the people and they were talking about the horrific injuries. And she stopped. She stopped. And she started questioning and listening. And then she got up and started actively managing her patients who were hurt. And then she ignored the money, of course, that she was getting for injecting people. That's a minor thing. But she actually started taking court action. So not only did she stop injecting people, she started taking court action. And the COVID, we're seeking compensation as part of what we're doing to hold the people who perpetrated this homicide accountable. We're seeking compensation. Many thousands of people suffering serious injuries due to the COVID injections. That's very important to Senator Hanson, to the other members of this panel, the other senators and Russell Broadbent. The COVID injections caused tens of thousands of deaths. That's homicide. Innumerable people have been crippled and disabled, not to mention the bereaved as a result of the deaths. Many tens of thousands seriously injured. Many have been seriously gaslit. Many cruelly ridiculed and denied. Oh, you're just dreaming it up. They've not been heard. Rather, the injured are being suppressed. I've got a friend of mine who took 2 Pfizer shots. She's quite switched on, but she took 2 Pfizer shots. And a couple of years later, she's just suddenly paralysed. This has happened repeatedly with people who've had these injections. Paralysed from the neck down. Could not move, just woke up and could not move. Had to call someone, barely moved her hand to call someone. So this is what's going on. And she is only now, after a couple of years, getting back to being mobile. And the doctors didn't know what to do. Couldn't even identify the cause. But we'll have another doctor on later to explain why. We'll continue to seek justice, fairness, and compensation for these people, and an opportunity for each of them to be heard. That's so important for people. There are 3 paths to justice in this issue. I said it right from the start. Parliament is one, but we're very limited because most of the parliamentarians are not awake. They're asleep. The second is the court system, but as you heard from Mr. Gillespie, it's Julian Gillespie, it's pretty tough under the judiciary at the moment. And the third one is action by the people. But let's get some more data. Our next witness is economist Gigi Foster. Now I've got to keep track of time. Is economist Gigi Foster, who's a professor at the University of New South Wales School of Economics, senior scholar, Brownstone Institute. She has a Bachelor of Arts in Ethics, Politics and Economics, and a PhD in Economics. She works in diverse fields including education, social influence, time use, lab experiments, behavioural economics, and Australian policy, publishing in both specialised and cross-disciplinary outlets. She's one of Australia's leading economics communicators in the media and at live events, and this woman can communicate. She co-founded the think tank Australians for Science and Freedom, scienceandfreedom.org 2023. She is an author most recently of The Great COVID Panic, Brownstone Institute 2021 with Paul Friers and Michael Baker. And the second book, Do Lockdowns and Border Closures Serve the Greater Good? Connor Court 2022 with Sanjeev Sablock. Gigi is invited to discuss economic and social impacts of Australia's federal and state responses to COVID. The costs of the lockdowns and border closures were at least 68 times the size of the benefits they could possibly have delivered. Secondly, no Australian Department of Health is seriously looking into the causes of the excess deaths observed in Australia since mid-2021. And bills continue to be introduced, and some even passed, to do with control of information flows. So she can talk about more than just the COVID mismanagement and deceit. I want to mention she has an association with Jay Bhattacharya, who Donald Trump has recently appointed to lead the National Institute of Health in his transition team, and then as the leader afterwards. Welcome, Gigi. Good to have you. Keep smiling.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts. Thanks for the kind introduction. So I'll just go over those 3 points that Senator Roberts has reviewed, and then, of course, I'm very happy to take questions from the panel. So first of all, many of you may know me as the anti-lockdown queen. I was on the TV and radio quite a lot during the COVID era, arguing for the basic reality that locking down an entire economy and entire healthy societies in various states was going to carry costs. And those costs were being ignored at the time by the decision makers who were implementing these lockdowns and border closures of Australia. And more than that, not only were the costs being ignored, but the lockdown policy had never actually been proven to work. And it certainly was known before COVID arose to be extremely costly. And this is why it didn't appear in any of our pandemic management plans, which were summarily binned in about mid-March 2020. And people simply went along, generally speaking, with these draconian policies that we had never before seen in Australia, supposedly, allegedly, to combat a threat that, according to data at the time that I was looking at, was simply nothing like the fearsome thing that was being portrayed in the media. So I barracked for an accommodation of these costs, an acknowledgement that we were perhaps doing more harm than good, repeatedly for months, and was hoping that governments would come out with the traditional way of evaluating a policy, which is through cost-benefit analysis. Some of you on the panel may be aware of this method. Essentially, it's done by backroom economists around the world, often in Treasury departments, here in Australia, of course, including in Victoria, where they had the hardest lockdowns in the world. And in fact, Victoria at the time employed someone named Sanjeev Sablock. I was waiting and waiting for governments to do a cost-benefit analysis, and I didn't see one. And so I started to write my own. And luckily, through the invitation of David Limbrick, I was invited to address the Victorian State Parliamentary Accounts and Estimates Committee in August 2020. And I presented the sort of skin and bones of the cost-benefit analysis that I had done, which indicated even if I didn't cost out all of the various line items of costs of lockdowns, that lockdowns could not possibly be delivering net benefits to Australian society. In terms of the currency that I thought and still think is the most valid one to use, which is human well-being. It is not dollars, although one can do a CBA in dollars, and often that's done. But I decided to use human well-being because I think that's the easiest and most rational target to use, particularly when considering policies that have direct well-being costs when implemented through mental health damage and other things that are difficult to quantify in terms of dollars at the time. So I presented this to the Victorian Public Accounts and Estimates Committee and hoped still that there would be a full CBA, but there never was. And I eventually expanded that sort of skin and bones CBA into a full book length one, which I show you here. Do lockdowns and border closures serve the greater good? My co-author was Sanjeev Sablock. That person I mentioned used to be employed at the Victorian Treasury until he and the Treasury parted ways. In this book, we cost out all of the various different types of costs that we felt comfortable estimating the size of lockdowns. That doesn't include all of the costs. And of course, we wrote this we finished writing sometime in early 2022, and we only included our estimates of the cost of lockdowns and border closures. Our estimates indicate that the cost of the lockdowns are easily at least 68 times the size of the benefits that the lockdowns could possibly have delivered. And that does not even include the damage done by the vaccines. That also does not include a quantification of costs that are more intangible, like the loss of trust in institutions, or the loss of community security or strength, or the loss of people's motivation, and other kinds of intangibles. Habits forming that are very negative for productivity and human capital formation, even now, years after we had these destructive policies implemented in Australia. So I hope that students in the future will update my work with additional costs. I don't think there'll be any more benefits, unfortunately, flowing from lockdowns. So this is example one of government abrogating its responsibility to care for the Australian people. The fact that we have not seen a government in Australia essentially refute my work and that of many other authors around the world who have looked at the costs and benefits of lockdowns, all of them, to my knowledge, who take this question seriously and follow conventional approaches. All of them find that lockdowns are not worth it. Secondly, no Australian Department of Health or other body that is funded by the public is seriously looking into the causes of the excess deaths that we have been accumulating since mid-2021. The think tank I founded in 2023, Australians for Science and Freedom, submitted a paper in response to the excess deaths inquiry a few months ago, in which we suggested that there are 3 plausible reasons for these excess deaths. One of them is crowded out healthcare and other negative health effects from the lockdowns themselves. A second one is the vaccines, side effects of the vaccines. And a third one is hospital protocols that we know to have been, in some cases overseas, particularly in the UK, not promoting of health, but rather promoting of death. And we are afraid that perhaps some of those protocols involving drugs like midazolam and lorazepam may have been used in doctors' panic here in Australia, in particularly 2022. So we think that the number one Department of Health job is to look after the health of Australians. And certainly when Australians are dying, they're not healthy. So I see this as example 2 of government abrogating its responsibility for care of the Australian people that have put it in charge of stewarding our welfare. Example 3 is that bills continue to be introduced, and some of them even passed, to do with control of information. And, the MAD bill that was just recently defeated was certainly wrapped in beautiful language with all sorts of claims that welfare would be promoted by the passage of this bill, but with no proof that that would be the case. And in fact, if you are a student of history, if you have had any kind of historical training at all, and in fact, if you've read dystopian literature, you will know that one of the main tools of power and manipulation of totalitarian and autocratic regimes throughout history and in dystopian literature is control of information flows. And so when I see these sorts of bills being introduced, alarm bells ring in my head. We should not, in a democratic Western society, be limiting freedom of speech. That is a tool of autocracy. That is not a tool of democracy. And the pretty packaging that these things are wrapped in, such as the under 16 social media bill, does not actually hold up to scrutiny. There is no proof that these bills will truly advance the welfare of Australia, which is what my objective is and should be the objective, I believe, of democratically elected government officials. So I'll stop there and take some questions.
Much, Gigi. Who would like to go first with the questions? Over to you, Russell.
Oh, thank you. I don't know whether you can see me yet, but hi, Gigi. Gigi, you just spoke then about the way legislation is being framed and what's happening, and the effect on the Australian people as far as freedom go. Is there anybody else besides yourself watching the overall picture of what's being put forward here?
Well, it's a good question, Russell. One of the problems that we have in science today, and I certainly see this in economics and other social sciences, is that there is a tendency to hyper-specialize. And we have kind of secularly, without understanding or knowing that we're doing it, moved away from the production of generalists and towards the production of hyper-specialists in the academy for the last maybe 20 or 30 years. When I entered the academy maybe 20 years ago or so, there were still some people in economics who would routinely go back and forth between industry or government and the academy. And by doing that, they sort of kept themselves grounded to reality, and they were forced to consider real policy trade-offs in the real world. Unfortunately, now that has significantly receded as a habit. And there aren't nearly as many people in my sort of position, professors in economics, supported by the taxpayer, I might add, who actually have an incentive or have decided to develop a model of the world in their mind using which they can credibly and confidently advise upon policy that involves trade-offs across multiple domains in the real world. It's a very difficult thing to do, but it's simply not rewarded in terms of careers and promotion and status in the academic professions anymore. And so that's one of the reasons I think that there aren't as many people like me. I would also say before COVID emerged, I happened to have the great good fortune to have already been studying things like power and loyalty and corruption. So I was already in prime position to understand what was happening during the COVID era. And I was already kind of aware of the whole psychological side of things too. My mother's a psychologist. I do a lot of behavioral economics. So I just had a lot of tools at my disposal and found myself in a good place to be able to make a positive difference.
What's the, you talked about scientists being in silos. What is the disengagement between people who are vaccinated and their families and the knowledge of that? The not seem to be connected to the health professionals who are not connected to the economists who are not connected to the politicians. Why in this case did that happen?
Well, I think we have a number of problems. The specialism that I spoke about is not confined to the academy. People even in the real world, so epidemiologists, nurses, doctors, they are not trained to see holistically the impact of their actions on broader areas of society. And they're not trained to see what they do as simply one of many different things that are necessary to hold a healthy society together. And so I think part of the problem is in the education that we now provide to our specialists, to our educated classes, I might say. We really don't emphasize that generation of the holistic view. And also we have, unfortunately, developed a culture of a lack of accountability, personal accountability. So there's a habit and a norm of buck passing. So instead of taking responsibility for a particular decision, someone in power often, and you'll see this over and over again, you saw it during COVID constantly, someone will say, oh, well, because of this advice, we chose to do X. And this advice is usually some department. It's not a person. It's not John Smith told me to do this, ergo blame him. It's more, well, we received advice from blah, 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 and lots of passive tense and basically a kind of exposition that makes you wonder who is actually in charge. And the problem is there isn't really anybody in charge, but worse than that, people are not taking responsibility for their actions and they are not acting out of principle. And so in some sense, they're following the letters of their professions and their supposed missions, rationalizing why their own actions are somehow in accordance with those missions, when in reality an independent observer who had a bigger picture available to him or her would actually say, no, that person is not advancing the mission that they signed up for, whether it's the Hippocratic Oath or the protection of human freedoms if you're in the law profession. Instead, what's happening is those actors are not taking personal responsibility, are seeking justification and rationalization, are tethering themselves to the very narrow letter of the law, and have been acting without principle. And I think these things are very destructive to a society like ours.
Professor Foster, I've asked you some very difficult questions over the last 3 years, but this one I can't understand. I've just been to a meeting a few minutes ago where one of the participants was telling me about the health impacts upon, the unusual health impacts upon their next door neighbour, the wife having unusual brain tumours and the husband having a heart problem, and there's no heart issues in the family. When there's so many in the community that know there's something in the health area going awry, why are people not responding to that in a more aggressive way?
Well, think about who you would expect to respond. I mean, first of all, if you're thinking that the local GP would respond, well, think about their incentives. Always incentives are the thing you must consider. And incentives arise from monetary concerns, from status concerns, from the concern to feel that one is a good person and that other people think one is a good person. These are generally the things that motivate people a lot. And so groups are very relevant to that. So if a GP sees someone who has these sorts of unexplained health effects, most of the time that GP will look to guidance from the powerful body that registers them, that has power over them, which is OPRA. OPRA has said consistently vaccines are safe and effective. So they will automatically be primed not to be thinking about the vaccines as a possible cause of these effects. And of course, these people have authority, and the people who are coming into their office will see the doctors as authority figures and will sort of deferentially relate to these doctors rather than necessarily thinking for themselves, again, just as a matter of habit, because we're taught that doctors are the source of health information that we can trust. Of course, the fact that this trust has been betrayed during this period, I think, is slowly sinking into more and more people in Australia. And so perhaps the person you were speaking with, neighbor, will not go to the GP. Perhaps they will just sit at home and be angry, become cynical, start to think, well, I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know whom to trust. And that then causes health problems in the mind, mental health problems, which can then lead to even more destruction and dysfunction in the family, self-harm, all sorts of loss. So that might happen. Of course, they may just get angry and then they might think, oh, well, I'm going to do something about this. And then what do? Do they go and make an appeal to their local council? Well, there's one person. They'll be dismissed as a conspiracy theorist, a tinfoil hat, kooky person, somebody who is unscientific, doesn't have a right to have an opinion because they don't have any health training. I was told that many times during COVID. It's not easy. And you need that kind of fortitude and strength to go forth and insist, no, listen to me, that many people don't have, particularly if they're injured, if they're physically injured. So whom exactly are we thinking is going to be the reactor here? This is one of the reasons why I founded the free think tank, Australians for Science and Freedom, because I want to create a community that people who are angry, sad, injured, and want justice can join and can fight for something positive, which is a better future for Australia. We are developing new ideas about alternative systems in health and many other systems in Australia to hopefully rebuild this country on a positive footing.
Thank you, Professor Foster.
My pleasure.
Would you like to ask some questions?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks, Professor, for all of that. It's an interesting position and field of expertise to have been analysing this. It's probably the sort of things you're doing and saying and analysing probably haven't been explored enough, I think, over the course of the COVID period. So it's really interesting to hear you speak. And one of the things that struck me and has struck me over the course of the last few years has been just how much of public everything, governance and politics has been deferred to the expertocracy. We've got this world now where politicians will do exactly as you described before, just revert to the experts. And that to me sounds like a very easy way of, having the decision-making being outsourced from politics where it should be into the world of experts. Now, we know that experts can vary in views, so it really becomes a case of where you're getting that expert evidence from. And it strikes me that that's an easy way to control the narrative and control policy. It's not something I saw coming, I have to admit. Maybe I wasn't paying attention prior to COVID, but it's become so clear now how that can be used across the board, whatever the issue is, whether it's climate or COVID, health or whatever. Is that something you saw coming? Is it something you think there's a way of combating, and is it going to get worse?
Yes, yes, and yes. If you really want to know more about this, I would advise reading this book, The Great COVID Panic. It's from 2021, the first book of Brownstone Institute. We talk in that book, chapter by chapter, about the various causes of the COVID panic, and of course, some of them are political, as you say, and to do with the hyper-specialism and buck passing. You may have also seen the book, The Treason of the Experts by Ramesh Thakur, which is making the same point that you make there. I did see it coming a bit, I suppose, because I had already been in the public eye speaking about policy issues when most of my colleagues, certainly in the academy, don't take the time to do that very much. And part of the reason for that is because they haven't, again, developed this sort of model in their mind of how the world really works, how humans actually work, how groups actually work, how the nation state really works, power, dynamics, loyalty, love, things that are extremely important. And some people may not think that's economics, but to me it is, because if you don't understand the true motivations of a human being, you cannot possibly understand his or her resource allocation decision making. And that is what economics is about. It's about trying to allocate the scarce resources we have to get the most for everyone who is in the society we're making policy for, which in this case is Australia. So I do think it is likely to get a bit worse in some quarters. I think the academy still has a ways to go before it collapses in on itself. Although I will say I'm part of a new higher education experiment called Academia Liberamentis, the Academy of the Free Mind, where we are trying to rid ourselves of the bureaucracy and the facelessness and curriculum capture that we see in some of the big universities now. But I think that we do know how to create generalists. Whitehall did this for years in the UK. So the way that you create a generalist is you rotate someone around multiple different functional areas of a business or a department, and eventually they learn a little bit about all of these different things, and they start almost automatically to create this model in their mind of how things all fit together and the trade-offs. And eventually they become essentially a generalist if they're interested and oriented and talented enough. So the good news is we know how to do it. We just haven't done it. Final thing I'll say is that I do think we need some reforms on paper, some blueprints that we can present to Australian policymakers when Australia is ready for them, that try to push against this dynamic. And one of those, in my mind, is to re-empower the people to have direct oversight on some of the supposed experts in the bureaucracies that have led us down the garden path during this time, particularly in the health domain, of course, but I see also problems in the bureaucracies to do with education and other areas of the state. And I've suggested how to do this in a couple of blogs. I've actually talked about it in the Great COVID Panic, but if you want to look up at the Brownstone Institute blogs, you'll see one on citizen juries, which is essentially just using the model that we already have for criminal trials, where you take a representative body of citizens, and once in your life as a citizen, you expect to be called up for 2 to 3 months and serve with maybe 20 of your peers, and your sole job for 2 to 3 months is to appoint the next Department of Education head, let's say, or Department of Health head. So rather than being political appointments, you have these appointments be appointed by the people. And hopefully that would then generate a cadre of leaders in the public service and other publicly funded agencies, which were more responsive to the needs of the people on the ground. And whether that develops a cadre that is less specialized, I'm not sure, but at least they would be less oriented towards the political incentives that I think have been a large part of where we've gotten so many things wrong during the COVID era.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great answer. And the follow-up question to that was going to be, what do we do? What do we fix it? I mean, you can almost see this world playing out with the convergence of AI, and once again, in a similar way, that will become a product of what's fed into it, the data sets that, in terms of how much of the decision-making gets, at least in the first instance, offset to AI. So it strikes me that this is an issue, and a very, very important issue, probably almost the crux of what happened during COVID from where I sit, that just hasn't been addressed yet. I think it's going to be very complicated. It goes right to the heart, ultimately, of what a democracy actually is, in a sense. I mean, really, we've had generations, I think, of members of parliament thumbing their nose at things because they're not good for the community, and that almost seemed to get washed away by COVID. We saw huge protests on the street, and politics across the board didn't seem to react. So it's a very interesting developing area. Thank you.
Answer that question now, Gigi.
What's that?
I think Alex's question is really important. It goes to the crux of the issue. Would you like to address his question now? He said if he has time, well, let's give him time.
Sure. If you want to ask another question, Senator Antic.
No, can you answer?
Oh, sorry, Malcolm. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Alex's question now.
Yeah. So I do think that this notion of the citizen juries is one thing, but remember that during COVID, in fact, it wasn't just that people were being oppressed by their politicians. In fact, the story that we tell in the Great COVID Panic is that politicians, and you can look this up for yourself, were saying quite sensible things about COVID up until even early March 2020. They were saying things like, well, it's kind of a nasty flu if you're older and infirm, but otherwise you'll probably be fine. Everything changed when the Imperial College London modeling came out, Neil Ferguson's modeling, and we saw the video coverage coming in from China, from Milan, from New York. People were absolutely petrified. And I believe what happened in that moment That, for me, was the pivotal moment, is that politicians here in Australia and also elsewhere in the West were faced with a conundrum. They knew that their populations were clamoring for protection from this huge threat, but they also could see the data. I mean, it was obvious they saw the data because they were saying sensible things in early March 2020. I was seeing the same data, and I was seeing that it wasn't so bad. But they decided in that moment to be cowardly rather than courageous, to not do what was right for their people and tamp down the fear and provide some tools and directions for mastery over this perceived threat, but rather to paint themselves as the savior of the supposedly horrific, fearsome thing, which was COVID. And that, of course, painted them into the corner of having to continually stoke those flames of fear. So we had the government then hiring young actresses to be in the hospital and pretend to be, unable to breathe because of COVID in order to supposedly scare people into thinking that anybody could get sick, when they knew from looking at the data, I mean, it was obvious, again, based on what they said in early March 2020, that was quite rare for a young, healthy person to be hospitalized with COVID. So I think actually that it was political incentives initially that drove us over the cliff, and the political cowardice that kept us there. And of course, Mark McGowan was reelected in a landslide. Dan Andrews was reelected. People really wanted this kind of very, very extreme response because they were so frightened. And what the politicians missed was their duty to tamp down that fear as job one. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Thank you. Any more questions, Alex?
No, look, there's a million and one, but not specifically on that topic. Thanks, Malcolm. Thanks, Professor.
Come back to you. Thank you so much, Gigi, for mentioning the fact in your comments that the MAD bill was defeated. And that's really a victory for Australians. And I think one of the things, and I'd like your insights on this, is that Australians have been asleep politically. They're just yes, taking everything for granted. COVID woke people up. Is that what you found?
It's very difficult to wake people up. Yeah, it's very difficult to wake up people to what happened during COVID when they were in some way in their own mind complicit or indeed assisting with what happened. That's the problem, is that people's egos are now involved. In my view, this is the main problem that we have. Many people actively took actions during the COVID period that, if one sees them in sort of cold light of day, harmed people they love, harmed their children, harmed their families, harmed their friends, and harmed themselves. And people do not want to think of themselves as those who went along with damaging actions or further damaging actions, or sat back and watched others hurt those they loved without complaining. So I think that fact that we want to believe ourselves to be good people is ironically, one of the things that is keeping us from being able to reach the majority of the Australian population. They basically would like to sweep the whole thing under the table. And those who are vaccine injured are feeling the particular brunt of this because, of course, they went and got the vaccine, often thinking that they were doing it because it was the right thing to do. They were protecting others, their own parents, for example. And now, having been injured, they've got even more of a problem on their hands. How do they somehow get attention from this, or sympathy from this society that was evidently willing to sacrifice so much, apparently including also their health? Right? That's a very, very. I just feel so sad for those people. But even if you weren't vaccine injured, if you simply told your 3-year-old to wear a mask every day that they went to preschool, or you told your mother that, oh, sorry, you're going to have to be in the aged care home by yourself, we won't be able to bring the kids around, and then when she got very sick and sad and started to die, you said, I'm sorry, I can't come to see you, and then she died alone. Imagine being that person. How do you then face the reality that those actions caused damage because your government was telling you that those actions were the loving actions to take? Your government weaponized your altruism. I mean, that's an amazing betrayal. And not only did you go along with it, but you were then duped. You were had. You didn't see, right? So there's so much ego pressure, self-esteem pressure that comes with seeing reality that I think that's our biggest problem. Now, there, of course, is a contingent of Australians who either initially, starting from the beginning, like myself, were trying to argue against these mad policies, no pun intended, or were gradually waking up over time and have now managed themselves psychologically and forgiven themselves. I'm sure Melissa McCann has had this experience, has gone through this. You know, she gave those vaccines to some people. I'm sure she's had to forgive herself actively. And it's an amazingly courageous thing to do. So we have had those, and that group is growing over time, but we've got to find a way to compassionately reach people who were complicit in these policies because they believed that they were correct. And we're not going to have healing until we manage to reach them.
I'm so impressed. Where do people, I've got this in here somewhere, where do people sign up for Science and Freedom? What's your website?
You just go to scienceandfreedom.org. So science and freedom, all sort of written out, no dots, .org, and then just go to subscribe. You can subscribe freely to our newsletter. And there's also a membership tab if people would like to join.
Thank you. And that the and is not the ampersand, it's AND. Science, AND, freedom.org.
Thank you.
Do you have any books you could recommend to understanding better how people work? Because it is a core point. So I just thought you might take that opportunity now to publicise that, and because you can reach an audience. Because I've got some. What drives people?
I do have one other book. If you excuse me 1 second, I'll get it. This is my first book with Paul Freiders, who was also a co-author on the Great COVID Panic. It's called An Economic Theory of Greed, Love, Groups, and Networks. If you want to understand how people work, this is my best guess. And of course, you know, there are many other authors who you may want to consult. Machiavelli is a good one if you don't understand power. If you don't understand love, I would say that that book is the best. If you don't understand group dynamics, that's probably also the best one. If you don't understand economics, I would probably recommend Hazlitt's Economics in One Lesson. If you don't understand culture, I would probably recommend Thomas Sowell or some of Martin Luther King Jr.'s work. If you don't understand psychology, geez, maybe the Great COVID Panic in terms of the most important aspects. We have a chapter on crowds there, which describes the main psychological or social psychological dynamics that I think are responsible for the COVID panic. And if you don't understand corruption, I would recommend the book Rigged, R-I-G-G-E-D, which shows you corruption in Australia chapter by chapter, industry by industry. That book is a second edition of an initial book called Game of Mates.
See people wanting to get hold of your work and work that you like. It seems to me that one of the things that they preyed on was that humans' inherent care for other humans, humans' inherent care for the planet, humans' inherent care for anything alive. Humans do care naturally.
Yes.
The fact that you exist in front of us shows that someone cared for you. But that's then exacerbated or accelerated by the fact that people are driven by fear sometimes, and the governments use that quite often, whether it's the economy, it's personal health, or it's war, or security, or keeping 16-year-olds safe by banning them from the internet, you know, doing ludicrous things. And,
yes.
And they were used in this.
Well, I mean, yes, I've spoken about that, I think, in one of my answers today. I call this weaponizing altruism. I actually gave a TEDx talk recently where I believe the title was The Manipulator's Playbook, How Not to Be Manipulated by Those in Power through exploiting your loves, or something like this. And that is exactly as you say. Love is one of our most potent, most precious, most sacred motivations, in my view. It's the most important thing in the world, love. I mean, there's no question. And that's why it's so powerful, right? Because we are so strongly motivated by our loves, not just for other people, but also for our ideals, for our gods, for ourselves. And if you can be convinced, as I said in my TED Talk, if you can be convinced that some sacrifice is necessary in order to promote or sustain the welfare of something you love, you will often willingly make that sacrifice. And that is what happened during COVID. We were told we had to make sacrifices, and because we were so scared, because we were so afraid, and fear shuts down so much of our brain, right? We were vulnerable to this narrative that these sacrifices were necessary in order to preserve and enhance the welfare of Australia, of our parents particularly, of our children, of ourselves, of our communities. And so we went along with these massive sacrifices, and now Australia is weaker and more divided. and has less hope. And that's another thing I hope to be able to bring with ASF, with Australians for Science and Freedom, is hope, because we know more now than we've ever known before, literally, of course, mechanically. So what is needed is simply people with the will and the courage and the determination to bring that knowledge to bear, to create a pro-human set of institutions for our future that is realistic about the way that people really are, that is not ideological and sort of pretends that people are not greedy, but also sees that they are loving, and sees that the best we have done in our history is when we have worked together lovingly with trust and joy and hope for the future. And we can build amazing things with that kind of attitude, but we need to regenerate that attitude and support that attitude, nurture it, and approach the whole rebuilding exercise as our task for this generation, because it is, in my view.
What about the need for belonging? Because I think a lot of humans have a fear of being excluded. So if you don't get your shot, then you'll cause Granny to die. That's not only care; it's also about excluding you from those who do care. And you know, yes, we're very vulnerable to being excluded. I think a lot of humans are anyway.
I think that's very true, Senator Roberts. And I actually have learned about myself something during the COVID era, which is that I'm just much, much less vulnerable to that motivation than most human beings are. I just don't really care whether people agree with me or not. I sort of think, I think something through for myself, and then I try to do what is pro-social. And even during the lockdown era, I was trying to talk about costs of lockdowns, not only because I thought I was right, which I was, but also because I felt it was the pro-social thing to do, to put an alternative position, because nobody else was putting that position. So you need to have a diverse set of perspectives in the room in order to be able to discover the best way forward in any situation, which is, by the way, another reason to never touch one of these sorts of misinformation bills. Just the absolute opposite of what we need. We need more speech, not less speech, more speech to figure out what is actually true. But you're quite right about community, and that's of course, another reason why I founded Australians for Science and Freedom, because one of the motivations for people staying in the mainstream during the COVID era was that they felt leaving the mainstream meant stepping outside of community. There was no new community to step into. There was no other place. You would just be on your own. And people saw how denigrated and canceled and defamed and vilified I was, and a few other people were as well who spoke out during the COVID era about what was happening. I'm lucky with, again, I'm just missing some wiring or something. It didn't really bother me. But, you know, many people look at that and they just think, well, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to speak out, even if they agreed with me. And I got so much email, so many phone calls telling me, thank God for you, Gigi. Thank God. Thank you. Please keep saying this, keep speaking for people. But they wouldn't support me in public, only in private. And I think that speaks to your point. They were afraid of being canceled, of being excluded, ostracized. It's like pointing the bone, right? The pointing of the bone. People die from that, literally die. And even today, I know colleagues who I believe honestly would rather die in a ditch than risk being disapproved of by the groups that they consider to be powerful, worthy, valuable, and that have favors to hand out for them. And it's a great tragedy, but it is, you know, that is part of our social nature, right? What makes us love each other also, in some sense, is what makes us want to belong to each other as well. And so yes, that's another task of ASF and communities around the country, I believe, is to show people that there is a way to form community that does not rest on sharing beliefs. It rests on sharing humanity and combining beliefs and perspectives to generate the best way forward as a society.
I'm stunned. These words coming from an economist. Wonderful. Now, I've got one final brief question. I try to make decisions always based on data, and it's clear that you do too. Why do so many politicians run from data, hide data, obfuscate data, manipulate data, twist data? Why do they do that? Is it simply because data is objective and they can suppress it and then do whatever they want to do? Because there's so many things in the Parliament that are driving Australia downhill. Why? Why do politicians avoid data?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a few ways to tackle that question. The first thing is to say that there are lies, damn lies, and statistics, right? So as an econometrician in a former life, I can tell you, you can make many different kinds of assumptions and cut data many different ways to come up with an answer that you would like. And we certainly saw this in the modeling that was driving many of the COVID decisions. So those models that were being relied upon to justify things like social distancing and masking and all the other mad policies, those are not, in my view, science. Those are simply models. And science is a continual, perennial checking between theory and empirical data. Yeah? And you have to have that check in empirical data, of course. But the data is something that is sort of almost the litmus test of a theory. You do not look at the data and then say, well, I don't like that data, I'm going to go to find some other data. Oh, no, I don't like that data, I'm going to find some other data, and then think, oh, well, I finally found some that goes with my theory, now I'll present that data. Unfortunately, that's what happens a lot, and it certainly happened during COVID. There's cherry picking of particular kinds of data. So there was certainly a pretense of using data and using science, when the reality is that it was a very select amount of data and it was not science that was being done. So it's a bit of a nuanced answer, I suppose. Of course, an easy answer is that politicians have career incentives, right? They want to be reelected. Most politicians, and of course, with exceptions sitting here today on the panel, and I'm sure there's a few other exceptions as well, but most politicians, I would say today in Australia, as well as in the United States, are not actually as motivated by serving their people as they are by having a legacy and creating a kind of successful career for themselves and their buddies. There's a lot of favor exchange that happens. That's what's talked about in that book Rigged that I recommended earlier. It's this sort of network of favor exchange, which is not quite illegal, but it is kind of what most people on the street would probably smell as corrupt. And so, what you do with your brain most of the time, if you have those sorts of incentives, is not think through the data that's coming in every day and try to work out what's happening, but rather you've already got something in your mind that you'd like to be true. You look at the data that's coming in to try to select that which is consistent with it, with whatever you have in your mind. And then you present that data. So it's an ex post rationalization machine, the brain, rather than a true thinking machine, which is again why I've started in collaboration with others this new university, Academia Liber Mentis, Academy of the Free Mind, where we're trying to teach students to use their minds as they are capable of using them to really puzzle out their world, rather than simply to justify what they already wanted to do.
Thank you so much. We're going to have to be abrupt. Thank you so much, Gigi. That was not only that was electrifying. So much information, and it's all basic and practical. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks so much for having me on, guys.
Right, we have our next witness coming up, and it's Christine Anderson, Miss Christine Anderson, Member of Parliament for the European Union Parliament. She's from Germany. I'll read out the bio. She's a German politician and member of the European Parliament, representing the Alternative for Germany AfD party since July 2019. She's recognised for her very strong advocacy of civil liberties and her critical stance on COVID-19 measures. From the start, I must say, from the start, emphasising the protection of individual freedoms and democratic rights. She's been a member of the European Parliament, as I said, since 2019, re-elected again in 2024, so it doesn't hurt to be outspoken. She joined Alternative for Germany AfD in May 2013, so she's been there now for 12 years. Christine Anderson has been a vocal critic of COVID-19 restrictions, emphasising the importance of civil liberties and democratic rights. She has questioned the efficacy and ethical implications of measures such as mask mandates and vaccination campaigns. Notably, she raised concerns about the transparency and claims associated with COVID-19 vaccines, highlighting admissions from pharmaceutical representatives regarding the lack of data on transmission prevention at the time of market entry. In the European Parliament, Christine Anderson has actively participated in discussions and inquiries related to the pandemic response, serving on the Special Committee on the COVID-19 pandemic. Her efforts have been directed towards ensuring that public health measures do not impinge upon fundamental freedoms and that government actions remain transparent and accountable. Her stance has sometimes led to confrontations, such as disputes over mask-wearing policies within parliamentary settings, where she defended her position based on personal health exemptions and broader civil liberty arguments. I have great pleasure to welcome Christine Anderson from Germany and from Europe. Make it an opening statement, please, Christine.
Thank you so. First of all, thank you so much for having me, and it's a very important work what you are doing. So yeah, first let me start off by telling you how I saw through all of this, and it was from the get-go, I have to say. It was just the way they, I mean, in the beginning I was like, we don't know what's coming, just kind of, wait, what is happening actually. But it was very apparent right from the start, the way they were pushing one single narrative and one single narrative only. And that started even with the suppression of, the origins of that virus. So, and it also reminded me of 2009, when the so-called swine flu apparently rampaged its way through our society. And it was the very same narratives they were using again. So I was like, no, guys, something doesn't add up here. So I'm out of here. So where are we at now? In Germany, we are at a point now where a lot of people, they're just kind of saying, well, it's over now. Why do you keep, talking about this? And after all, it wasn't all that bad in hindsight now. It's done with. So there is like that kind of mindset that has set in, which I consider to be very dangerous because nothing is over. The point is simply this: all of the legislature that has been put into place, all the bills that have been implemented, they are still in effect. So, for example, here in Germany, the bill on preventing the spread of diseases, it has been altered, and it gives the government ample competencies to once again lock us down, to impose mandates, curfews, and all kinds of that stuff. So that is still going on. So as far as I'm concerned, nothing is over. And for me, this so-called pandemic will be over once the responsible have been arrested, stood trial, and have been convicted of the crimes that they committed against humanity. So having said that, so the next step pretty much was, or what I would like to talk about is, you already mentioned the COVID subcommittee or a special committee we had here in the House. And even though that group of MEPs that heard about it, we pushed to be on that committee, which we succeeded in. So in that committee, we were not as hopelessly outnumbered as we usually are in these committees. But still, despite all of the lies that we exposed, despite all of the narratives that we exposed as being completely false and only serving the purpose of imposing more curfews and more mandates and more restrictions, despite all of that, the final report still reflects repeats every single lie that they utilized during that so-called pandemic, to infringe on our fundamental rights. Because the reason simply being, we were not in a majority. So, and to make matters worse, the final report consists of like 14,800 and some odd words. And like I said, it repeats every single lie. The only thing we were able to do is to attach a minority report to that report, but we were limited to like 200 words, which is literally nothing. So, we could only focus on, one or two highlights to get a different, to get a different opinion on that. The funny thing is that special committee, the title of that committee was Lessons Learned from COVID. And, that sounds kind of promising, but they were not interested in finding out where did we overstep, where did we infringe on fundamental rights, where did we manipulate and coerce people into doing something that they don't want. That's not what they were looking for. What they were looking for is, where did we fail to get the people to just go along and do what they're being told? That was their mission. And like I said, if you read that report, it becomes quite apparent that that indeed was what they were going for. So in terms of that, I would also like to say it is vitally important that we remember what they actually have done, and we need to remember it correctly. because as I said, now people are saying, well, it wasn't all that bad. It's over now. And besides, the new narrative now is no one ever forced anyone to do anything. So people were not, coerced or forced to take an mRNA shot. That is like, kind of like the narrative they're going with now. And people are buying into that. And now it's like people saying, well, no one ever even said that it would prevent contraction and transmission, the mRNA shot. All they ever talked about was it would prevent severe cases, right? So they're kind of downplaying what actually happened. And I urge all the people, and we need to remember correctly, in Germany, there is a few citizens that got together. They actually came up with a whole a journal of what actually happened. So they put together all kinds of newspaper clips, all kinds of video clips of Still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And briefly, you're back.
Okay, perfect. So anyway, so we do need to remember correctly. So I urge people, get together and just, go back and just put together everything that was said. Like in Germany, I'm pretty sure you know about this, the pandemic of the unvaccinated, and all the restrictions they were trying to impose on the so-called unvaccinated. The biggest thing here in Germany was like when we have this Christmas fairies, Christmas markets, right? You were only allowed to go there under the 2G rule. So if you had taken the mRNA shot or were recovered, but anyone else was not allowed to go, and they even put up signs. They literally read, "Do not feed the unvaccinated," right? So, it's just insane what happened here. So we do need to remember correctly. And there is this project here in Germany. They call it I Went Along, or I Participated. And it, has all the newspaper clips, all the video clips, as I said, of what actually was said back then and how much people were being ostracized, how they were threatened to lose their jobs if they don't get the shot and all of that, how they had to pay their own medical bills. All of that happened back then. So then something happened here in Germany this year. It was, we have a government agency institution. It's called the Robert Koch Institution, which is the equivalent of the CDC in the United States, okay? So that institution, its job is to provide the government with a scientific expertise and to advise them. And what we've been saying all along is, well, all these measures, restrictions are not based on scientific evidence. Something doesn't add up here. And lo and behold, through an Freedom of Information Act, the journalist sued them to release the minutes of the Robert Koch Institute, which of course the government refused to do. So, but they had to, but it was heavily redacted to a point that there was literally not a whole lot left of what you can read. And their reasoning behind that, they were trying to protect members of the staff so as to not have their names out there. But the amount that was redacted, you would have thought it was a phone book or something, right? So, and then something happened, a member or a staff member of that institution, they leaked the minutes of their meetings and the emails, the whole thing. So, and what can I tell you? Everything that we've been saying or accusing them of and have been suspecting them to do, guess what? They did all of that. So, for instance, it states in there, there was a march in March of 2020, and the institution assessed the situation of being a moderate risk of being exposed to COVID, a moderate risk. The government, however, and you can see that in those minutes, insisted that they reassess and raise it to a high risk of being exposed to COVID. And that pretty much paved the way to have the first lockdown, because that's pretty much what happened right after that. Then as another example, it states in the minutes, there is no scientific evidence for efficacy of wearing masks outside of the workplace. And they also wanted to make a public statement and inform the public about that. Once again, the government intervened and basically told them, do not do this. And as we all know, they pushed the masks. First, there was, the textile kind of fabric kind of mask. Then there was the surgical masks. And then it was, even the heavy duty, I think you guys call it N95 masks. So that was imposed. It furthermore states the institution did not appreciate and did not want to make exceptions for the so-called vaccinated, since there was no scientific evidence that it would even prevent transmission and contraction of the virus. So they advised against that, but yet the government imposed these different treatments via the 2G rule, where the so-called unvaccinated were pretty much out of social life. It states the so-called COVID certificate was introduced to track side effects and long-term effects of the mRNA injection. And it literally states it was never intended as a justification who gets to exercise his fundamental rights. That's what it says in there. But we all know that's what they did anyway. So excuse me, what we are working on right now here in the EU Parliament is the new term has now started. And what we would try to do is to set up an inquiry committee that gives us special competencies. And so we can make people appear in front of that committee, because I'm determined to get to the truth and to get all of the truth out there, because the people they have the right to know what went on, and that none of what they did had ever anything to do with breaking any waves. It had never anything to do with, public health or breaking any waves. It always had to do with breaking people, so they could undermine our Western democracies, our fundamental, our democratic principles, infringe on the fundamental rights, and do all that kind of stuff. The media is playing not a helpful part, to say it mildly. So when these minutes were leaked, there was initially no media coverage at all. And once they really couldn't get around it anymore, then they, they were trying to downplay the contents. So there were headlines like the scandal, there was no scandal. And they were literally ridiculing what we found out via these minutes. So just kind of downplaying it. So the gaslighting continues as far as that is concerned. And especially when it comes to all the victims of the mRNA injections. I mean, it's so tragic. Not only did they lose their health, they have massive problems. And on top of that, they're being mocked and ridiculed by telling them it's all in your head, right? There is nothing going on here, nothing to see, move along. And, whatever, they're literally being blamed for what happened to them. But no one ever forced anyone to do anything. That is like that narrative. So to wrap this up, this is pretty much where I'm coming from. What is my big takeaway from these past 4 years? Well, since I'm German, we gave a promise. It was never again. And the promise also was to fight the beginnings. And my big takeaway from this is, I mean, all of the ones that scream loudest, never again, and fight the beginnings are absolutely convinced they would have been the ones being in the resistance back in the 30s. They're absolutely convinced they would have been in the resistance. Well, guess what? We know now who would have been in the resistance. And looking back, looking what I did, what I tried to do, I know for a fact now, yes, I would have been in the resistance back then. And everyone that went along in these past 4 years and that participated in shaming people for not doing the right thing by taking these mRNA injections, by wanting to ostracize people, getting them excluded from society, everyone that participated in that would have been right along with the Nazis in the 30s back in the days. They would have went along back then, just as they did this time around. So that is my big takeaway. And just knowing for sure where I would have stood back then, yeah, that is a very good feeling. And people really need to take a hard look at themselves, what their role was in the last 4 years.
So much, Christine. I'm reminded of something that Harry Truman said. The only thing new in the world is the history you haven't read. It's all happened before. You know, the echoes of Germany and Australia are so similar over these 4 years. You could be telling the story about Australia. Would you like to go first, Alex?
Oh, I'd love to. Yeah, thanks, Christine, and thanks for all the work you did during that period as well. I think, you know, once again, I've said it a couple of times today, but it's because we've assembled, thanks to Malcolm and Pauline and the team there, we've assembled some of the really, you know, important people over the last 4 years worldwide. So, you know, congratulations on that and the courage you showed. The period for me reminds me of how easily we give up our freedom, and we see that all the time over the course of history. Whenever there's a crisis, people are more inclined to sort of hand over their liberty and their freedom in the sake of for the you know, curing the form of safety. I read a tweet of yours last week, Raphael, you know, a bit of what you're doing, and I just Googled it then to remind myself, and you mentioned that in Germany now, or the EU, are proposing laws which would seek to monitor people's phones in real time and laptops as well. It's pretty extraordinary stuff. And of course, presumably, I mean, I have a feeling that a lot of these initiatives come out of what we saw during COVID. I mean, it'd be a perfect way to work out whether someone was staying at home. Can you give us an update on that? And has it been passed? Will it be passed? And I mean, is there sort of, you know, are there ramifications for people like us here in Australia with the possibility of those sort of laws trickling through to us?
Well, they are trying to do whatever they can to keep control of the narrative, right? So that's their goal. And ever since November 5th, you know, something happened in the United States that didn't like that at all. And that being Donald Trump being reelected to the White House. So, and now they're even using that as the justification to have more censorship. And they're pointing to the United States. You see what happens if we don't control what people are able to post on social media, then, you know, a maniac like Donald Trump will get elected. That is their reasoning for pushing all of that censorship initiatives. And, you know, it's not only social media, it's email, it's, as you mentioned, you know, monitoring phone calls and all of that. But they're in desperate need of maintaining their control of the allowed narrative, if you want, the desired narrative that they want people to hear about, and suppress everything else. And once again, people are being told, you know, we're doing it for your own good. We're doing it for the greater good. So what you have to do, you have to sacrifice something now. You know, yeah, you know, it might be your fundamental rights, but you need to sacrifice that now for the greater good. sometime down the line, and that promise of, this perfect and great world. This is how they play that. And, good intentions have always been the alibi of tyrants, always, So it's like that is what they're doing. So the situation where, you see it in the United Kingdom as well, right? It literally has turned into a police state. So you get jail time, like 3 years for something you posted on Facebook or Twitter, right? While rapists, they just get off with whatever, So it's like that a different approach to, and that's another thing. I think it was Solzhenitsyn that said, he was talking about a communist regime. I would say a totalitarian regime is identified by their leniency on criminals and criminalizing the political opponent, right? And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing it in the UK, like I said, and even here in Germany. We have members of the German government, mind you. They are utilizing agencies that systematically scan all of social media to find so-called insults, right? To have then regular citizens not only arrested, there is a whole police force showing up, raiding their homes and confiscating any kind of PC equipment, right? Whether it be phone or laptop, whatever it is, right? For stating that the secretary is a moron. My God, there are morons, right? And you can't even say that anymore without having a special police force raiding your home for doing so. So this is what we're looking at, and people really need to wake up to it. What they're doing, it has nothing to do with trying to be kind and, trying to prevent hate speech and disinformation and misinformation. Has nothing to do with this. It has everything to do with keeping you in check and keeping you under control, so their narrative won't get jeopardized and won't get challenged. That's what this is all about.
And it seems, just as a quick follow-up, it seems that it's happening in a very similar way all over the West. We see here in Australia, we recently had a bill which was called the Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill, designed effectively to give the government power over what was true and what wasn't true on social media and remove it. That was finally, because of the outcry in the community, removed. But then a week later, a bill to ban social media for under 16s, which we're being told is a world first thing, which is incredible, passed the Senate with an hour's debate and is now going to stand to be law in Australia. But we see these things rolling out across the West, and a lot of them in Five Eyes countries. Is that happening by chance, or is it happening because the West has just lent itself? I've heard theories that the East had their time with communism and now it's time for the West to have to go through that ringer. Hope that's not true. What's driving it, do you think?
That is a good question. But you are absolutely right. What we're seeing, what I described, what people have been describing in the last 4 years, we're seeing that in every single Western democracy. And it was the Western democracies that were literally targeted, with their approach of, we need to take away your fundamental rights. Which are really, privileges, by the way, that the government can grant and withhold depending on how you behave. We've seen this in every single Western democracy. The reason for that is simply this. You didn't need to do any of that in China because China already is a totalitarian state. You don't have to do any of that in North Korea because North Korea already is a totalitarian state. Right? You don't need to gaslight people there. You tell them something to do and you do it. And if they don't, you impose draconian measures on them. Like in China, people were literally being, bricked in their own apartment so they wouldn't be able to leave it, right? So, but in the Western democracies, you couldn't do that because we're democracies, right? So what they are trying is the gaslighting, what is happening here. We need to protect the elderlies, right? Well, is it protecting elderlies to have them in solitude, isolated from their loved ones? No, it's not. This is the most inhumane thing I've ever heard of, to be quite frank. So, we want to protect the kids. And, all of these good things, like the greater good once again, to infringe on these fundamental rights. And you were speaking about misinformation, disinformation, and, people need to be protected from that. Well, first of all, who's defining what misinformation and disinformation is, right? So looking back, it was the European Commission that was the headquarter of spreading misinformation. It was the the governments in the Western democracies that were spreading the mis and the disinformation. So it's also we need to take note of what's the difference even, misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. This is the new thing, by the way. So misinformation is a factually not true statement that you repeat that not knowing better, right? You had false information, you thought it was true, and you're repeating that. So disinformation is the deliberate spreading of factual, untrue information. Now we get to malinformation. What is malinformation? Malinformation is factually, objectively true statement, but it is deemed harmful. So now they're even going after that. And an example for malinformation would be to state there is only two sexes, men and women. It's a factual, objectively true statement, but it is deemed harmful. The question is, harmful to what? Harmful to their narrative. Only to their narrative. That's what that is harmful for. So they want to suppress that. Another thing, if I may just expand on that a little bit, what they also came to realize is what they failed to do in the Western democracies is to impose the real severe restrictions. So the elected representatives, they would have loved to impose even more restrictions, severe restrictions on you, but they couldn't, because we are in democracy and they are up for re-election. And had they done so, they might not have been re-elected. So, and here's where the WHO now comes in, right? Now they want to give these competencies via the WHO treaty to the WHO to protect the elected representatives. So now they can say, well, we would not have ever imposed those restrictions on you, but it wasn't up to us. The WHO was doing that. So go after them. But you can't go after WHO because guess what? You never elected anyone on the WHO. So the citizens have no recourse anymore. They're removing the democratic processes away from the citizens, put it to some unelected body, and then they are home free. They can do whatever they want. And you were absolutely right in assessing the Western democracies are in deep trouble here. And I always, refer to us, we're spoiled brats. We no longer put any value on fundamental rights, freedom, the freedom of speech, none of that, because it's always been here and it's always gonna be here, right? Well, it's not. And if people don't wake up and start fighting for the democracy and democratic principles, then we will wind up in a totalitarian state. And we are actually on our way to go there.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Malcolm. Appreciate that, Christine.
Would you like to ask questions?
Christine, thank you for being on. Christine, thanks for coming to the inquiry, but just carrying on from what you just said then, are we speaking in a bubble, in an echo chamber, rather than getting the message out to the broader community who are actually not interested in hearing the message?
Yeah, you are right. I have the same experience. People still don't want to hear the message. or even, acknowledge that they've been lied to. And I think what is happening here is it's a natural response. And you find that, with anyone that fell victim to a hustler, they're just so ashamed that they have been so stupid as to, allow themselves to be gaslighted this way and to be lied to, manipulated, and not seeing through it. So in their, from their perspective, they need to protect what they think of themselves. And that, having been able to be fooled is not a nice thing they would like to admit about themselves. So they're literally desperate to uphold that picture. No, the government was right. And, whatever they were doing, it was just in our best interest, for our own good. So, and plus there is, of course, the fear, if they took the mRNA shots, what will happen to them, maybe in 6 months or 8 months, they don't know, right? So they're literally clinging to that hope that, no, it was all good and the government did the right thing. And I was right in following whatever they, to do whatever they told me to do. So it's like, it's desperation at this point. And it's kind of like they're keeping everything else, any other kind of opinion or perspective, they keep it locked far away. They don't want to have anything to do with that.
You're describing my nation, as Alex said. Christine, can I ask this question? Why is it that families that have lost a loved one, or loved ones lost parents or children through the COVID injections, or their children have been damaged severely by the injections, or there's been other ramifications through the injections, they've lost businesses through lockdowns, etc. Why isn't there an anger in the community, or is there an anger in the community, in your community, that's not showing up in ours?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that one word. Is there a what in the community?
Anger.
Well, there is. That is, the people that have, lost someone to the mRNA shot, or that is, parents that had, healthy children, healthy adolescents, who are now, bedridden and in need of constant care. There is anger. And plus there is like nothing they can do about it. There is no, they won't get help. They get medical help, but no one, or at least in very rare instances, do they even, get the acknowledgement, yes, it was actually the mRNA shot. So they're still trying to do everything to cover that up. Or, like the so-called long COVID, I want to see a study done. How many of these so-called long COVID patients had the mRNA shot? And are there any long COVID cases that did not have the mRNA shot, right? So, even that differentiation. But the anger is there. But the vast majority of people, as I said before, they're still locking it away. They do not want to acknowledge it. And so the victims of the mRNA shots, as I said in my statement, this literally, they're adding insult to injury at this point, right? By not taking them seriously, by not acknowledging it, and even calling them, a spreader of disinformation and, anti-science and, anti-vaxxers now. But it's real fates that, these people have to struggle with, and not even getting the recognition that, hey, look, I was trying to be the good guy here. I did everything you asked of me. And now I have, this problem. I'm being damaged. Please do something about this. Help me. And now they're being left alone on top of all of that.
Even the ones that have been very ill and had a lot of people around them in the first instance have now find themselves very much alone.
Right.
I don't know where we go from here in this nation. Where do we go from here in your world?
Well, if it were up to me, we would go back to our democratic principles, where we see fundamental rights as, you know, the means of the constitutional guaranteed rights for citizens to keep their governments at bay, to keep their governments out of their personal life, right? That's where I would like to go back to. I would like to go back to the mindset that, yeah, everything a government tells you or does not tell you or does or does not do, you always question whatever it is, right? You always look for ulterior motives. I mean, that's what, you know, being a citizen is all about. You don't ever take anything any government tells you for granted. You always question, right? Critical thinking. I would like to go back to a common sense approach when we're talking, you know, especially about, you know, this whole transgender madness, right? We are now supposed to believe that a man can become a woman and vice versa. No, there is no such thing. And make matters worse, now people are being punished, you know, for stating an obvious truth. So, I mean, you know, people can believe whatever they want. You know, if a man believes he is a woman, well, I don't have a problem with that, right? He can think whatever he wants, but he does not have the right to make me part of his delusion. But now, yeah, he does have a right to make me part of his delusion. Not only that, for stating what I truly believe to be true, I get punished for that, right? So, I mean, it's just insane. So, literally, I would just like to go back to where the people were allowed to apply their common sense to issues and not be subjected to having to repeat falsehoods, narratives, just so they would not get in trouble with the government.
When do you think the public will say we've had enough of this rubbish?
Well, that's a good question. So I woke up in 2007, right? So I've been on this for like 17 years now. And my waking up moment was the subprime crisis in the United States, right? When the whole economy of the world came crumbling down. And, you know, it was, well, if people hear about that, they're going to wake up, right? All hell will break loose. No, they don't. So it didn't. I know, it's instance after instance, right? The subprime crisis, then the Euro crisis happened. Then we ripped our borders wide open in 2015. Angela Merkel did anyway. I mean, now we have this transgender madness, right? The slippery slope that we were talking about, you know. Dang, we are all the way down that slippery slope now, and now all of this unfolds, and yet still the majority of the people still won't wake up, right? It is frustrating at times, but what does work in our favor right now is I call them the globalitarian misanthropists, for lack of a better word. They're running out of time, and they're realizing a lot of people have woken up, especially during the COVID times. So they are realizing their window of opportunity is kind of closing, but they need to usher their narratives in, their agenda in. They need to, you know, get it all set and going, and they're overplaying their hand by trying to do so, which in turn then will wake up more people. And that's why we see the more draconian approach to this, because they're getting desperate at this point. And they do realize they're running out of time. So that's why they continue to push their agenda even harder, despite the fact that people have had enough of it. And so they will continue to overplay their hand and exaggerate and completely blow it out of proportion, which once again then leads to more people waking up. So I'm actually quite hopeful that the turning point has already happened. And all we have to do now is to see how it plays out to their disadvantage.
Are you able to spare any? I'll finish with this one, Malcolm. I'm sorry, but Christine's great.
Keep going, Russell.
When do you think the heads of organisations, the police, the public service, the health organisations, the hospitals, the community service groups, other public service, private support agencies, and government, parts of government. When do you think they're going to say, hey, however we've been misled, the time's up? However we've been misled, it doesn't matter, because here's the truth. Like, the German people are not stupid. And I know that the leaders know what's going on, because whatever they think of you and I, Christine, they know we're not nuts.
I know. Even though they try their best to make us appear as though we're nuts, right? I mean, they're trying everything. Well, but that is a good question. So it's kind of happening. There have been a few voices, whether it was politicians, responsible ones, that have come out, say, hey, look, they really gaslighted me into thinking that all of this was true. I've come to realize none of that was true, right? There is a very, very few of them that actually do that. You have others that are now kind of trying to jump on the wagon, right? So like, well, I've always been on your side on this, right? And by the way, I never spoke about the pandemic of the unvaccinated. I mean, it was other guys, but it wasn't me. As our, Secretary of Health is now trying to convince the people that he never spoke of the so-called pandemic of the unvaccinated. Well, we have the proof, right? The project I was talking about, I went along how they had all documented what people had said. So, and then of course you have, so that they're trying to deny their role in participating, but it's not working, because you can now look, here's the video, you were saying it, right?
Yeah.
And then you have I mean, we kind of seen the same thing when the Berlin Wall came down in '89 in the former GDR. I mean, you had all sorts of politicians suddenly claiming, oh yeah, I mean, we've said this all along, right? We've been on your side, on the people's side all this time, right? I mean, there's a lot of stuff like that happening. But as we go on and as more information comes out, as we have seen with the minutes from the Robert Koch Institute in Germany here, I mean, their lies will be exposed. It's just a matter of time, which might not be, actually what people need when they have lost loved ones who they weren't allowed to see anymore before they passed, right? So it's not going to be a consolation for them, but we as societies, as far as we as societies are concerned, we will benefit from all of the information that is coming out. And as long as there is people that refuse to just let it go, and I would certainly, count all of the ones on this call to that group of people. As long as we don't allow it to just, to just let it go, we will have truth and we will have clarity on that. And the ones responsible will be held accountable. At least that's what I'm determined to do. And I will try my best to get that done, because people deserve to be justified, to be exonerated, to be rehabilitated. And you can only do that by holding the ones responsible to account.
And Christine, I think my assessment of you is once you've got a bone in your mouth, it's very hard to get it off you.
Yeah, absolutely. That has probably something to do with my family history. So my dad actually, in GDR, he was locked up for 25 years of hard labor, just because he thought that he had the right to speak freely, which it said in the Constitution of GDR too. So yeah, even as a kid, I never was able to keep my mouth shut, right? I also always had problems to find that stupid bush I was supposed to be beating around, right? So it's like, I just, I see things the way I see them, and then I speak about them, and there is no one in the world that will ever be able to shut me up, right? I mean, I understand if the government actually pulled through, I do realize they could lock me up, right? But hey, let them, I mean, if I allow them out of fear of what they could do to me, if I allow them to shut me up, right, then their plan will work out. And I'm just taking that power away they think they have over me by not being afraid. So.
Great stuff.
One final question, Christine. In a democracy, the ultimate power resides with the people. If the people are not actively participating in democracy, then that democracy slides into tyranny. The modern day era, we don't have people with jackboots and rifles and tanks telling us what to do. We have indoctrinated woke teachers who indoctrinate us from when we're this big. And we don't even know we're under control. So it's very, very important to wake up. How much, I started waking up in 2007 just like you. I won't go into the background, but how much of this is due to the United Nations World Economic Forum alliance?
Well, pretty much everything is up to them. So as I pointed out, they have come to realize that democracies actually are a problem in terms of, implementing their agenda. Because whatever agenda it is, whether it be, like I said, the transgender madness, whether it be the climate madness, whether it was, the whole COVID madness thing going on, whatever agenda they're trying to push through has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the best interest of the people. It is not in their best interest, and they know this. So they need to sneak these agendas in under false pretenses. But like I said, they've come to realize democracies, they do have this problem that we have elected representatives, and the representatives are elected by the people. And once the people realize that the elected representatives no longer act in their best interest and act on their behalf, they may not get reelected. And that's why we're seeing this tendency to take the power away from the people in terms of voting for representatives, but putting it into unelected bodies like the WHO, like the UN. So the people, they're depriving the people of their recourse, of holding people accountable, of even realizing who was responsible to take this and that decision. That's what we're seeing, like I said, in all of the Western democracies. And that's what we're actually seeing with the EU institutions. The EU institutions, I mean, they're not only undemocratic, they're fundamentally anti-democratic. Their very reason for being is to undermine freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. But the EU institutions are only the first step to, call it a one world government, whatever, right? So why was that necessary? Well, looking at Europe, we're living on such a small continent, relatively small continent, with so many different cultures, nations, histories, languages, and each and every European people is different from the other. There would have been no way in the world that the European peoples would have voluntarily given up competencies to, whatever world government they have in store for us. So they needed to have a first step by telling them, well, we've been having wars for so long now, we need to put a stop to this. Let's all come together, under a European roof, kind of, a European government, kind of. That European people actually, were inclined to do, willing to do, which we've seen. They are doing it. But once that is achieved, it then will go the next step to whatever one world government or, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, we're seeing that in all of the Western democracies. And I absolutely agree with you, Malcolm. The people need to wake up, and they need to realize they stand to lose everything that we held dear in our societies, which was freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. And the thing is this, compliance and silence enable tyrants. And if you sleep in a democracy, you will have a very, very rude awakening in a tyranny.
Thank you, Christine Anderson. It's a perfect ending for your testimony, because it is all about, as always, it's all in human endeavours, it's about control versus freedom. And the UN has stated that its model for global governance is based upon the European Union template. So thank you so much for taking the time. And what time is it right now in Germany?
It's now 6:20.
So you started 5:30, something like that.
5:30 a.m.
Yeah, thank you so much for getting up early and for getting ready for it. And could you please stay logged on until your StreamYard is uploaded. Thank you so much
for having me.
Thank you for being our guest.
Thanks, Chris.
And now we welcome Professor Angus Dalgleish. I've seen some of his slides that he'll be presenting, so he's going to introduce himself. But I'm delighted to have a globally famous doctor with vast and varied practical and research experience. And I must say these next few words. He is a virologist. He is an immunologist. He was quick to see and to raise the contradictions when COVID arrived in Britain, and he took them up with senior members of the Tory party that was in government. He is also an oncologist. He can see the clear signals of increased and accelerated cancers among people with COVID injections. It is very, very clear to him. I've seen him present before. He's marvellous. He thinks, he questions, and he courageously speaks out around the world. He's gone around the world speaking. He's been invited to give an update about recent medical developments and an update on the political situation around COVID initially and now. And he's got an open mic, so away you go, Professor Dalgleish. Professor Dalgleish.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Now, shall I just, with regards to doing the slides, shall I just read from them here? I don't think I really need to show them, or shall I? Have you got a way of going on to the next one for me? Right. I just wanted to let people know my background. I've actually been a consultant in the NHS as a general physician, virologist, immunologist, and the last few decades specialised as an oncologist. I literally started on the ground as a flying doctor at Mount Isa and trained in Brisbane and Sydney. For the next slide. My research experience at the Royal Prince Alfred in Sydney, I became very interested in how viruses could cause cancer and showed that most liver cancers there were due to HPV. I had been taught they were mainly due to alcohol, so this is my first big insight. I was offered a research fellowship at the ICR Royal Marsden Hospital with Professor Robin Weiss to study human retroviruses. And this led me to examine just how HIV could use the CD4 receptor as its method of cell entry, and that it did not account for its link to disease. So I spent about 6 years studying this in great detail. This research led me to predict that all attempts on an HIV vaccine would fail. And I was present at the meeting in Washington in 1984 when Dr. Fauci confidently predicted success in 18 months. Next slide. The intense study as to how HIV caused AIDS made me realise the immune system could be programmed to reject cancer. And I then went on to test in great detail how many different cancer vaccines, over a dozen. And we found that the very best were actually non-antigen specific. They were non-specific boosters, heat-killed mycobacterium developed for TB, basically a move on from BCG. So we found that these vaccines, they're really innate immune boosters, are boost the immune response, which is the innate, not the specific one, which declines rapidly after 50 years of age, just mirroring the rise of cancer. And this response is crucial in fighting a TB and respiratory viruses. Next slide. Whilst looking for drugs that could enhance the immune system, real serendipity, discovered the potential of thalidomide to treat autoimmune disease and cancer. And this led to a 2.5 decade interaction with some colleagues in what then became Celgene. And we developed analogues, lenalidomide, Revlimid, and pomalidomide. And these are now standard treatments for myeloma and lymphoma. So this made a major impact. And I received the Joshua Lederberg Prize from Celgene on this in 2011. Now, with regards to my relevance to interacting with this COVID, I've been on many scientific advisory boards for big pharma, small pharma, but I think the most important is I served 5 years on the scientific advisory board of CureVac, which calls itself the messenger RNA vaccine company. I was on it for 5 years. I left over 7 years ago. And at the time, I knew that there was incredible problems with regards to developing messenger RNA as a safe vaccine. In fact, in that 12 years, till the pandemic came along, no HIV, no cancer, no messenger RNA vaccine had been approved. And from my work, I concluded that no HIV vaccine using the envelope antigen as the vaccine would ever work. There were 3,000 epitopes. It's far too confusing. So we applied the same principle to the SARS-2 sequence when it became available. I collaborated with Birger Sorensen in Oslo, and I have perfected a totally different approach based on core HIV antigens. I believe this is the only effective vaccine in the literature and was taken up by Celgene, and this, I'm sure, would have actually gone on to be an approved vaccine, but they were taken over by Bristol Myers Squibb, who dropped all non-cancer projects. To me, it was personal disaster, because this would have been a tremendous step forward. This slide basically showed that it's a totally different approach, just focusing on 4 major epitopes from HIV, and we added 1 in and developed a better way to stimulate the immune system, and the clinical results were far superior. Next slide, please. Now, the SARS-2 COVID virus, this was published in early 2020. It was published in Nature. This is by force. They tried to hold it back, but Matt Ridley, in his book Viral, documents that very well. It was similar to SARS-1, hence assumed to be a zoonosis. But it was quickly obvious, looking at a detailed analysis when we wanted to design a vaccine that we thought would be useful and safe based on our HIV, that there were 6 highly charged inserts plus a furin cleavage site, which, although these were all present in plain sight, the discussion around in this Nature paper ignored all this. Which is bizarre, because some of these inserts had been done in the same team from the Wuhan lab in earlier studies. In fact, they didn't even mention the furin cleavage site, which was beyond belief. The search for origins focused on the wet meat markets, etc. And it was just absolutely amazing that there were major coronavirus research laboratories, more than one in Wuhan, working on gain of function. And this was all dismissed as a coincidence. Next slide. Now, what we showed with modeling was that we showed the positions of where these inserts were, and this is all very complicated for those who don't know, so I'm going to reduce it to being very, very straightforward. These charges made the virus have a very high charge of over 8. Put it in context, most normal viruses have a charge less than 6. What does this high charge mean? It means, next slide, that it would lock on to the cell membrane through the major receptor, which was the ACE2, but also the charge was so strong it would get through the primary receptor and use secondary receptors, which could alter the immune response to it. And one of these receptors we showed was crucially important in taste and smell. You may remember that was associated with the first wave. Next slide, please. And we then went on and showed that the Omicron, when Omicron came along a few months later, in fact, it was mainly, it was about 9 months later, it was a completely different virus. It had escaped the ability to neutralize, and it could open and close in order to latch on, so it could become more effective, less easy to capture and control, but fortunately it was less pathogenic, so it caused less disease. And in the next slide, I will show that based on all this data, we came up with important observations. We showed that the blast analysis of the spike protein was 79% homologous with humans. What does that mean? It means that if you were daft enough to use the spike protein as a vaccine, which 150 different groups proposed as the ideal vaccine, including all the big pharmaceutical companies. They didn't listen to any of this work. And as I said, we presented all this work to the government, to the advisors, and they all ignored it. We said the homology of this for platelet factor 4 and myelin was just unbelievably strong and would be guaranteed to cause serious problems. At least please cut these bits out of the vaccine. We predicted this major clotting and platelet dysfunction, and myelin homologies were known to be associated with transverse myelitis, Guillain-Barré syndrome, Bell's palsy, etc. Now, all these predictions were ignored, but they're now so obvious they're on the MHRA website. The MHRA is the equivalent of the TGA. Request to exclude these religions was overruled, and I just believe this is unbelievable incompetence, because the facts were there. You can't argue with the facts. Next slide, please. So we published these observations, and I put these two slides up because they are very indicative of what was going on. The first one I published with Berger Sorensen, which included the modeling from the sequences, and we had to disguise it. We had this paper turned down by every single major journal: Nature, Science, Virology, Lancet. And you know, then I knew something was going on because the rejections were identical. It's like this whole thing had been orchestrated, and they said, this is how you reply to difficult people like myself. So we had to disguise it, and we called it Biovac 19, a candidate vaccine for COVID, developed by analysis of the general method of action and infectivity. Highly logical. This was all this data, which showed that it came from the lab, was rejected with the same words. We have no problem with the science, but it is not in the public interest for this to be published. This is unbelievable. We only got this published in the Quarterly Review of Biochemistry Discovery because of connections that we had to the editor, who was a biochemist and immediately understood our argument about charge and thought it made perfect sense, and we managed to publish that. It was in a journal, I must say, I'd never read before, and after being published, there wasn't much notice. But about 3 months later, we found it had been downloaded and read 250,000 times. So people cannot claim that they did not know about this. The second major piece of work I did with another group in parallel, with Thomas Klein and Andrew MacDonald from Manchester, we analysed the whole history of coronavirus vaccines. And basically, and for 20 years, there's been intense need for a coronavirus vaccine, especially with regards to animals. And we found that all coronavirus vaccines to date have failed. And the major reason is that as soon as you vaccinate against the coronavirus, the immune system is locked in on the first virus. It's called antigenic sin or immunological imprinting. That means that vaccines induce a memory that cannot see the variants. And the other thing is the variants occur within 2 to 3 months. So even a warp speed vaccine was a complete waste of time, because the warp speed took from March through to December, January to do, by which time we were vaccinating a virus that had left the planet and had mutated into Omicron and other variants. And what this meant is that the antibodies that respond against the vaccine, when you get a new variant, they respond against the virus that's disappeared, causing total clutter and confusion. And the antibodies actually enhance the infection, which we now know from Cleveland data showing that the more vaccines you have, the more likely you are to catch COVID and other things. And the other thing which was very interesting was every single one of them had a virtually fatal profile in primates, in the monkeys. So it was very interesting that the messenger RNA ones were only ever tried on rats. And the interesting thing about if you're going to do things on mice and rats, you can actually get data that fits your bill, because the virus doesn't have enough time to mutate when you do mouse or rat experiments. So again, I believe this was false data presented, but everything we predicted in these two papers has very unfortunately come true. Next slide, please. Have the next slide, thank you. So essentially, we did a lot of research on vaccination, and these are two most probably important slides to realize what was going on. These slides, which many others, Norman Fenton and Claire Craig, brought to my attention fairly early on. And I must say, based on this, I thought, well, perhaps they know what they're doing and that the vaccine does work, because we had this data saying that the vaccines work, that they have protection against symptomatic disease and hospitalization, etc., of 95%, etc. And this is the data in which they were all approved. Everybody waved them through. Now, this is my big argument. If we have the next slide, this shows the real data that we should have known. I'm afraid it's not as clear as it should be, but under relative risk, the third column, RRR, you can see Pfizer boasted a relative risk of 95%. That sounds fantastic. Tick it through. Moderna, 94%. AstraZeneca, not quite as high, but all tick through. Well, what does relative risk mean? It is basically smoke and mirrors, a highly spurious way of dealing with the figure. What they should have presented was the absolute risk reduction, which goes to 0.84, 1.24. These are complex statistical figures. I'm a simple clinician. What does this mean? What this means is NNV, the right-hand side, number needed to vaccinate is 119, 8190. Well, what on earth would you want to vaccinate so many people for a virus that basically only kills 0.085%, and the people it did kill was an average age of 82. So this was smoke and mirrors, and I believe that any regulatory authority, government ability, the NHS, whoever runs your health service, to allow the vaccine to go ahead in this suggests that there was extreme incompetence, or there were other motives pushing it through, which are not immediately clear. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, this 95% efficiency is presented as they all ticked it through. This was absolute nonsense. There was never, ever any evidence that this presented against transmission. And the attempt to hide these, the vaccine adverse event data by Pfizer should have led to the vaccines being banned. They tried to keep this data quiet for 75 years, so much for following the science. Now, the FDA showed that eventually when we could decipher this very obfuscated data, that there was 42,000 serious adverse events hiding in all this data, and there was 1,220 deaths. The FDA boasts that it withdraws drugs associated with 50 deaths or more. And here they were approving a vaccine that killed 1,220 deaths, again, for an agent with a very, very low death rate. Next slide, please. So, the spike protein should never have been considered as a vaccine component. It binds to the ACE2 receptor, which is vital in controlling the renin-angiotensin system, which is vital in controlling your heart rate, blood pressure, etc. But it also binds to several other receptors that inhibit the innate immune responses. And this was not accepted or mentioned or even considered by all the people making the vaccine. The fact that nearly 80% of the spike was similar to human antigens and will cause self-autoimmune reactions, which cause severe diseases such as the clotting and neurological diseases, this should never have been allowed through because the prediction has been shown to be 100% correct. Young fit adults have much more ACE2 receptor expression on their hearts, which explains the 40% increase in deaths under 44 years with heart attacks and strokes. I mean, this, I believe, is criminal, the fact that they allowed this, because when the conditions went through in the UK, it was said that the vaccine would only be for those at risk of death, 70 years and older. Why did they wind this down right to the point where our extremely, I believe, incompetent chief medical officer wanted to give it to children to protect the parents and grandparents? Well, you never vaccinate people to protect other people. And by suggesting that you needed to vaccinate to protect people who had already been vaccinated, it meant you'd already realized that the vaccines did not work. And we now know from some vaccine diaries being released by Isabel Oakeshott here, a Telegraph journalist and a Substack, we now know that our government, the UK government, knew fairly early on the vaccine didn't prevent against infection and it was associated with rather bad side effects. And they didn't want to cause a loss of confidence in the community. As she puts it, they had bet the house on the vaccine. She's actually got the data that says to the MHRA, and I'd like to see whether this occurred with the TGA, that they were not to mention or report on side effects or loss of activity, which explains why our MHRA have done absolutely nothing about the highest number of yellow cards ever submitted to it. It dwarfs all other yellow cards for everything else. So next slide, please. So let's go to the messenger RNA technology as a vaccine. It's not a vaccine, it's a gene therapy. It was wrongly and deliberately classified as a vaccine to escape the regulations. Messenger RNA lasts in the body about 20 seconds. It is a messenger, it is not an effector. Whereas if used as a vaccine, in order, it has to be seen by the immune system to make a response, it has to be modified so as to escape being broken down by the enzymes. Herein lies the problems. The technologies used to do this make it last too long. There seems to be no good, reliable way of making it just last for a few hours for an immune induction. And the delivery system, these lipid nanoparticles, used to enable it to be taken up and integrated into the cell's genomes. Why on earth would you want a vaccine, even if this only occurred in 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000? Why would you even think of having such a technology that could go into the gene? This is gene therapy. It was wrongly classified as a vaccine for emergency use only, and that was years ago. There's now no need for emergency use. So this is my first major thing. We must ban them and totally get rid of them. No genotoxicity or cancer-causing studies were ever performed. The FDA waived that data as they were being used as a vaccine. This was an unbelievable, unmitigated disaster. So the next slide, please. We are discussing the side effects of a technology being used as a vaccine against viruses that do not kill healthy people. The described cancer risk from T-cell suppression and tolerization alone that's been in the literature after the boosters is seen by all clinicians who look. It was confirmed by a study of the Office of National Statistics in Japan recently, and it's highly statistically significant. So my question to everybody who's questioning what we're doing today, are you happy for this technology to be given to your children and their children? Because really, I've been so fed up arguing about this with the establishment that I really don't care about them. But I think we all care about our children and their children. The mere threat of an increase in cancer incidence is enough for me to insist that we ban all messenger RNA gene therapies posing as vaccines today. And it should have been done over 3 years ago. Next slide, please. And here's a beautiful study, which I love the terminology. They showed that after the third vaccine booster, that in cancer patients especially, you get exhaustion of T lymphocytes. It's like flogging a dead horse. And I was taught in my basic vaccinology background that any vaccine needs a booster doesn't work. And my God, how clear and true those words are for COVID. Next slide, please. And once this data was out, others could show that this was a very serious problem. Once you hypervaccinate, you completely reduce the T cell. Now, it's the T cells that control the viruses. It's the T cells that control your cancer. It is not antibodies. And the people who advised the government said you needed the booster because the antibodies started to fall were so ill-advised. And it's unbelievable how they listen to these people. All antibodies fall after an infection, after a vaccine. It is the lingering T cell response, activated T cell response, that controls everything. So if you go in with a booster and you finally get rid of that T cell response, you are going to get relapse in cancers and that loss of control in cancers. Next slide, please. And this is what it showed. Surgeons in the United Kingdom have been reporting an explosion of colorectal cancers in the young and aggressiveness of the disease. And we have previously reported that colorectal cancers are very sensitive to T cell control. Not only that, but we've seen a large number of cancers presenting after booster vaccines, namely renal, kidney, pancreatic, very rare abdominal tumours, especially in the young, gliomas, prostate, bladder, lung, and upper gastrointestinal cancers. Now, I first suspected it was T cell because I started to see an enormous number of melanoma patients I'd been looking after 5 years or more, having induced complete response with immunotherapy starts to relapse. The only thing they had in common, they'd all been bullied into having a booster vaccine. Next slide, please. And here, I just wanted to show that what we're seeing is real. This is cancer deaths aged 15 to 44. And in 21, when we started rolling out the vaccine and the boosters were well in place by 2022, just look at that data. This was sent to me because people saying there's no evidence that what you're saying. Yes, the core evidence shows the excess deaths that's even occurring among the very young. Next slide, please. And the other thing I just wanted to point out, I don't have time and it's not the place, but the potential cancer-promoting mechanisms for COVID-19, especially the messenger RNA vaccines, is now up to over 10. I mean, just the T-cell exhaustion is enough to cause worry. I'm not going to read all these out. Then the next slide just shows that I can reference them all. Next slide, please. And we'll go on to the next. It's there. Anybody can actually have a look at those. But what we're seeing with the COVID vaccine to date, seriously concerning side effects with the young males, which that alone, and Peter McCulloch's been flagging that up and many other people. But with no evidence of protection with the booster program, we're now faced with the fact these messenger RNA vaccines are appalling quality control with up to 350 times the upper normal limit of plasmid contamination, etc. Not acceptable for a vaccine. Next slide, please. And I believe that they should be completely stopped now, but there is something trying to do this. And what I just had, one of my last slides here, is I'm astounded at the number of papers on COVID that have been critical of the vaccine program or showed negative effects that have been vaccinated. And I can't believe the depths to which these people will go. There is a group of researchers funded by Pfizer and the NIH whose job is to go around every published paper, and if they see something negative about the vaccine, they will bully that editor until they retract it. And the numbers that have been retracted is just appalling. And in one case where the editor stood up, Nature Springer went in and bought the journal concerned and retracted the paper. This is what we have been dealing with up to now. Next slide, please. And I think this is the last slide. Yeah, and this is just, in spite of that, this literature in the proper medical literature shows very clearly you're more likely to suffer a serious adverse event and actually death from a messenger RNA jab than be hospitalized for COVID. So why are we still using them? I think that's the last one. And I think we can go on to discuss the details. But one of the things that I just wanted to really push here, but I think we jumped over the slide perhaps that showed it, but the messenger RNA vaccines that we have with the spike protein, that in those 10 ways that it can induce cancer, I mean, there's 2 or 3 which are really frightening. One, which has been widely discussed with the contamination issue, is that there are some oncogene stimulants there, SV40. Is in the Pfizer, we know that. And I have a list of people here who have been discussed in the Perth conference recently, of all the people who have shown the contamination, from McCann in the US, David Spryker, Koenig Rao, Philip Backholz, etc. And there's another paper just come out from Würzburg that not only confirms all this, but shows that they will convert cells to cancers. So we know that that's a direct thing. The second thing, which I really want to emphasize, is the spike protein alone and messenger RNA vaccines will bind to the major suppressor genes. Now, the suppressor genes are basically your cancer policemen. If you do get cancer, they will suppress it. P53, BRCA, MSH. MSH is well associated with a thing called Lynch syndrome and colorectal cancer, which is very relevant to the fact we're getting an explosion of colorectal cancers at the moment. So what happens if you have a mutation in any of those 3 major suppressor genes, you're just unfortunate to be born with it, it means the cancer you would normally get when you were 70 or 80 you're going to get with your 20, 30 or 40. By putting this into children, we run the serious risk that we're going to make everybody have the equivalent of mutations in these genes. And it's absolutely horrendous. The very fact that that's a possibility and we're using them for an infectious disease that doesn't kill anybody should strike fear into the heart of all of us. And I believe leaves no doubt at all that these vaccines must be banned now, and anybody who opposes it, anybody who says there's reason for it, has to be held to account for what not only has happened, but what is going to happen in the future if we persist with this. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Professor Dalgleish. That my head's spinning. Who would like to go first, Russell or Alex?
I can't hear Russell.
Professor Dalgleish, the first time I met you, you were amazing. The second time I met you, you were incredible. And today you've given us a very, very concise description of where the world is at, where the nation's at, and where you're at. Thank you for your expertise. Malcolm, I cannot ever have a question of Angus Dalgleish because Angus has all the answers before I ask any questions. His presentation today and this evening here is just absolutely amazing. If I could just get that into the hands of prime ministers and cabinet ministers around the world would be a better place tomorrow. Angus, thank you so much, and it's so great to hear you again. I've got to say, the first interview I did with Angus, I was taken aback, and my staff said, "What is it with you?" I said, "Well, everything I'm thinking has just been put into a most beautiful suitcase, but the beautiful suitcase has terrible contents."
Thank you so much. What about you, Alex? Would you have any questions?
Alex may not be there.
I'll take up the question. First of all, I agree entirely with Russell, Professor Dalgleish, an amazing presentation. So let me ask some questions. As a first step, don't we need to help people to understand the proven idea that the COVID spike protein dysregulates the renin-angiotensin system and disables ACE2 function?
Yes, I mean, it does. this is the reason why young people particularly have run into cardiac issues and even worse, sudden cardiac death. And actually, I know of people where that has happened. And as I mentioned, that it is due to the fact that the younger people have more expression of this receptor on their hearts. So when you get the spike protein attaching to them, there's a greater chance it will attach to it and stimulate the cardiovascular system inappropriately. And I can't tell you the number of people, young people I know, who were forced to have the vaccine for their jobs. And this brings us on to the cancer vaccine mandates, which was completely, no way that could be supported, I believe, for a virus that doesn't kill. And I note very much that there's a couple of major investigations going on in the US that just issued a 520-page report in which the first thing they address was that it was very clear that this virus had no features compatible with coming from a natural source and had to come from a laboratory. It's exactly what we said right at the beginning, but we were suppressed for 2 or 3 years. Now they admit this is totally true. The second thing they admit was that very early on, they knew that the vaccine didn't prevent transmission. So they come out very clearly, and on the House of Lords in our COVID inquiry too, there's no justification whatsoever for vaccine mandates. And the amount of damage that this has done, not only to individuals and wrecks their lives, but to our economy is just beyond belief. Having mandates for pilots, Graham Hoodie has made that very clear that he's aware of at least 100 pilots unable to fly because of vaccine damage. He's here to tell us all this because he refused to have it and is able to tell us all this. But I know of so many people who've had such major damage from vaccine mandates. I have 3 very good friends, all of whom developed very bad cancer after having a COVID vaccine booster so they could travel. It became absolutely mandatory for travel. I challenged this and it broke the law, but by then the damage is done. These 3 friends all developed what they call turbo cancer, and 2 of them are already dead. One of them will never be the same again. They presented with metastasis throughout their bones. One of them had melanoma, one lymphoma, the other myeloma. Well, 2 of them are already dead because they didn't respond to known treatments. And this was mandated vaccines. This was mandated slaughter, in my words, because we knew they were never, ever needed and that they were causing this. And by the time 2 of these guys died, I had already picked up and reported that my melanoma patients were relapsing after the boosters. So this is something else which I think is really, really important. And the fact that they are still being offered to young people, I can tell you that people of my son's age, is 35, are still being offered the boosters to make them safe this winter. This is a vaccine that I think is up to the American data for the CDC showed that 1 in 7 people who got the vaccine under a certain age needed medical attention after it. All this has been ignored. We know from every country from around the Western world that after the vaccine rollout went out, the number of ambulance emergencies to A&E with cardiac events went up between 40 and 60% around the world. And I've seen these people interviewed and they say, we've no reason why. Perhaps it was the lockdown. Chris Whitty said it was because the people couldn't get started on the statins. This is an unbelievably moronic thing to say because we're talking at the people, the big peak was in people under 50 years of age. You don't ever consider statins till people are over 55 or 60. I mean, just the refusal to see the absolutely blindingly obvious what's going on is one of the big crimes that I think has been gone. The amount of manipulation and this is how we think. And it goes right to the very, very top. The Matt Ridley, who wrote the book Viral and basically set out to show it came from a bat and where the bats came from. And he realized as he went along, no, it couldn't possibly have come from the bats. It came from the lab. And when he launched his book, he told me something which absolutely floored me. He said in his research, he went to the Royal Society and spoke to 3 fellows of the Royal Society, experts in viruses and immunology. And he said to them, he said, have you actually looked at the sequence to see whether it's been come from the laboratory or natural? These fellows of the Royal Society, the Royal Society, the Society of Newton and Darwin, these 3 people said, no, of course not. It's obviously it came from a bat. So this is what I actually appel. This is the death of science. Even when your major institutions are too lazy or too brainwashed or too bribed or too stupid, this really is the death of science. And I ended up co-authoring a book on the death of science, in which we embrace all of this non-science. Fauci kept saying, following the science, you criticize me, you criticize science. We now know from that big Washington 520-page report, he never followed the science. He basically lied, or made it up, or blamed other people. There was absolutely no justification for the 6-foot rule. There was no justification for wearing masks. There was no justification for locking down, especially the school children. The school children had unbelievable damage to the lockdown. They will probably never, ever be completely normal because of it. Here in the UK, we now have the acceptance that the lockdown has caused a total loss of work ethic, which is destroying our economy. But so many people won't work, and they blame lockdown and furlough and mental health issues. But I'm sure we're not the only people suffering from that. It's just it's an absolute disaster. But what's interesting now, the commissions, both in the US, wherever they've been done, all showing that it's very clear none of this worked. So why are all those people still in these positions? Why are they still pushing these useless, dangerous vaccines on us? Why haven't they banned it? Why and you suffer the same issue that we do in the UK. You've had Moderna get your government, convince them, just like us in the UK, that we must have messenger RNA factories to spew out whatever comes along. And we've committed, in the UK, it's £1 billion. We've committed to buy £100 million worth of vaccines per year for the next 10 years, whether we need them or not. It's going to open in a month, and they want to start with norovirus and RSV. Neither of these viruses cause significant illness, and therefore you shouldn't even consider messenger RNA. So the bribery and corruption at the top is so extreme, it'll need some kind of royal commission to get through it. I mean, why on earth did they do this? The people at the top of this, the CMOs, the CSOs, they have to be personally held responsible for this outrage. I mean, one of the things that they're proposing is we've got a norovirus issue going on in the UK. Well, they want to use messenger RNA vaccines for the population for norovirus. And just to give you a little anecdote, we accept that every vaccine can cause a mild version of the disease it tries to prevent. Well, I personally don't want to have a mild version of projectile vomiting and diarrhea. Thank you very much. So I wouldn't even accept any vaccine, let alone a messenger RNA that might integrate. So this is the madness that we are entering into. And this is what we all dedicated to and signed up to. We have to stop it, because the people who should have stopped it, the chief medical officers, the chief scientific officers, and all the advisory committees have fallen asleep or been bribed at the wheel. And it was something we just cannot live with. And we've got to stop it, come hell or high water. And I said, I've given up worrying about my generation. I'm worried about children.
Professor, the renin-angiotensin system is fundamental here, as you've just confirmed. That is in turn central to legal claims against the regulators, surely, because it's the one thing that those approving the COVID injections should have known. The pathogenic effect of the spike protein was widely publicised scientifically since about 2003, 2005. They knew it was a pathogen. And here are some papers. Some of them are recent papers, some of them go back to 2003, 2005. But there are many, these are not all of the papers. This is just a tiny sample of the papers. But they knew about the spike protein being deadly. And yet they still approved injections that would turn your cells into spike protein manufacturing cells.
Yes. Well, this really was criminal because, as I said, it wasn't a vaccine. This was a gene therapy to produce spike protein, which some others have caused is probably the most pathogenic protein you could ever have thought of in engineering if you really want to cause widespread destruction in the population. And yet, I mean, we predicted it, as I've just presented, but as you said, you wouldn't want anything. I mean, our concern was 80% homology, horrible autoimmune diseases guaranteed. But then you wouldn't want anything that bound to the ACE for the RAS system. I totally agree. It was really moronic to go ahead with that. So when you put the two arguments together, why on earth was this allowed? And I basically think this needs a Nuremberg-style trial, because there's just so much malfeasance that's gone on, so much incompetence, but so much devastation and destruction of life. I mean, I've had friends die of this. I got friends who've had cardiac failure after the vaccines. They're never going to be the same again. And I've got friends who've got dreadful autoimmune conditions. And what is really quite telling, and here is the problem of the what I call the psychop and the mass formation syndrome, as it were, it goes down even to very clever doctors I know are basically suffering from the major autoimmune conditions, which they wonder why they've got. And I've had my latest booster vaccine, and they just don't put it together. And these are doctors. You know, it's just unbelievable because they have been programmed to think that this is absolutely life-saving, completely necessary. And I've actually had one of my colleagues who basically is absolutely insistent on how every booster goes along, had a massive collapse after a booster of a heart. There was no previous heart disease. And when I pointed it out that this was the situation, said, "Don't be so stupid. If I hadn't have had the booster, the heart attack would have killed me." This is unbelievable logic. Illogic.
I'll just repeat one of your statements. You said the spike protein was engineered, it was designed, and it's designed to take out the renin-angiotensin system, which opens the gateway to destroying the immune system, which then lets in cancers, heart problems, myocarditis, brain problems, the lot, every organ in the body. So the fundamental thing is that the spike protein knocks out the renin-angiotensin system, which then disrupts the immune system, which lets in everything, makes your body vulnerable to just about everything.
Yeah, and as our work showed, it wasn't just the ACE2 it did. Because the charge was so great, it could go beyond that. So if you survive the attack on your renin-angiotensin system, it would go ahead and the other receptors that it was able to bind to inhibited your innate immune system, making you less able to fight it. It was really quite staggering. And it interfered with your neurological function. And that was shown superficially by your loss of taste and smell, which fortunately in most people was a transient. But this showed the power of the engineering had gone way beyond the primary receptor. And then the fact that it had so many mimics. One of the Paul Marrick, who I was touring with, basically produced evidence from the FDA of 9 pages of recognized side effects from the Pfizer trials, which they tried to keep quiet. And the staggering thing was that it included virtually every disease in the great big general medicine textbooks. It was unbelievable. If you wanted to design something to destroy the human population, it would be hard to do this, especially something by stealth as opposed to immediate like cyanide. But if you really want to do it by stealth, it'd be very hard to get something better, more toxic than the spike protein.
Covered it in your book, The Origin of the Virus, the COVID virus. We also understand that the original story was that the virus came through the wet markets from bats. That was then, anyone who said it was a lab leak was disparaged, called a conspiracy theorist, a nut job, etc. And then they eventually admitted that, yes, it was a lab leak. And then now we know that wasn't just a Wuhan. There was Ralph Barrick doing his work, his research illegally against the law in America at the University of North Carolina. So they had a cover story about the real story, then they had a cover story for the cover story. So this was deliberately suppressed. It was engineered and then deliberately suppressed.
And then the cover story was suppressed when Tony Fauci called up who I would have thought were colleagues here, Patrick Vallance and Jeremy Farrar. He basically bullied them into going along with the fact it was definitely natural and there was no engineering occurred. And they were all so stupid, they went along with it. Or they were, if stupid isn't the right word, the other word's even worse. And the biggest crime of the lot, I believe, is Anthony Fauci. And I noticed the books behind it on Russell's, the real Anthony Fauci is behind Russell's head there. And that book details how Fauci defied Congress and went ahead with the gain of function work, which they said most people said not to do. He used a clause, only if it's an absolute emergency could it be done. And he funded it while denying it. Denied. And he did it by funding Peter Daszak through the Eco Health Alliance, who went straight and funded Batwoman in all this work. And as I pointed out, when we were looking at the sequence, we just looked at the sequence, we found these inserts Batwoman and Co. had already published in other mainstream journals that they'd made these viruses more infectious than they could infect human cells. And yet they were trying to deny it. So Fauci, and I think Washington agree with this, Fauci is one of the biggest liars ever. So what the hell was he doing in charge of not only All American Health, the NIH, indirectly through being head of NIAID, he was basically bullying and interfering with the FDA. He was bullying and interfering with trials. In fact, some of my colleagues now call randomized clinical trials randomized clinical Tonys, because the trials that have been accepted are the ones he's interfered with to get the answer he wants. And that goes all the way.
I'm a supporter of Donald Trump. The man's got incredible confidence and he's a bulldozer at times. But I've only ever seen President Trump showing a lack of confidence and a timidity about him twice. Both times he was on stage with Anthony Fauci. So I don't know what was going on. But if I could just continue, I'd like to get to some treatments to give people some hope. The spike protein, the experts told us, the chief medical officers and all the rest of the chief health officers told us that what was dangerous about the COVID virus was the spike protein. Then they mandated an injection that turned cells into spike protein factories. Now I've asked the TGA, the head of the TGA and his underlings, and Senate estimates 3 weeks ago, is the spike protein pathogenic? And the answer was no, Senator Roberts. So now they're reversing their tune, saying, I thought that'd be the reaction. So let me just go on here for a minute. mRNA, lethal. SV40 can be lethal, cancer promoter. E. coli, endotoxin, can be lethal. Liquid nanoparticles can be lethal. And they take the spike protein manufacturing all over the cell. All of it bypassed the Office of Gene Technology in Australia. It was mandated, it was approved, provisionally approved, with no testing in Australia, even though we were told the TGA had thoroughly tested it. The TGA admitted under my questioning of Senate estimates that they had not tested it. They relied on the FDA. At the time the TGA said that, you probably realise that the FDA had previously said they did not do any testing. They relied upon Pfizer. Yeah. And this document blows the lid on Pfizer. Yeah. The Pfizer papers. So what we've got is and then we've got a database that's not tracking deaths post-release, even though it's provisionally released. So we've got them covering up the origin, covering up the operation, denying the operation, twisting the operation, covering up the reporting of the injuries. This is a complete fabrication. It's deceit. It's fraud.
And it's criminal. I think it's criminal. I mean, if you do something, repeat, knowing that it's the wrong thing to do, it's criminal negligence. If you do that more than once and you know there's a chance it could result in death, then it is criminal negligence on a a custodial scale. I mean, doctors innocently kill people sometimes. They get targeted, they can go to jail. And here you have the entire establishment telling us all to do this. And what I learned in my trip of Australia and New Zealand was the number of innocent doctors who've been targeted and punished for being good doctors. People who were doing good treatments, people who questioned whether their patients should have another shot of the vaccine, even though they nearly died from the first one, but being told, no, you must go ahead and do it. It was beyond belief that we'd gone from top down. And I think this needs a big reset on medicine. And everything that I say about Australia goes for the UK too. I just found it unbelievable how my colleagues became fully paid up members of the Gestapo with regards to being done by what some moron at the top had been telling them to do. And all our training, to question. To be a good physician, you've got to question everything, because just like an Agatha Christie murder plot, the real diagnosis of the criminal is not particularly obvious at the beginning. You've got to work hard. We were told not to do any of that. I mean, that to me was...
Last question, Professor. Possible treatments. Now, I'm not giving medical advice, especially to someone like yourself, but I'm giving people some hope, I hope. Someone who's read many of these papers, many papers on this topic, said that there is hope for treatment. They say that there are two drugs. First of all, the ACE inhibitors end in the suffix opril, lisinopril. Secondly, angiotensin receptor blockers, ARBs, end in the suffix sartan, for example, candesartan, losartan. I'm not a doctor, but this is what some of the peer-reviewed papers are saying is worth treating. There are also non-pharmaceutical herbal medicines, astragalus root, saffron, L-citrulline, amino acid in watermelon, producing L-arginine and nitrous oxide. Then there are other treatments: exposure to heat, hot baths, saunas or warm weather, hyperbaric treatment.
Malcolm Broadbent, I'm really uncomfortable with this, because I have made it a point all the way through this whole process that I only present facts from Professor Dalgleish or people like them. I've never suggested any, I don't want my name going to any suggested remedies.
I want to make it very clear, my name is not going to suggested remedies. What I want to do is raise the possibility that there are treatments for this and not leave people floundering, because the TGA, the APRA and the other medicos will not look at this, because to look at treatments will admit liability for the damage they've caused. So there are people floundering.
Yeah. Can I just interject here that I think that dealing with measuring and looking at clinical research, how to reduce spike toxicity, is the #1 medical need now of the Western world. Now, you can measure circulating spike protein. You can actually do tissues, and we can actually isolate it from resected tumours. Now, you can quantify it, and I've seen this. I actually have a patient who's managed to go and get privately all this done. I want it done on the NHS, but they suddenly find this very, very difficult to do, believe it or not. Having wasted 37 billion on test and trace, they suddenly find this simple little thing very difficult to do, and it's probably not every trick in the book to say not to do it. No, I think that we need to push that we do it. People, you'll have to start with the people who are symptomatic. If they've got a high spike protein reading, we then have to go through clinical research. We have some very good protocols. I mean, there are medical drugs way in excess of the ones you've mentioned, but what we need to do is to give them 1 month of this treatment, measure the spike again. Has it been lowered? If it's been lowered quite a bit, then you separate, do you carry on for 2 months, or do you add in other things? Now, all the drugs that I've been looking at, they are all relatively low toxicity. So to me, it is a no-brainer. The government, instead of bullying people to be having more useless, dangerous vaccines, should actually be looking to help and rehabilitate all the people who've been damaged by unnecessary over-vaccination. And I agree, when you're in the depth of despair like I've been about all this, you've got to have some hope and way out. And I believe this does, because I have seen patients who have gone through some of these drugs and they've clearly improved, and it's made a big difference. So it's the government's job to its population. The first role of a government is to look after its population. So its first rule now, having presided over this catastrophe of unnecessary mandated vaccination, is to help these people. And I believe it can. It doesn't require any magic. It doesn't require mass heart transplants and all this sort of stuff. It could be done with really good clinical research. Measure, treat, month, measure, treat, something else works. And there will be drugs work better on heart damage, and there'll be drugs that work better for patients that have increased their cancer risk too. So that needs to be taken, but it's not difficult. I mean, just look what we've done the last 20 years. The last 20 years, it has gone from the fact that I wanted to do cancer immunology, immunotherapy trials. I was told by the Cancer Research UK, this, that, and the other, that cancer immunotherapy was an artifact of mice and it would never translate to humans. Well, look where we are today. It is the leading form of treatment for the vast majority now of cancers, from melanoma, lung cancer, and it's gone to the next 23 cancers now. You use immunotherapy to improve outcome. They said it was impossible. Well, whatever they say now, I believe we did it with immunotherapy for cancer. We still got a long, long way to go, but we cracked the ceiling on it, and it's there now. I believe we can do that despite toxicity. It requires.
I want to repeat what I said in response to Russell, that I'm not advocating these, Russell. What I'm saying is exactly what Professor Dalgleish is saying. We need the medical authorities to confess that this is happening. We need to stop giving people COVID injections, ban them immediately. We need a Royal Commission into investigating what the cause of all of this, and we need to have people admitting that in power, admitting that this is doing damage to a lot of people who otherwise would be perfectly healthy, and we need to develop treatments immediately.
Yeah,
absolutely agree. Absolutely agree.
Yeah, I'm 100% behind that, and I think we have a duty to do that, having damaged so many people. We have an absolute duty to do it.
Professor Dalgleish, and we wish you very well. We look forward to you continuing to help improve humanity. So, for the audience watching in...
Professor, I may not be able to talk to you before Christmas and the New Year, but you're a treasure. You're a one-off. I think some people have been called national treasures. You're an international treasure. Have a great Christmas and a wonderful New Year.
Thank you very much indeed. I've really enjoyed being able to help with it, and I just hope it makes the big difference. You know, there's 3 councils I understand now, not just Port Hedland in Australia, the state of Idaho, Slovakia, the country, you know, Robert F. Kennedy. I do hope nobody upsets him being appointed. If he gets in, he's going to radically change the NIH, and they've already got a new head, Jay Bhattacharya, who comes from the Great Barrington Declaration. And we know from the book behind you both what he thinks of Kennedy and what he thinks of Gates and the WHO and all these people driving it. So I think there is reason to be optimistic for the new year when Trump gets in, because I believe only he would do this, and only Robert Kennedy has the absolute, he knows everything. The books are incredible. The referencing is absolutely superb. And what he says is a charge for a mass trial so this never is done again. If there was anything particularly wrong in those books, there would have been a reaction from the lawyers. There's been nothing, and they continue to sell in the millions, even though they try to ban them in bookshops and God knows what else. So I think there's reasons to be really optimistic for next year. And it's like coming through, you know, the end of a war when your cities are being completely bombed. You've got to pick yourself up and start building again. And I think that's what we have to do.
So much, Professor. Russell, I think Alex is not with us anymore. Pauline Hanson had to go earlier. She's quite unwell. She came in especially for this, but had to leave. She's got a very sore back, but in addition, she's had a cold ever since she left Canberra. But Russell, perhaps I could invite you to think about this as I say a brief farewell to the audience, that you could come up with some comments, your takeaway comments from this in a minute or two. Just ask for your comments. For the audience at home, we have one more witness who's a prominent and highly respected doctor. He's asked to give evidence in private, confidential, anonymous, because he fears repercussions. This is the country that the government's COVID response has turned Australia into. He's highly respected across Australia. Many other doctors and nurses have resigned, sold their practices, or simply walked off. Some have committed suicide. So that doctor we'll be listening to in private, just Russell and myself and anyone else who jumps back in line. Russell, do you have any comments that you'd make overall about what's happened today?
So you're telling the audience is leaving us now, but we're going to have a private meeting with a doctor.
Yes, and the audience will leave us after I finish my closing comments, but not yet.
All right.
But we're going to have a private audience with the doctor.
My closing comments are to thank everybody who's been online today. The message from me is, even though you feel like you're one person and you're alone, you are not alone, and the power of one in the situation we're in is enormous. I'd like you to know that the Professor Dalgleishes of the world, he's not on his own, are out there and they're spreading the message worldwide about what has happened. And I know that truth will set us all free eventually. And can I say this to you, Malcolm? We have been the hunted. And I think this week we have turned the corner and the hunted has become the hunter. And we're going after the perpetrators of lies. That's what I'd like to say. And I've got to take a very short break, Malcolm, so I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, well, I'll add my comments to that. This is a global
dealing with. It's very, very basic. Democracy is an active form of government. Passive people in a democracy lead to tyranny. So we take for granted, as Christine Anderson said, we take for granted their fundamental rights. We'll lose them if we don't stand up. I want to reassure people at home, people who are watching this, that more and more senators are waking up. It started with just 3 of us, then it went to 5 of us, now it's around about 11 on our side sometimes. I want to compliment Alex Antic in particular, because he's within the Liberal Party, which managed or mismanaged the COVID response and introduced many of the bills that we're currently seeing the Labor government push through. Alex has stood up within the Liberal Party, I know that. He's actually stood up within the Senate and crossed the floor on some of them. So thank you so much, Alex. I want to thank all witnesses, all members of the panel, and our office team particularly, because they've done a lot of work to set this up. It takes a lot of coordination. And I want to thank Ryan and Dean, who are with us in the room with all their technical gear. Thank you so much, fellas. And thank you for coming in yesterday to help set it all up. To re-establish trust, accountability and justice, we need truth. COVID injections are one of Australia's largest ever purchases. The contracts are not made public. The Liberal government denied access to them. The Labor government, when it came in, denied access to them. Why? What are they hiding? For a virus whose severity was low to moderate. And when you remove the people who are chronically unwell or obese or immune systems compromised, the vast majority of Australians would not see much threat at all from COVID. But our country was turned upside down. It's a fraud. We have spent $18 billion on COVID injections with Big Pharma for nothing. Actually, for worse than that. Not only negative efficacy, very unsafe, and killing tens of thousands of people in our country alone. Tens of thousands of people, and the deaths are continuing. We want compensation for the bereaved, compensation for the crippled and the incapacitated and the injured. This gutless, uncaring, inhuman response at the moment by denying everything, people are suffering when treatments are possibly available, as Professor Dalgleish said. We need a Royal Commission now. We need a refund from the injection manufacturers because, as I pointed out, and Senator Johnson agreed, immunity is lost. Immunity against prosecution of the vaccine manufacturers is lost because of fraud. So our government needs to stand up, get the balls and stand up and sue Pfizer and Moderna and the other manufacturers. The Australian people want and deserve our money refunded and our government to sue for damages to those injected. Why the hell should Australians pay for this fraud, pay for this homicide? In 1765, Voltaire wrote in Questions sur le miracle, "Truly, whoever is able to make you absurd is able to make you unjust," which is commonly rephrased as and quoted as, "Those who can make you believe in absurdities can make you commit atrocities." We are hounding down, as Russell said, those guilty of atrocities and homicides. We will continue to hound you down. Thank you for watching.